The Gnostics and Their Remains, Ancient and Medieval, by C.W. King. Preface. When this work first appeared 23 years ago, it became at once an object of unmerited abuse and of equally unmerited praise, small divines mistaking it for an insidious attempt to overthrow opinions as by law established, spurted at it with pens dipped in the milk of the gospel, whilst under the very same hallucination, friends of light lauded it to the skies, either party equally ignorant both of the subject and of the purpose of my labors. One noted Zoilus, whose recollections of Homer would seem to be of the same deeply marked nature as Ensign Blifil's, is disgusted at my citing Aidoneus as a title of the god of the shades. Another is astonished at my ignorance in calling Bardanes a Persian, whereas he was a native of Pontus, not understanding that my argument was equally valid in spite of the mistake, Pontus being originally a province of the empire of Darius, and what is more to the purpose, the actual focus whence Mithraism diffused itself over the Roman world. A still greater cause of outcry against the book was my presuming to lay presumptuous hands upon the sacred ark of Masonry, and openly express my opinion that the free and accepted of these times have no more real connection with the ancient craft, out of whose terms and forms, like fig leaves, they have stitched together aprons, wherewith to cover the real nakedness of their pretension, than the Italian carbonari of Murat's day had with the trade of charcoal burners, whose baskets were borrowed for the president's throne. King Hiram's skull gnashed his teeth with rage within the Sista Mystica, and one valiant young Levite of the course of Abia proceeds thus logically to confute all my assertions. Athelstan built a church. He could not build without masons. Argyll, Athelstan was the founder of masonry in England. But enough of this. The same treatment is necessarily in store for the present edition. It must look for Verbera, Carnifices, Robuer, Pix, Lamina, Taide. The one reviewer of its predecessor who exhibited any acquaintance with the literature of the subject felt himself, from his position, in duty bound to qualify his praise by passing the summary judgment that I had displayed in the work more of the spirit of a Gnostic than of a Catholic Christian. This sentence, intended for condemnatory, I accept as the highest praise that could be given to my labors, taking Gnostikos in its strict sense of one addicted to knowledge, and who therefore studies the history and remains of any opinion for the sole purpose of understanding the truth, and not for the sake of demonstrating the truth can only exist under one defined form. Let me now proceed to state how, in the present edition, I have endeavored still further to deserve the appellation attached to me by the good-natured Aristarchus. My treatise was the only one upon Gnostic archaeology, for Dr. Walsh's little book scarce deserves the name, that had appeared since Chifflet's admirable Epistopistus, 1617, Matter, in his Histoire critique du Gnosticisme, 1827, an excellent analysis of the doctrines of the Gnosis, doing nothing for its monuments beyond republishing, on a reduced scale, the engravings of the Epistopistus. The only sources of information accessible to me at the time of writing that edition were the same as those drawn upon by Matter before me, namely, the treatises of Irenaeus and Epiphanius. In the interval, I have become acquainted with, and, in order thoroughly to master, have made complete translations of two recently discovered works that throw much light upon many difficult questions in this investigation. The one is the Refutation of All Heresies, ascribed either to Origen or Hippolytus, its author being intimately acquainted with the doctrines which he holds up for detestation or for ridicule, and what makes his criticisms of far higher value to students of the present day, illustrating them by copious extracts from the then so extensive heretical literature, soon to be completely exterminated by the triumph of the Orthodox faith. The other aid is the Pistis Sophia, sole survivor of the once numerous family of Gnostic Gospels, but fortunately the most important of them all for our purpose, and the very one for whose escape, in its Coptic disguise, The archaeologist ought to feel most grateful to the ignorance of the destroyers. For, whereas the other Gnostic teachers appear, as Hippolytus loves to point out, to build up their systems upon the lines of various Grecian philosophies, the Pistis Sophia makes known to us what were the deepest secrets of the so celebrated Egyptian mysteries, which are identical with those of the rabbinical Kabbalah, the only alteration being that of putting them into the mouth of Scripture personages in order to adapt them to the prevailing change of ideas. This book, therefore, from its very nature, supplies a kind of elucidation of contemporary monuments not to be found elsewhere, for the Christian fathers discuss only the doctrines of their adversaries, not condescending to notice their application to the uses of everyday life. It is the latter point that gives such interest to the Pistis Sophia. We gain from it the whole category of holy names, of such talismanic virtue, the powers and titles of the actual genii, the constitution of the soul, and its state after death. But what is yet more curious, the Pistis Sophia exhibits the leading principles of the Kabbalah already established, and applied to the demonstration of the highest truths in exactly the same manner as these principles were used by the heresiarch Marcus in the 3rd century. And here it may be remarked parenthetically that no one really acquainted with the history of religious opinions can for a moment imagine that Marcus, a born Jew, be it remembered, was the first inventor of the wondrous machinery which he used in the development of his system and the manifestation of truth. He did but apply to a new purpose the rules that he found already established as authoritative in the rabbinical schools. For in religion there is no new thing. The same ideas are worked up over and over again. The gold in the sovereign of today may first have circulated in the new coined stater of Croesus. Last, in point of time, but equally valuable, with any of the fresh sources that have served me for the completion of this work, must I gratefully acknowledge the oral teachings of Rabbi Dr. Schiller Sinesi, that unchanged representative of the Gamaliels of old, at whose feet I have sat for many years, listening to his exposition of the Holy Zohar. Whatever may be the date of the present form of that transcendental development of the Torah, no one but an inverted Jew, totally unread in the Greek historians of the Gnosis, can fail to perceive that its principles and traditions are the very same as those taught in the schools of Babylon and Tiberias at the time when Simon Magus and Justinus studied there. During the many years that have slipped by since its first publication, I have from time to time recast and rewritten the entire treatise, incorporating with the former contents whatever fresh information, reading, or chance might throw in my way. In the same interval, 2 other works upon this subject have made their appearance. Dean Mansell's Gnostics is a well-written and accurate summary of all that the Greek fathers have left us upon the doctrines of the various sects. But, as the book is evidently intended for the use of theological students alone, the author has regarded his subject from a strictly professional point of view, totally ignoring the archaeological side of the question, with which I am chiefly concerned, as being altogether foreign to the purpose for which he wrote. On the other hand, Dr. Ginsburg's The Kabbalah, Its Doctrines, Development, and Literature possesses not only the merit of a lucid exposition of the most abstruse of all theosophies, as contemplated in the shape to which it has been brought by the refining subtlety of successive generations of rabbins, but will be found an invaluable guide to all who attempt the interpretation of talismanic inscriptions. For example, the Hebrew radicals, which express the names of the Sephiroth, are to be discovered in the strings of Greek consonants, now dumb for want of vowels, which have hitherto baffled the ingenuity of every reader. There seems reason for suspecting that the Sibyl of esoteric Buddhism drew the first notions of her new religion from the analysis of the inner man, as set forth in my first edition. I may therefore promise to myself the gratitude of those clear spirits, the Miltonian phrase, who are busying themselves by searching to find out God, for now making known to them a still more profound theosophy, whose revelations definitely settle hardest problems relating to our mental nature and the world beyond the grave. Investigators of the same order as the esoteric Buddhists will find here a gospel ready-made to their hand, so full of great truths, so original in its conceptions, that it would seem to flow from no human source, and must carry conviction of its divine origin to every mind that shall be adapted by its nature for the reception of the good seed. In conclusion, I must express my grateful acknowledgments of the services of my indefatigable friend, Mr. S.S. Lewis, Fellow of Corpus Christi College, but for whose persuasion and negotiations with the publishers these pages would never have seen the light. Not merely this, but he has enabled me to overcome an apparently insurmountable difficulty in the way of the publication, the failure of my site, which totally prevented my conducting the work through the press, by taking upon himself the correction of the proofs, a laborious and irksome task to anyone besides the author, and demanding a sacrifice of time that can only be appreciated by those who, like myself, know the multifarious nature of the engagements by which every hour of his life is so completely absorbed. Mr. Joseph Jacobs has furnished a carefully compiled list of authors quoted in this work and of the references made to them, which will be found of use to those who wish to pursue the subject still further. C. W. King, Trinity College, Cambridge, August 26, 1887. Introduction. That nothing upon the subject of Gnosticism should have hitherto been attempted in our language, except by Dr. Walsh in his very meager sketch, long since out of print, seemed to me a sufficient excuse for my undertaking the same task upon a more comprehensive scale, as well as upon different principles. Dr. Walsh's performance, entitled An Essay on Coins, Metals, and Gems, as illustrating the progress of Christianity in the early ages, is little more than an abridgment of some popular church history for the period comprehended within its scope, illustrated from the very scanty store of monuments at his command, whilst his explanations are, like the source supplying them, based upon grounds altogether fallacious, and even to the beginner, obviously unsatisfactory. Taking for granted, upon the bare word of their opponents, that the various teachers of the Gnosis were mere heretics, that is, perverters of the regular Christian doctrine which they had at first embraced as a divine revelation, he, like his guides, did not trouble himself any further to investigate the true origin of their systems, but was content with roughly sketching their most prominent features. Whilst in explaining their extant productions, he refers all, however diverse in nature, to the same school, and interprets them according to his own preconceived and baseless views of their character. On such a plan as this, neither the doctrines nor the monuments they have bequeathed to us in such profusion are susceptible of even a plausible explanation, much less of one capable of satisfying an unprejudiced and inquiring mind. The method, therefore, of treating the subject which I have followed in the present work is to begin by reviewing the great religious systems of the East, flourishing at the time of the promulgation of Christianity in those regions, with the influence of these systems upon the modes of thought and expression of both the missionaries of the new creed and their opponents, and lastly to establish, upon the testimony of the Apostle to the Gentiles himself, the previous existence of the germs of Gnosticism in the cities that were the scene of his most important labors. In my sketch of these older systems I have done little more than condense Matter's admirable introduction to his Histoire critique du Gnosticisme, but from that point forward have carried on my investigations according to a theory to which that writer once alludes approvingly, although, from some unaccountable reason, he has neglected to follow it out to its legitimate consequences. Restricting himself to describing in his lucid and elegant style the speculations of the several heresiarchs, and seeking no further back than the Zendavesta and Kabbalah for the storehouses whence they all must have drawn their first principles, he falls into the grave error of representing their doctrines as novel and the pure inventions of the persons that preached them. That the seeds of the Gnosis were originally of Indian growth, carried so far westward by the influence of that Buddhistic movement which had previously overspread all the East, from Thibet to Ceylon, was the great truth faintly discerned by matter, but which became evident to me upon acquiring even a slight acquaintance with the chief doctrines of Indian theosophy. To display this in the most incontrovertible manner, the two systems, each in its highest form of development, that of Valentinus and that of the Nepalese Buddhists, are described and confronted for the sake of establishing their original identity, and throughout these pages innumerable other points of affinity will be found noticed as they present themselves. Actual historical proof of the same fact will also be adduced, establishing the important circumstance, but hitherto entirely unnoticed or disregarded, that Buddhism had already been planted in the dominions of the Seleucidae and the Ptolemies at least as early as the times of the generation following the establishment of those dynasties, and was provided for in treaties made between those Grecian princes and the great Hindu promoter of the religion. In the history of the Church, it is most certain that almost every notion that was subsequently denounced as heretical can be traced up to Indian speculative philosophy as its genuine fountainhead. How much that was allowed to pass current for orthodox had really flowed from the same source, it is neither expedient nor decorous now to inquire. In order to obtain a clear view of the principal forms of Gnosticism, as well as to escape relying upon second-hand information, in this case more than elsewhere untrustworthy, I commenced the collecting materials for the present work by carefully perusing the vast Panarion of Epiphanius, a laborious undertaking, but well repaid by the vivid picture he presents of the inner state of society under the Lower Empire, and of the war even at that late period so fiercely waged between reason and faith. The Panarion is a connected history of the Gnosis in all its developments during the first 3 centuries, the author quoting Irenaeus for the earlier ages. For the later, his account is of the highest value, having been derived from personal experience, Epiphanius having in his youth belonged to the Marcosian sect. After his days nothing new sprung up in the field of religious philosophy, before so diversified with the vigorous and more curious flowers, or weeds, of the Gnosis, the civil now combining with the ecclesiastical power to cut down and root out all such daring and irregular growths of the human mind. Since the first publication of this treatise, I have become acquainted with and minutely studied 2 authorities of the greatest importance for the true understanding of Gnosticism, the one for its philosophy, the other for its tangible remains. The Refutation of All Heresies of Hippolytus, written 2 centuries before the Panarion, gives a view of the chief schools of the Gnosis, drawn up with the utmost intelligence, united with the most charming candor, qualities sadly to seek in the other ecclesiastical historians. The Pistis Sophia, the only Gnostic gospel preserved, throws a light upon the terminology and machinery of the religion that, before its discovery and publication, was perfectly unattainable. Both these treatises are of recent discovery, and consequently their assistance was lost to the previous historians of Gnosticism. I have therefore availed myself largely of these invaluable resources, which will be found doing good service in almost every section of the present work. After considering the class of speculations that owed their birth to India, next in importance for her contributions to the opinions, still more to the monuments before use, Conius Egypt, with her primeval creed, although exhibited in its Romanized and latest phase, and whose productions are too often confounded with the true offspring of the Gnosis. These remains are here discriminated, their distinctive characters are pointed out, and they are arranged under several heads, according as their object was religious or medicinal. In the consideration of these remains, Bellarmine's classification has been chiefly followed, according to which the truly Gnostic are regarded as those only that exhibit the figure of the Pantheus Abraxas, the actual invention of Basilides, and which gives its name to the class. The second, Abraxoids, includes the types borrowed from different religions by the other Gnostic teachers. The third, Abraxaster, consists of such as, in their nature, are purely astrological and intended for talismans, deriving their virtues from the stars. In the first of these classes, much space has been devoted to the ingenious creation of the Alexandrine philosopher, the pantheistic image of the supreme Abraxas, whose title has hitherto been improperly applied to monuments, some of which are anterior in date to his embodiment in a visible form, whilst others spring from nations entirely unconnected with his worship. Of this eidolon of the personage thereby typified, of the meaning of his name and titles, much information has been collected and presented here in a connected form for the benefit of those interested in learning what can on safe grounds be established in elucidation of these abstruse questions. Mithraism, under whose kindly and congenial shelter so much of Occidental Christianity grew up unmolested, is reviewed in its due order, and the causes explained of an alliance at first sight so inexplicable. With this subject are connected the singular resemblance between the ceremonial of the two, and the transfer of so much that was Mithraic into the practice of the Orthodox, and many curious memorials will be found described bearing witness to the reality of this adaptation. After the Mithraic, the religion of Serapis comes to be considered, a worship which, besides being the last of the heathen forms to fall before the power of Christianity, had previously contributed as largely as the Mithraic to the constitution of the later Gnosticism. It is in truth a great mistake, the confining the name of Gnostic, as is commonly done, to the sectaries who, boasting of their superior lights, declared that they were the only real Christians, as did the Ophites, and that too in virtue of a creed professedly of their own devising. Such Gnostics indeed were Christians by their own showing, and regarded all who differed from them as heretics, but at the same time they based their arguments upon the tenets of pagan religions, very far from regarding the latter as the empty fabrications of demons, which was the persuasion of the Orthodox. But although they accepted these ancient ethnic legends, it was only because through the help of their knowledge they were enabled to discern the truth enveloped within these seemingly profane traditions. But the followers of Mithras and of Serapis had in reality, and long before them, a gnosis of their own, communicated in their mysteries to the initiated few, and they opposed to the predictions of Orthodox and Gnostic alike claims and pretensions lofty as their own. The Emperor Hadrian, a most diligent inquirer into things above man's nature, got himself initiated into one mystery after another. Nevertheless, we shall find him writing from Alexandria that the worship of Christ and of Serapis was in that city one and the same, and moreover the sole religion of that immense population. Consequently, those initiated into the true secrets of the old religion must have recognized the fact that their deity, whether the Son or the soul of the universe, was nothing but a type of the One, the Savior recently revealed to them, or else it would appear, which tells equally for our argument, that the new converts, in order to escape persecution, enjoyed their own faith under the covert of the national worship, which was susceptible of a spiritual interpretation quite cognate to their own ideas, and indeed enshrouding the same. As for the worshippers of Mithras, their whole elaborate system of sacraments and degrees of initiation had no other object than the securing of spiritual enlightenment and spiritual blessings. The foundation being the pure teaching of Zoroaster, its holders were prepared gladly to accept any higher revelation and to discover that the greater mystery had been foreshadowed in the types and ceremonies of the former one. In this way a man might continue a Mithraicist and yet accept all the doctrines of Christianity, as the priests of that religion in their last days assured the incredulous Augustine. After thus pointing out the various elements which the apostles of the Gnosis worked up so ingeniously into one harmonious whole, incorporating therewith so much of the Christian scheme as fitted to the rest, we come prepared to the examination of the symbols and terminology by which these ideas were communicated to the members of the sect who had attained to the arcanum, the composite images or sigils having a voice for the intelligent, which the vulgar crowd heareth not. Astrology justly claims for her own a large share of the relics popularly called Gnostic, for Gnosticism from the beginning had linked its own speculations to those of the Magians' national science, and borrowed as a vehicle for its own peculiar ideas the machinery of the latter, its astral genii, decani, and myriageneses. And this truth was seen by the earliest writers upon Gnosticism, for Hippolytus proves conclusively, at much length, that the system of the Parati, a branch of the Ophites, was nothing more than a barefaced plagiarism from the rules of astrology. Under this head, I have endeavored to separate the purely astrological talismans from those to which the Illuminati, their makers, had given a more spiritual sense. Astrology, not Christ, is the author of their religion, says Hippolytus of the sects founded by Euphrates and Celbes, and proceeds to give extracts from their writings, held in the highest esteem at the time, which amply bear out his assertion. Next pour in a multitudinous swarm, the stones covered over with long strings of bare inscriptions, genuine offspring of the Kabbalah, that betray the handiwork of the idol-hating Jewish dreamers of Alexandria, spells even then ascribed to Solomon, and which secured the favor of those demons that are found in fire, air, flood, or underground, whose power hath a true consent with planet or with element. One object I have kept steadily in view throughout the whole of this investigation, to show how the productions of the different schools are to be distinguished from each other, and to this particular attention has been given in describing the numerous remains proceeding from the several sources just enumerated that are collected in the accompanying plates, and thus, in some degree, to remedy the confusion that reigns at present in the whole department. My predecessor, Matter, busied himself only with the doctrines, making use of the monuments merely in illustration of his remarks. But as my own labors are properly designed to be subsidiary to his invaluable treatise, I refer the reader to him for the more complete elucidation of the philosophy of Gnosticism, and give my full attention to its archaeological side, which he has too cursorily glanced at, and for which nothing has been done of any importance since the publications of Chifflet and Montfaucon. Last to be considered comes the Gnosis in its final and grandest manifestation, the composite religion of man, with its wonderful revival and diffusion over medieval Europe, and its supposed connection with the downfall of the Templars, of which catastrophe the history and causes are here briefly sketched, although to form a satisfactory judgment on the merits of the case is about the hardest problem history can offer. With their scandal and their fate is coupled the most singular phenomenon of modern times, the preservation by their professed descendants, the Freemasons, of so much symbolism that appears to be indisputably Gnostic in its origin. For this, however, unfortunately for the lovers of mystery, a very matter-of-fact but doubtless sufficient cause can be assigned, and by valid arguments established, when the solution of the enigma irresistibly brings to mind Aesop's apologue of the fox and the mask, and his exclamation of disappointment after he had at last mustered up sufficient courage to examine the interior of the awe-inspiring and venerable head. This section is illustrated by all the information I have been able to glean from different sources upon the curious subject of Mason's marks, which yet existing and in common use amongst our own craftsmen, and equally so amongst the Hindus in daily religious observance, can be traced back through Gothic retention and Gnostic usage, through Old Greek and Etruscan art to their ultimate source, and which attest more convincingly than anything else what region gave birth to the theosophy making such liberal use of the same sigle in Roman times. To assist inquirers into this point, I have been careful to give references to all the published lists of these marks that have come to my knowledge, which same rule I have observed as regards other monographs upon the several various questions discussed in the following pages. In this way, the shortcomings of myself can be supplied by those desirous of fuller information, for I am well aware that my own best qualification for attempting an arduous investigation like the present, extending over so many and unconnected branches of learning, lies in a larger practical experience of the monuments themselves, tangible and literary, than was possessed by those who have hitherto attempted it. And as it is a most true adage, dans le pays des aveugles, le borgne est roi, there is some probability of my labors proving both novel and interesting to many who desire to know something authentic upon the much talked of but little understood subject of Gnosticism. Related to this religion by their nature are talismans and amulets in general, for Gnostic symbols and Gnostic formulae gave their virtue to many of the class, being borrowed either directly from the Gnosis or from the older creeds out of which the latter was constructed. Their employment and the notions generating them have been here described, showing the derivation of many of the medieval examples from the Gnostic class, and by following out the same principle, it has been attempted to find a key to their Kabbalistic legends, which may fit them better than any hitherto offered by their interpreters, symbols and emblems being with them those conveying the idea of death, which last indeed has, of all others, furnished the richest store of such imagery, for thereby the human mind endeavored to familiarize itself with the thought of mortality, and by embellishing the idea, tried to reconcile itself to the inevitable. This being a topic of universal interest, to say nothing of its very important relations to art, my collections connected therewith have been somewhat extensive, and embrace many particulars neglected by Lessing in his curious essay entitled Wie die Alten den Tod gebildet. With respect to the illustrations of this book, many doubtless will be surprised as well as disappointed at finding them derived entirely from monuments of such small apparent importance as engraved stones, and, thinking this part incomplete on that account, may accuse the author of negligence in not having had recourse to other evidences of a more public character. But the limitation is, in truth, the necessary result of the nature of the things discussed in this inquiry. Secret societies, especially the one whose maxim was, as Clemens records, that truly wise one, "Learn to know all, but keep thyself unknown. Erect no monuments to attract public attention. They deal but in symbols, to be privately circulated amongst their members, in passwords known only to the Illuminati, or else they embody their doctrines in mystic drawings like the Ophiite diagramma, or upon papyri long since committed to the flames. The man of taste, but not an antiquary, will certainly exclaim against the rudeness of the drawing in my illustrations. But the truth is that, rude as they look, they in most cases flatter their originals, the extreme barbarism of which it was often found impossible to reproduce with any hope of leaving the meaning recognizable. Be it remembered that, gratia non habitat, non hoc selenius antro. Pallas no longer, as in the earlier ages of the art, guided the engraver's hand, but Siva and Bhavani, ill-disguised as Hermes and Isis, suggested the designs, or else he was inspired by the Typhonian monsters which imagined the genii of astrology. The religion of fear, under its various manifestations, now reigned supreme, having banished the beauteous, sensuous machinery of the old Greek nature worship, into which nothing that was malignant or hideous was ever suffered to intrude. The virtue of the talisman lay in the type it carried, and in its own material substance the manner of the exhibition of the potent sigil was altogether unregarded. One of the most learned men this university has ever produced once remarked to me that the Gnostic theories reminded him of the visions that float through the brain of a madman, not of a fool. Circumstances following gave a melancholy force to this acute and accurate distinction. Let any imaginative person read my extracts from the Revelation of Marcus, with all its crazy ingenuity in deducing the nature of the deity from the properties of numerals. Above all, his exemplification of infinity by the perpetual multiplication of the letters contained in other letters, making up a name, he will speedily find his brain begin to whirl and be reminded of similar phantoms of numerals recurring in endless series, and the equally endless attempts to sum them up in order to obtain repose that fill the head when suffering from the first approaches of fever before actual delirium pushes memory from her seat. Or again, when the febrile disturbance of the brain is yet slighter, one will sometimes awake out of a dream with a fleeting sensation of inexpressible happiness arising from the immediate attainment of omniscience in virtue of something that has just been revealed to him. But too soon he finds that, ineffable, something has fled forever, all that is left of it being the faint recollection that it was contained in a numeral. And one of the most striking points in the revelation of the Seherin von Prevorst, so religiously recorded by Justinus Kerner, and which proves that all the wondrous narrative was not imposture, is her declaration that she could see the entire history of each year as it closed, with every event, however trifling, clear and distinct before her mind, all comprehended within the form of a single numeral, and her assertion upon these grounds that, at the judgment day, the whole past life of every man will thus be pictured in a single moment before his mind's eye. About half the number of the drawings for these illustrations were done by myself from the most interesting specimens that came under my notice in the course of several years, so that I am able to vouch for their scrupulous fidelity. Afterwards, when the sudden failure of my sight prevented my carrying on the drawings, the kindness of the then owner of most of the originals came to my assistance and furnished the remainder. Most of them, in fact, were taken from the large and unpublished set contained in the ancient prawn cabinet, formed 3 centuries ago, now unfortunately broken up. The Gnostic stones, however, 73 in number, have been since that time purchased for the British Museum, where they will be found conveniently arranged for consultation in the Egyptian room, which contains the works in terracotta. This, my collection of drawings, was in truth the occasion of the present work, for after making out a detailed description of each specimen, it became easy to put the mass of materials I had collected for their elucidation into a form available for supporting my explanations by showing the grounds on which they were based. And in this way, the work has grown up by gradual accretion to its present dimensions. The theme offers so boundless a variety of interesting subjects for research, one suggesting another in endless succession, that it can only be compared to Marcus's own exposition of the infinite composition of the ineffable name, quoted above, and would alone supply materials for a whole library of distinct treatises upon its various subdivisions. In those few instances where the better style of the original deserved reproduction by a more artistic hand, I have had recourse to the services of Mr. R.B. Utting, who has executed the woodcuts with a spirit as well as an accuracy that leave nothing to be desired. Part 1. Gnosticism and its sources. Τουτού με χάριν πέμψον, πάτερ, σφράγιδας έχων καταβήσωμε, αιώνας όλους διοδούσω, μυστέρια πάντα διανοίξω, μορφάς δε Θεόν επιδείξω, και τα κεκριμίνα της Αγίας Οδού, γνώσιν καλέσας παραδώσω. O fight hymn, non è puleggio da piccola barca, quel che fendendo valardita prora, né da nocchier ca se medesmo parca. Dante. The Gnostics and Their Remains. Gnosticism and its Origin. The general name Gnostics is used to designate several widely differing sects, which sprang up in the eastern provinces of the Roman Empire almost simultaneously with the first planting of Christianity. That is to say, these sects then, for the first time, assumed a definite form and ranged themselves under different teachers, by whose names they became known to the world, although in all probability Their main doctrines had made their appearance previously in many of the cities of Asia Minor. There, it is probable, these sectaries first came into definite existence under the title of Mystai, upon the establishment of a direct intercourse with India and her Buddhist philosophers under the Seleucidae and the Ptolemies. The term Gnosticism is derived from the Greek gnosis, knowledge, a word specially employed from the first dawn of religious inquiry to designate the science of things divine. Thus Pythagoras, according to Diogenes Laertius, called the transcendental portion of his philosophy gnosis ton ontoon, the knowledge of things that are. And in later times gnosis was the name given to what Porphyry calls the antique or Oriental philosophy, to distinguish it from the Grecian systems. But the term was first used, as matter on good grounds conjectures, in its ultimate sense of supernal and celestial knowledge, by the Jewish philosophers belonging to the celebrated school of that nation, flourishing at Alexandria. These teachers, following the example of a noted rabbi, Aristobulus, surnamed the Peripatician, endeavored to make out that all the wisdom of the Greeks was derived immediately from the Hebrew Scripture, and by means of their well-known mode of allegorical interpretation, which enabled them to elicit any sense desired out of any given passage of the Old Testament, they sought, and often succeeded, in establishing their theory. In this way they showed that Plato, during his sojourn in Egypt, had been their own scholar, and still further to support these pretensions, the indefatigable Aristobulus produced a string of poems in the names of Linus, Orpheus, Homer, and Hesiod, all strongly impregnated with the spirit of Judaism. But his Judaism was a very different thing from the simplicity of the Pentateuch. A single, but very characteristic production of this Jewish gnosis has come down to our times. This is the Book of Enoch, of which the main object is to make known the description of the heavenly bodies and the true names of the same, as revealed to the patriarch by the angel Uriel. This profession betrays of itself the Magian source whence its inspiration was derived. Many Jews, nevertheless, accepted it as a divine revelation. Even the Apostle Jude scruples not to quote it as of genuine scriptural authority. The Pistis Sophia, attributed to the Alexandrian heresiarch Valentinus, so important a guide in the following inquiry, perpetually refers to it as the highest source of knowledge as being dictated by Christ himself, speaking out of the tree of life unto Iou, the primal man. Another Jewish Gnostic scripture of even greater interest, inasmuch as it is the Bible of the only professed Gnostic sect that has maintained its existence to the present day, the Mandaites of Basora, is their textbook, the Book of Adam. Its doctrines and singular application of Zoroastrism to Jewish tenets present frequent analogies to those of the Pistis Sophia in its continual reference to the ideas of the religion of light, of which full particulars will be given when the latter remarkable work comes to be considered. Gnosticism, therefore, cannot receive a better definition than in that dictum of the sect first, and specially calling itself Gnostics, the Gnaseni, translated by the Greeks into Ophites. Vis-a-vis, the beginning of perfection is the knowledge of man, but absolute perfection is the knowledge of God. And to give a general view of the nature of the entire system, nothing that I can do will serve so well as to transcribe the exact words of a learned and very acute writer upon the subject of Gnosticism, Christian Remembrancer, for 1866. Starting then from this point, we ask what Gnosticism is and what it professes to teach. What is the peculiar gnosis that it claims to itself? The answer is the knowledge of God and of man, of the being and providence of the former, and of the creation and destiny of the latter. While the ignorant and superstitious were degrading the glory of the incorruptible God into an image made with hands, and were changing the truth of God into a lie, and worshipped and served the creature rather than the Creator, the ancient Gnostics held purer and truer ideas. And when these corrupted and idolatrous forms of religion and worship became established and were popularly regarded as true and real in themselves, the Gnostics held and secretly taught an esoteric theology of which the popular creed of multitudes of deities, with its whole ritual of sacrifice and worship, was but the exoteric form. Hence all the mysteries which almost, if not all, the heathen religions possessed. Those initiated into these mysteries, whilst they carefully maintained and encouraged the gorgeous worship, sacrifices, and processions of the national religion, and even openly taught polytheism and the efficacy of the public rites, yet secretly held something very different. At the first, probably, a purer creed, but in course of time, like the exoteric form, degenerating. The progress of declination differed according to race or habit of thought. In the East it tended to superstition, in the West, as we learn from the writings of Cicero, to pure atheism, a denial of providence. This system was adopted likewise by the Jews, but with this great difference that it was superinduced upon and applied to a pre-existent religion, whereas in the other Oriental religions the external was added to the esoteric and developed out of it. In the Oriental systems the external was the sensuous expression of a hidden meaning. In the Jewish, the hidden meaning was drawn out of pre-existing external laws and ritual. In the former, the esoteric alone was claimed as divine. In the latter, it was the exoteric which was a matter of revelation. To repair this seeming defect, the Kabbalists, or teachers of the hidden doctrine, invented the existence of a secret tradition orally handed down from the time of Moses. We may, of course, reject this assertion and affirm that the Jews learnt the idea of a hidden wisdom underlying the Mosaic law from their intercourse with the Eastern nations during the Babylonian captivity, and we may further be assured that the origin of this secret wisdom is Indian. Perhaps we shall be more exact if we say that the Jews learnt from their intercourse with Eastern nations to investigate the external divine law for the purpose of discovering its hidden meaning. The heathen Gnostics, in fact, collected a Gnosis from every quarter, accepted all religious systems as partly true, and extracted from each what harmonized with their ideas. The gospel, widely preached, accompanied by miracles, having new doctrines and enunciating new truths, very naturally attracted their attention. The Kabbalists, or Jewish Gnostics, like Simon Magus, found a large portion of apostolic teaching in accordance with their own, and easily grafted upon it so much as they liked. Again, the divine power of working miracles possessed by the apostles and their successors naturally attracted the interest of those whose chief mystery was the practice of magic. Simon the magician was considered by the Samaritans to be the great power of God. He was attracted by the miracles wrought by the apostles, and no doubt he sincerely believed, that is, after his own fashion. His notion of holy baptism was probably an initiation into a new mystery with a higher gnosis than he possessed before, and by which he hoped to be endued with higher powers. And so likewise many of those who were called Gnostic heretics by the Christian fathers were not Christians at all, only they adopted so much of the Christian doctrine as accorded with their system. The consideration of the local and political circumstances of the grand foci of Gnosticism will serve to explain much that is puzzling in the origin and nature of the system itself. Ephesus was, after Alexandria, the most important meeting point of Grecian culture and Oriental speculation. In regard to commerce and riches, although she yielded to the Egyptian capital, yet she rivaled Corinth in both, which city in truth she far surpassed in her treasures of religion and science. Her richness in theosophic ideas and rites had from time immemorial been manifested in her possession of Diana, whom all Asia and the world worshipped, that pantheistic figure so conformable to the genius of the furthest East, her college of Essenes, dedicated to the service of that goddess, and her Megabyzé, whose name sufficiently declares their Magian institution. Hence also was supplied the talisman of highest repute in the antique world, the far-famed Ephesian spell, those mystic words graven upon the zone and feet of the image that fell down from Jupiter. And how zealously magic was cultivated by her citizens is apparent from St. Luke's incidental notice of the cost of the books belonging to those that used curious arts, to Parierga, the regular name for sorcery and divination, destroyed by their owners in the first transports of conversion to a new faith. Such converts, indeed, after their early zeal had cooled down, were not likely to resist the allurements of the endeavor to reconcile their ancient, far-famed wisdom with the new revelation, in short, to follow the plan invented not long before by the Alexandrian Jew in his reconciliation of Plato with Moses and the prophets. In Ephesus, says Matter, the speculations of the Jewish-Egyptian school and the semi-Persian speculations of the Kabbalah had then recently come to swell the vast conflux of Grecian and Asiatic doctrines. So there is no wonder that teachers should have sprung up there who strove to combine the religion newly preached by the apostle with the ideas so long established in the place. As early as the year AD 58, St. Paul, in his first epistle to Timothy, enjoins him to warn certain persons to abstain from teaching strange doctrines, those myths and interminable genealogies that only breed division. These same myths and genealogies apply without any doubt to the theory of the emanation of the Aeon Sephiroth, and to all the relations between the good and bad angels that the Kabbalists had borrowed from the religion of Zoroaster. Again, after condemning certain doctrines concerning the obligation to complete asceticism, adopted literally from the Essenes, the apostle adds, "Keep safe the precious charge entrusted to thee, avoiding profane novelties and the antitheses of the knowledge, falsely so called, of which some making profession have gone astray from the faith of Christ." It was assuredly not the mere fables by which the new converts sought to enrich and complete the Christian doctrine, such as we still have samples of in the childish, though pious fictions of the apocryphal Gospels. Such things as these were certainly not the false knowledge, which set itself up against the true knowledge, that is, revelation itself, as something superior to that revelation. It must, on the contrary, have been a doctrine professing to make a science out of the Christian faith, and that, too, a science founding its principles upon antitheses. Now, what are these antitheses, or oppositions, but the teaching of the Zendavesta concerning the two empires of light and darkness, the two grand classes of intelligences, the good and the evil spirits, and the perpetual combat going on between them? Now these antitheses, or the principle of dualism, is that which forms the most conspicuous feature of the Gnostic scheme, and in the Apostles' words, we trace one of the most obvious ways in which such doctrines were communicated, and how they insinuated themselves into the infant church. In fact, the ancient commentators, Theodoret and Chrysostom, who were thoroughly conversant with the Gnosticism of their own day, apply this passage of St. Paul to that actual precursor of Gnosticism, his indefatigable rival Simon Magus himself, whose curious tenets had by that time been widely diffused throughout Asia Minor. So deeply rooted were such speculations in the minds of many of the Ephesians that the apostle, in his second epistle to Timothy, written 6 years later, returns perpetually to the subject, whilst in his epistle to the church at Ephesus he entreats his flock not to be seduced by vain discourses or new-coined appellations, as one reading has it, and which applies forcibly to the Gnostic nomenclature, nor by human doctrines that have no more solidity in themselves than the wind, whereof no one knows whence it cometh, or whither it goeth. Nay more, he even employs the very terminology of Gnosticism, as when he says, "Ye were dead in error and in sins. Ye walked according to the aeon of this world, according to the archon who has the dominion of the air, that is, the demiurgus Ildabaoth." Here we have the devs of Zoroaster, whose hosts fill the air, deceive mankind, blind their understandings, and lead them into temptation. Again, when he adds, "We war not against flesh and blood, but against the dominions, the powers, the lords of the darkness, the malevolence of the spirits in the upper regions." All these are regular Gnostic epithets, having also their place in the Kabbalistic theology. The later Gnosticism is, in fact, as Chiflet has well expressed it, the spirit of Asiatic antiquity seeking to assert its empire over the soul of man by insinuating itself into the Christian Church. Theophytes, even in the early times of Hippolytus, boasted that they of all men were the only real Christians, because they alone comprehended the real nature of the Savior. At the same time, they diligently attended the celebration of all the ancient mysteries, notably the Eleusinian and the Phrygian, declaring that through their knowledge they had gotten the key to the hidden meaning of the whole ceremonial, which by types and figures foreshadowed the coming of the Christ. But indeed, Gnosticism, in its primitive form, had almost supplanted, by spiritualizing it, the beautiful materialism of the early Greek and Latin mythologies. Catholicism, through its unity and greater simplicity, in the end triumphed over the conflicting Gnostic philosophies, which became extinct as a professed religion in the 6th century, so far as Europe was concerned, and whose relics in Asia were at the same moment covered over with impenetrable obscurity by the sudden deluge of the Mohammedan conquest. Nevertheless, even in the first-named scene of its domination, it was not to be eradicated without leaving behind it deep traces in the writings and symbolisms of the magicians, astrologers, and seekers after the grand arcanum throughout the whole course of the Middle Ages. Thus there is a passage in Dante replete with the profoundest symbolism, and which, of course, our Freemasons claim for their own, and that with all possible security, because the very nature of the assumption exempts them from being called upon to publish the interpretation of the mystery. The poet here tells how the 5 times 7 letters making up the 5 words diligite justitiam qui judicatis terram came forth in the star Jupiter when the beatified spirits of just princes hovered over the final M, forming their hosts into the figure of an eagle. Certainly the importance given to the numerals 5 and 7 in this revelation savors much of Gnostic phraseology and reminds one of the 30 letters which make up the quadrisyllabic name of God, as made known by truth unto the heresiarch Marcus, the history of which shall be given in the fitting place. Dante had before spoken of the awe that overcomes him before the B and ICE, evidently the initials of some mighty password, although his commentators most prosaically interpret them as the mere diminutive of the name of his lost love, Beatrice. It was to its connection with Gnosticism that primitive Christianity owed the accusation of being a magical system, a superstition not only nova, but malefica. There is a curious passage in Dio Cassius, where, mentioning how the Christian legion in MC Aurelius's Quadian War obtained rain from heaven through their prayers, he remarks, "The Christians can bring about anything they desire through prayer." In later times, the various factions within the Church were fond of retorting upon each other this ancient aspersion of the pagans. It was on the charge of magical practices, says Ammianus, that the Arians managed to depose and exile the great Athanasius himself. The history of Gnosticism, written by its contemporaries, still forms a copious library, despite the losses and damages it has sustained through the injuries of time. In the carrying out of the chief object of the present work, the elucidation of the tangible remains of the Gnosis, no historical record has yielded me by any means so much service as the refutation of all heresies, composed by Hippolytus, Bishop of Ostia, Portus, early in the 3rd century. Many points, hitherto seeming hopelessly enveloped in darkness, have been made clear by the careful perusal of his judicious summaries of the systems of the different Gnostic apostles. His views of their doctrines are evidently drawn up with equal candor and intelligence, and fully bear out his declaration that his design was not to vilify the holders of such doctrines, but merely to make known the sources whence they had really derived their pretended revelation. And he keeps his word throughout, never once indulging, like the later controversialists, in invectives against asserted practices, but exhibiting the tenets only of his opponents, and, with much ingenuity, showing up their gross plagiarism from pagan philosophy. His eagerness for discovering the latter source in the fount of every Gnostic stream sometimes leads him to detect relationship that does not actually exist, and still oftener to pronounce a recent copy of the other what was in reality drawn directly from the same Oriental prototype, true origin of the old Greek idea with which he identifies it. But this invaluable, as well as most interesting treatise breathes all through that spirit of charity and forbearance that made a writer belonging to a still persecuted religion happy to be allowed to subsist through the tolerance of its neighbors. The abuse and scurrilous tales in which the later Epiphanius revels sufficiently indicate the writer belonging to an established church, able at length to call in the secular power to assist in convincing all adversaries of their errors by the unanswerable arguments of rack, rope, and faggot. Irenaeus, a Gaul by birth and disciple of Polycarp, himself a disciple of St. John, was elected Bishop of Lyon in the year 174. In that city he composed his great treatise, generally styled 5 Books Against Heresies, written in an easy and indeed elegant style, although in one place he excuses its rudeness by the fact of his having been forced during so many years to converse in a barbarous language, a remark of interest as showing that Celtic still remained the vulgar tongue in his diocese. He is supposed to have died soon after the year AD 200, and therefore is somewhat earlier than Hippolytus, who was put to death in AD 222, and whose refutation was clearly written after the death of Irenaeus, for he quotes him occasionally by the title O Makarios, the deceased, and has incorporated some entire chapters respecting Marcus in his own work. The great Origen, another contemporary, has given some important details concerning the religious systems of the Oppites in his celebrated Reply to Celsus. 2 centuries after him comes Theodoret, Bishop of Cyrrhus in Syria, during the second quarter of the 5th century, who has left very full particulars respecting the great Gnostic school flourishing in that region. The other Christian writers who have treated upon the origin and nature of the same doctrines were nothing more than ignorant churchmen, able to discern nothing in any religion beyond its external forms, and which they construed in the darkest possible sense, ever seeking for the worst interpretation of which these external appearances were susceptible. At the head of this latter class stands Epiphanius, author of the most detailed and, from its furious partisanship, amusing account of the Gnostic sects that is extant, his vast Panarion, bread-basket, or rather scrap-basket, a whimsical title intended to express the motley nature of its contents, picked up from all quarters. This immense folio, admirably translated into elegant Latin by the learned Petavius, is of the highest interest, full of pictures of the struggles of the human mind to devise for itself a revelation that shall plausibly solve all the problems of man's other nature. Its compiler lived as Bishop of Salamis in Cyprus AD 367-403, and displays great zeal in raking up all manner of scandalous stories against the enemies of his adoptive church. But there is one thing that gives immense value to his labors, the minute account given of Manichaeism, that latest and grandest development of the Gnosis, which had come into existence in the interval between Epiphanius and Hippolytus. The rule observed by all these later historians of Gnosticism is to represent it as a mere spurious offshoot and corruption of Christianity, invented, usually out of disappointed ambition, by apostates from the true faith established by the several apostles in the eastern provinces of the empire, a mode of representing the system than which nothing can be more unfounded. For in its earliest shape, such as it shows itself in the doctrine of Simon Magus or of Basilides, the heaven-sent knowledge merely added upon the old foundations such articles and terms of the Christian faith as seemed capable of being assimilated to and combined therewith, whilst on the other hand she availed herself of the machinery of the older paganism to elucidate and prove the mysteries of the new theosophy. And this was conspicuously the character of the systems of Justinus and of the Parate, as the very curious extracts given by Hippolytus from their textbooks exhibit to the astonishment of the modern reader. That sagacious controversialist was right in calling all these heresies nothing better than the old philosophies disguised under new names. His only error lay in not going back far enough to find their ultimate source. Basilides, for example, never professed Christianity. In fact, Tertullian calls him a Platonist. But he superadded upon the esoteric doctrines of the Egyptian priesthood the newly imported notions of Buddhism, that probable source of so much that is strange in the Gnosis. The introduction of the religion of Buddha into Egypt and Palestine, a fact only recently discovered, yet substantiated by strong monumental testimony, affords the best solution for innumerable difficulties in the history of religion. But the circumstances relating to this very important question must be reserved for a separate chapter. As for the actual textbooks of the Gnostics, which in their day formed so immense a library, every founder of a sect being, as if by obligation, a most prolific writer, as Hippolytus shows by the number of works he quotes, hunted up and carefully destroyed by the victorious Orthodox, never perpetuated by transcripts after the sectaries became extinct, all have perished, leaving one sole specimen to attest their nature. But this survivor is of a character so wild and wondrous that had fortune left it to our choice, we could not have preserved a more characteristic representative of its class. This is the Pistis Sophia, Faith Wisdom, a work to be perpetually quoted in the following pages, as it throws more light upon the actual monuments of Gnosticism than could hitherto be collected from all the other writers on the subject put together. On this account, a brief summary of its contents will be the best introduction to our inquiry into the nature of the system. Pistis Sophia. This treatise, ascribed to Valentinus, I know not on what authority, was discovered by Schwarze in a Coptic MS, preserved in the British Museum. He transcribed the Coptic text and translated it into Latin. Both texts and version were published by Petermann in the year 1853. The original is copiously interspersed with Greek words and phrases. In fact, the Coptic was evidently so poor a language as to have no terms of its own to express any but the most materialistic ideas. The matter of its professed revelation is set forth also with endless repetitions, bespeaking a language destitute of relative pronouns, of conjunctions, and of all the other grammatical refinements necessary for the clear and concise expression of thought. The authorship of this record is assigned by itself in several places to Philip the Apostle, whom the Savior bids to sit down and write these things. This circumstance made me at first conclude it to be the lost Gospel of Philip quoted by Epiphanius, but the particular anecdote adduced by him from that Gospel is not to be discovered anywhere in this. But as the original is full of wide lacunae, which often fall in very interesting places, as if purposely defaced to escape the eyes of the profane, such an omission is not altogether conclusive against the identity of the two. The nature of the book may be briefly sketched as follows. It professes to be a record of the higher teaching of the Savior, communicated to his disciples during the 11 years he passed with them on earth after his crucifixion, and when he had returned from his ascension into heaven. This ascension had been made from the Mount of Olives, where he received from on high 2 shining vestures inscribed with 5 mystic words, and the names of all the powers whose domains he had to traverse. He thus, as he relates to the disciples, passes through the gate of the firmament, the sphere of fate, and the regions of the 12 great aeons, all of whom in succession are terror-smitten, and fall down before him and sing hymns of praise. On arriving at the 13th aeon, he finds seated below and weeping the excluded power pistis Sophia, who gives her name to the revelation. She, having once caught a glimpse of the supreme light, was seized with a desire to fly upwards into it. But Adamus, the ruler of her proper place, being enraged at this act of rebellion against himself, caused a false light, a veritable ignis fatuus, to shine upon the waters of the subjacent chaos which lured down the hapless aspirant. And she was inextricably immersed in the abyss, and beset by the spirits thereof, all eager to deprive her of her native light. The doctrine of the admixture of light, derived from the treasure of light, with matter, its imprisonment therein, and its extraction and recovery by the appointed receivers of the light, is the pervading idea of this revelation, to a greater extent even than in the Ophite scheme. As part of the same notion comes the frequent allusion to the charismos, or a chaotic commixture of light and matter, to reorganize which is the special object of the Savior's descent from above. At least one half of the book is taken up with the account of the successive steps by which she ascends through all the 12 eons by the Savior's aid, and the confession she sings at each stage of her deliverance out of chaos. Each confession is proposed by Jesus to a disciple for explanation, and is referred to some psalm or other prophecy containing parallel sentiments, this concordance being occasionally made out with considerable ingenuity. A remarkable peculiarity is that all throughout Mary Magdalene is the chief speaker and the most highly commended for her spiritual knowledge, though once she is sharply rebuked by Peter for her presumption in thus perpetually putting herself forward unbidden and not giving the men a chance to speak. After Pistis Sophia has thus regained her lost position, the most valuable portion of the exposition of doctrines commences. The Magdalene asks the great question as to the final cause of sin, to which Jesus returns a long and minute description of the composition of the soul of man, which is fourfold, the divine spark therein, a particle of the light yet entangled in the charasmos, being encased in a threefold envelope formed out of the effluvia of the rebellious eons, the tendency of which is to keep it in subjection to the passions and to themselves, so that when separated from the body, it may not be able to escape out of their domains, the regions of mid-space, here represented as places of pain. These eons are elsewhere identified with the signs of the zodiac. Next cones a detailed account of the rulers of the regions of torment, of their authentic forms, a crocodile, a bear, a cat, a dog, a serpent, a black bull, etc., and of their authentic names. These last are not Semitic, but either Coptic or belong, judging from their terminations, to the mystic language generally used upon the Gnostic stones. After this we have the several punishments appointed for the various sins of mankind, and the exact number of years and even of days required for the expiation of each in its proper dungeon, Tamion. These places of torment are all enclosed within the dragon of outward darkness. It is worthy of remark that the serpent, whenever introduced, is a thing of evil, a sure indication that the book is under the influence of the Kabbalah. The same conclusion is deducible from the malignity pervading the entire dispensation which it pictures, and the evident delight it takes in creating and parceling out the various punishments of which heretics naturally get the largest share. The philosophic Gnostic schemes have no severer penalty for those who do not listen to them than the want of knowledge and the subjection to matter. After purgation in these prisons, the souls are put into new bodies and begin a new probation upon earth. The judge of souls is the Virgin of Light, attended by her 7 handmaids. Certain sins, but few in number, are punished by annihilation, and admit of neither expiation nor atonement. But for all the rest, instant remission is procurable if the friends of the deceased celebrate on his behalf the mystery, or sacrament, of the Ineffable One. This must be the very earliest notice extant of the belief in the efficacy of the offering up of a sacrament for the redemption of souls. There is a singular provision made for the salvation of a perfectly righteous man, but who in his lifetime has not enjoyed the opportunity of being converted. The angels take his departed soul and carry it through all the realms of punishment with the utmost rapidity, and then conduct him before the Virgin of Light, who clothes it in a new body to recommence its earthly career, to obtain there the advantage of the mysteries, and so become an heir of light. The nature of the particular mystery, so perpetually alluded to in this work, is in no place explained. It is, however, the highest of the 24, for such is the number of the mysteries here mentioned, one for each of the grades in its celestial hierarchy, for the 5 marks, for the 7 vowels, for the 5 trees, and for the 7 almonds. Throughout are interspersed frequent allusions to the seals and the numbers of the mysteries, courses, and divine personages, borrowed partly from the usages of the temple, partly from those of the old Egyptian worship. They are repeated and involved in a multitudinous, inextricable sequence that to one not having the key thereto belonging strongly calls to mind the numerical vagaries that flit before the mind when slightly delirious, and which even the plodding German editor confesses in his preface often made his brain whirl as he attempted to transcribe them. Lastly comes a long fragment headed "A Portion of the Prayers of Jesus," which tells more directly upon the subject of these researches than anything that has fallen in my way. The Savior, attended by his disciples, standing sometimes on a mountain, sometimes by the sea, and sometimes in mid-air, addresses prayers to the Father, prefaced with long formulae of the same character and often in the same words as those covering the more important Gnostic monuments. Some of these opening invocations are expounded and seemingly paraphrased in the prayers following them, though not in a very satisfactory manner. Also, Jesus celebrates, with many singular formalities, a sacrifice of wine and water, which, there is reason to believe, is the grand mystery or sacrament so often lauded in the foregoing chapters. The whole closes with a long exposition by him of the influence of the eons of the zodiac upon the soul of the infant born under each, and of the fortunate or malign intervention of the planets in such cases. Of the latter, the sacred names are communicated apparently as used by the Magi. A few Egyptian deities, e.g. Bubastes and Typhon, are named here, and the Syrian Barbelo is frequently introduced as a personage of the very highest importance, being no less than the heavenly mother of the Savior himself. His earthly mother is indeed represented as attending at these revelations, but she plays a very secondary part therein to the Magdalene, and even to Salome. The last thing to be noticed in this most remarkable fruit of a crazy, mystic imagination, it is hard to say whether more Kabbalist, or Magian, or Christian, is the opposed dualism of many of the powers introduced as agents in the economy of the universe. For example, there is an obedient and a rebellious Adamus, that highest name with the earlier Naseni, a great and a little Sabaoth, and similar antitheses to be met with also in the later Ophite schemes. The Book of Enoch. This most ancient, as it professes, of the Hebrew Scriptures being so frequently referred to as the highest authority by the Aeon Pistis Sophia, a brief summary of its doctrine seems to form the necessary complement to the preceding section. The Book of Enoch, though often quoted by the Fathers, had been lost ever since the 8th century, with the exception of a few chapters of a Greek version preserved by Georgius Synkelus, until Bruce brought back 3 copies of it from Abyssinia. In the canon of that church it takes its place in the Old Testament, immediately before the book of Job. This book is divided into 90 chapters, and begins with the preface, "In the name of God, the merciful and gracious, slow to anger, and of great mercy and holiness." This book is the book of Enoch the prophet. May blessing and help be with him who loves him forever and ever. Amen. Chapter 1. This word is the blessing of Enoch with which he blessed the chosen and the righteous that were of old. And Enoch lifted up his voice and spoke, a holy man of God, while his eyes were open, and he saw a holy vision in the heavens, which the angels revealed to him. And I heard from them everything, and I understood what I saw. After this follows the history of the angels, of their having descended from heaven and produced giants with the daughters of men, of their having instructed them in the arts of war and peace and luxury. The names of the leading angels are mentioned, which appear to be of Hebrew origin, but corrupted by Greek pronunciation. The resolution of God to destroy these is then revealed to Enoch. These topics occupy about 18 chapters. From the 18th to the 50th chapter, Enoch is led by the angels Uriel and Raphael through a series of visions not much connected with the preceding. He saw the burning valley of the fallen angels, the paradise of the saints, the utmost ends of the earth, the treasuries of the thunder and lightning, winds, rain, dew, and the angels who presided over these. He was led into the place of the general judgment, saw the Ancient of Days on his throne, and all the kings of the earth before him. At the 52nd chapter, Noah is said to have been alarmed at the enormous wickedness of mankind, and, fearing vengeance, to have implored the advice of his great-grandfather. Enoch told him that a flood of water should destroy the whole race of man, and a flood of fire punish the angels whom the deluge could not affect. In chapter 49, the subject of the angels is resumed. Sameza, Artukaru, Arimaon, Kakabael, Tusael, Ramiel, Damdal, and others to the number of 20 appear at the head of the fallen spirits and give fresh instances of their rebellious dispositions. At chapter 52, Enoch gives his son Methuselah a long account of the sun, moon, stars, the year, the months, the winds, and the like physical phenomena. This takes up 8 chapters, after which the patriarch makes a recapitulation of the former pages. The remaining 20 chapters are employed on the history of the deluge, Noah's preparations for it, and the success which attended them. The destruction of all flesh excepting his family, and the execution of divine vengeance on the angels conclude the work. Gnosticism in its beginning. To begin with the received account of the rise and progress of the Gnostic philosophy, for that is its proper appellation, heresy being properly restricted to differences of opinion between members of one regularly established community, we find that as early as the year AD 35, the Samaritans were regarding Simon Magus as the great power of God, and he and his disciple Cerinthus are represented by the Christian Fathers as the actual founders of Gnosticism under that accepted name. Of the former, Hippolytus gives a history which there is no reason for not accepting as correct in the main particulars. He was a native of Geta in the province of Samaria and commenced his career, and soon acquired great influence amongst his countrymen by practicing magic after the Thrasymedean method, i.e., jugglery, as previously described by Hippolytus, nay more, by working miracles through the agency of devils. Having fallen in love with a beautiful courtesan at Tyre, he bought her from her owner and always carried her about with him, declaring that she was the intelligence, Noia, that of old was imprisoned in the body of the Grecian Helen, then of the lost sheep, but now was restored to him for the salvation of the world. Even before the preaching of Christianity, he had set up for a teacher of a new religion, plagiarized from Moses and Heraclitus, the obscure, based upon the axiom that fire was the first principle of all things, subordinate to which were the 6 radicals, a curiously compounded mixture of Judaism and Magism, of which Hippolytus gives a full though not very intelligible summary. This Simon, after he had ransomed Helen, granted salvation unto men by means of his own knowledge. For inasmuch as the angels had governed the world ill by reason of their own ambitiousness, he pretended that he was come to set all things right. And having changed his form, and made himself like to the principalities, the powers, and the angels, wherefore it was that he showed himself in the form of man, although not a man at all, and had suffered the passion in Judea, although he had not really suffered it. Moreover, that he had manifested himself to the Jews as the Son, in Samaria as the Father, and amongst the Gentiles in other parts as the Holy Ghost. But he submitted to be called by whatsoever name they pleased. The prophets were inspired by the angels, creators of the world, when they delivered their prophecies. On which account they that believe in Simon and Helen pay no regard to them, the prophets, even in our times, and they do whatever they please, pretending that they are redeemed through his grace. Now this same Simon, when he was by his magic arts deceiving many in Samaria, was confuted by the apostles, and having been cursed by them, he afterwards fell from his reputation and invented these fables. At last, having traveled to Rome, he again ran against the apostles, and Peter had many encounters with him when he was seducing multitudes through his magical practices. Finally, having gone into the land of Persia, he took up his abode under a plane tree, and there preached his doctrine. But at last, when he was on the point of being convicted for an impostor, in consequence of his making too long a stay in the same place, he gave out that, if he were buried alive, he would rise again on the third day. And in truth, having caused a pit to be dug by his disciples, he commanded himself to be covered over with earth. They therefore did what he commanded them, but he never came back unto this day, inasmuch as he was not a Christ. Now this is the story told concerning Simon, from whom Valentinus borrowed his first ideas, but called them by different names. For mind, and truth, and the word, and life, and the church, and man, the eons of Valentinus, are confessedly the 6 radicals of Simon, namely, mind, intelligence, voice, name, reason, and thought. But to go on with the series of teachers, this counter-apostolical succession, Simon was followed by Menander, he by Basilides at Alexandria, who, dying about AD 138, was replaced by Valentinus, born of Jewish parentage in the same city. This last is styled by Irenaeus, chief of the Gnostics, on account of the importance and wide diffusion of his doctrines even during his own lifetime. In Syria, other sects were being founded contemporaneously with these, taking their names from Marcion and Bardesan, both of whom tradition represents as Persians by origin, and consequently Magian by religious training. The latter is by some called a native of Pontus, a circumstance, however, making no difference as to the source of his opinions, that region being confessedly the seat of Mithraism and ruled over by a line claiming descent from the first Darius, or a satrap of his. It is needless to enumerate here the founders of less important sects until we come to the uprising of Mainz, author of the most daring and most permanent theosophy of them all, which fought twice over so long and obstinate a battle with the Catholic faith. This sect, its origin and tenets, on account of the curiosity of its doctrines and the immense influence that they exerted over the ancient and medieval world, will be considered at length in another chapter, as will also the Ophites, whose name figures so conspicuously in the history of the primitive church. What has been mentioned above with respect to the countries producing the founders of all these sects, Egypt, Syria, or Persia, leads us to expect to find one common principle pervading the systems of all, and such is most probably the case. The fundamental doctrine held in common by all the chiefs of the Gnosis was that the whole creation was not the work of the supreme deity, but of the demiurgus, a simple emanation, and several degrees removed from the highest power. To the latter indeed styled by them the unknown Father, or as Simon first designated him, the boundless power, and the root of all things, they attributed the creation of the intellectual world, that is, the intelligences, the eons, and the angels, whilst to the demiurgus they referred the creation or the world of matter, subject to imperfection from its very nature. But in order clearly to understand the grand principles underlying these doctrines, it is absolutely necessary to possess the main features of the older systems from which these same doctrines were principally borrowed. these systems being that of the Zendavesta, of the Kabbalah, which is little more than a translation of the same, and of the reformed Brahminical religion as taught by the Buddhist missionaries in the dominions of the Syro-Macedonians, or picked up in India by Alexandrian merchants visiting the emporia of Gujarat for the sake of trade. Although to express their ideas visibly upon their monuments, the elucidation of which is the special object of this treatise, the Gnostics largely borrowed the images and symbols of the ancient Egyptian mythology, especially those connected with the Agathodaimon, the solar god Iao, and the guide of souls, the jackal-headed Anubis. Yet these figures were employed in a new sense, unless indeed we suppose, what is probable enough, that their esoteric meaning had been from the very beginning similar to that published by the teachers of the new faith. This last explanation was in fact the perpetual boast of Valentinus, and runs through every article of his Theosophy as we read it in the interesting summary given by Hippolytus. And again it must never be forgotten, for it is the key to many of the seeming contradictions in the different systems about to be passed in review, that Greek and Jew carried with them their ancient quarrel into the new field of the Gnosis. The former exalts the Bacchic serpent, whilst he makes Sabaoth little better than a demon. The latter continues to abominate the serpent as the impersonation of Satan, but his Sabaoth is the great and good, as Pistis Sophia perpetually entitles him, the defender of the believer's soul against the malignant aeons of the sphere, and the influence of Judaism radiating from its second focus, the school of Alexandria, was so much more powerful than ordinary readers of history have ever suspected, that a few remarks upon this very curious subject will form a useful introduction to our consideration of its later philosophy. Influence of Judaism on the ancient world. People in these times are still so influenced by the ideas engendered by the 15 centuries of ecclesiastical regime, during which hatred and contempt for the Jewish race formed an important Christian virtue, that they entirely overlook the influence exercised by Judaism over the minds of the heathen world so long as the temple stood, and the national worship was celebrated there in all its glory. When the Romans, by their conquest of Syria and soon after of Egypt, came into direct contact with the Jewish nation, although they disliked them individually, yet they conceived an intense admiration for their ancient, mysterious, and solemn worship. But in fact, every institution, hallowed by the stamp of antiquity, immediately commanded the respect of the genuine old Roman. The emperors lost no time in gaining a new patron of mighty and undefined power in Jehovah, by instituting a daily sacrifice to be ever offered at their own cost on behalf of themselves and empire. The discontinuance of this sacrifice by the faction of the Zealots, which had taken possession of the temple, is noted by Josephus as the consummating act of the Great Revolt, an attempt to re-establish independence, which brought down final destruction upon Zion. To give a few examples of the hold Judaism had taken upon the imaginations of the highest classes in Rome, whence its vastly magnified power over the minds of the vulgar may be calculated according to the well-known rule of proportion in such matters. To mark Augustus's freedom from superstition, Suetonius quotes the circumstance of his highly commending the conduct of his grandson, Caius, his heir apparent, because during his visit to Egypt and Palestine he had forborne to visit Apis in the one and the temple in the other country. Putting the two religions in this way upon an equality of itself demonstrates the high place then held by the Jewish in popular estimation. For by that time the Egyptian, as the chapter upon the Serapis worship will show, had to a great extent superseded the worship of the national deities of Rome. Fuscus Aristeus, a friend of Horace's, and therefore to be supposed a person of consequence and of education, makes it his excuse for not attending to a business matter, that the day happened to be the Sabbath, and that he was a little superstitious, like many others. The influence and numbers of the Jews actually residing at Rome under the Republic is strikingly exhibited by some observations of Cicero in his oration in defense of Flaccus. Flaccus, when commanding in Asia, had prohibited the sending of money to Jerusalem. This money can only mean the tribute paid by each adult Jew to the temple of half a shekel, or 2 drachmae a head. Flaccon seized the money that had been collected for the purpose in defiance of his edict, amounting at Apamea to nearly 100 pounds weight of gold, at Laodicea to 20. The only gold piece of the age being the stater, current for 25 drachmae, and of the weight of 50 to the pound. These collections would give us 50,000 tribute payers at the former city and 10,000 at the other. The orator considers this ori Judaici invidia so damaging to his cause that he explains the circumstances in a whisper to the jurymen in order not to excite the indignation of the Jews amongst his audience. He actually declares that Flaccus's enemies had managed that his cause should be tried in that particular court in order to have the aid of the Jews domiciled in that quarter of Rome to intimidate the jury, and so gain a verdict against him. Sequitur auri illa invidia Judaici, hoc nimirum est illud, quod non longe a gradibus Aureliis hic causa dicitur. Ob hoc crimen hic locus abste laeli, atque illa turbacesita est. Cis quanta sit manus, quanta concordia, quantum valeat in concionibus. Submissa voce agam, tantum ut judices audiant. Neque nim desunt quistos in me atque in optimum quemque incitent, quos ego quo id facilius faciant non adjuvabo. And what is still more surprising, this influence continued to work even after the fall of Jerusalem and the extinction of the people as a nation. Spartianus mentions that Severus, in his tour of investigation throughout Asia, when he forbade people to turn Christians, extended the same interdict to the Jewish religion also. Again, to show the natural good-heartedness of Caracalla, he instances his indignation on account of the severe flogging which a boy, his playfellow, had received from his father with the emperor's approbation on the score of his Judaizing. The circumstances of the friendship point out that the boy thus made a confessor must have belonged to one of the best families of Rome. Such a position yet retained by the religion of Abraham is almost inconceivable at that late period, when it had, besides the vigorous and ever-increasing growth of Christianity, to contend with the varieties of the Gnosis which suited themselves to every taste, and in many instances had sprung immediately out of herself, not out of her hated daughter and rival, and by their union with heathen philosophy were naturally more attractive to the Gentiles than the original parent. Even at the time when one would have expected the prejudice against anything belonging to that nation to have been the most violent amongst the Romans, we find Vespasian, the actual destroyer of their national existence, erecting a statue in the most honorable of all situations to an Alexandrian Jew, Tiberius, who had assisted him in his attempt to gain the empire, in some manner not recorded, but possibly in his capacity of the Rothschild of the age, by an opportune loan. It is true that Juvenal cannot repress his indignation of all this prostitution to a foreigner of an honor before confined to the most eminent of his countrymen, and hints it to be the duty of every true Roman to express his sense of the injury by committing nuisances under the very nose of the statue. Atque triumphales, inter quos ausus habere, nescio quis titulos, Egyptius atque alabarches, cujus ad effigiem non tantum meere fas est. In the 3rd century we find the model emperor Severus Alexander setting up the image of Abraham by the side of Christ and Orpheus, all considered as the divinely inspired founders of the several schools of mystery, or to go to the probable root of the belief, as so many different Buddhas, in the most holy recess of his domestic chapel. A little research amongst the annals of the later emperors would no doubt furnish many other examples of the hold taken by various particulars of the Jewish creed in its Babylonian and Alexandrian phases upon the religious notions of the Romans. The fact is easily accounted for when men's ideas upon the nature of the soul, of God's government, and of a future state are entirely vague, as were those of the educated heathen of those times, when old traditions being discarded as mere unsatisfying poetical fables, they attempted to build up systems that should explain every difficulty by the help of reason and philosophy alone, although destitute of any solid grounds upon which to lay the first foundation of the fabric. Things being in this state, a religion venerable by its antiquity, itself an impenetrable shield against the shafts of infidelity, as even Tacitus concedes, Hae ritus, quoquo modo inducti, antiquitate defenduntur, possessing a complete system that solved every problem by a professedly divine revelation, totally setting itself above reason and human experience, but proclaiming unquestioning credence as the most meritorious of virtues. Such a religion could not but gain the victory over its disorderly and discordant competitors, which had nothing but arguments deduced from probabilities and analogies wherewith to oppose it. The same contest we behold passing under our own eyes. Roman Catholicism, with its doctrines overthrown, exploded, rejected by reason, learning, and philosophy, for the space of 3 centuries, is again rapidly bringing back into her fold her lost sheep, which, having wandered through the tempting ways of Protestantism and of philosophy or infidelity, however people choose to call it, and unable to discover any reason that will bear the test for standing fast at any ultimate point as the absolute truth, at last return weary and disappointed to whence they started, and find it conducive to peace of mind to accept assertion for demonstration, and the age of a tenet as equivalent to its truth. There is yet another consideration that is of great importance in the present inquiry, which is the close affinity between the Judaism of this period and Magian, the extent of which will be pointed out in the following sections when we come to speak of the Talmud. Remembering how much of the machinery of the one was borrowed from the other, there is little cause for astonishment at discovering that what are generally considered peculiarly Jewish titles of deity upon relics may rather be attributed to a Magian source. The 3 circumstances thus briefly adduced, namely, the direct influence of the religion of Zion as a mystery of the most venerable antiquity, vying with those of Egypt and of Babylon, its subsequent indirect influence through its offshoots, which left its visible impress upon things tangible, the virtue of its connection with the creed of the Magi, the secret priesthood, or rather Freemasons of the ancient world. These are the things solving the difficulty that must have struck any inquiring mind when beginning to study the so-called Gnostic remains. From the foregoing considerations, at least a plausible reason may be gathered for the fact of the Hebrew names of the deity and of his angels and of the patriarchs, so perpetually being repeated on works presenting the figures of genii and of astral spirits, forms of idol monsters the most repugnant, one would have thought, to the feelings of the worshippers of those sacred names, profaned by such union, and imagery, from beholding which the true follower of Moses must certainly have recoiled in horror. The Zendavesta. The Zendavesta, literally text and comment, is the doctrine of Zoroaster, Zarathustra, comprised in 8 parts, written at different periods, but of which the earliest have been assigned to the date of BC 1200-1000. In its present form, it was collected by Ardashir, the founder of the Sasanian dynasty, from oral tradition, at the time when he re-established the ancient religion of Persia. In this revelation, the Supreme Being is called Boundless Time, Zarvana Akarana, because to him no beginning can be assigned. He is so surrounded by his own glory and so far exalted beyond all human comprehension that he can only be the object of silent veneration. The beginning of creation was made by means of emanations. The first emanation of the Eternal One was light, whence issued Ormuzd, Ahura Mazda, the King of Light. Ormuzd is styled the firstborn of boundless time, and the Pharaoh of him, or pre-existing soul, type or idea in Platonic phrase, had existed from all eternity within the primitive light. By means of his word, Ormuzd created the pure world of which he is the preserver and the judge. Next, he created in his own image the 6 Amsha spans, who stand about his throne and are his agents with the lower spirits and with mankind, whose prayers they offer up to him, and to whom they serve for models of perfection. These Amsha spans, of whom Ormuzd is the first, thus making up the mystic number 7, are of both sexes, and the Gnostics adopted them, as we shall see further on, into their own systems with the same distinction of sex. The next series of emanations were the Isids, 28 in number, of whom Mithras is the chief. Like the superior order, they watch over the purity and happiness of the world, of which they are the genii and guardians. The principal names amongst them are Vohu Mano, Mazda, Asha, Vayu, Ventus, Geusurvi, soul of the earth, Sraosha, who exactly answers in point of duties to the Grecian Hermes and Jewish Gabriel, for he carries the mandates of Ormuzd, and conveys up to him the souls of the righteous. The third series, the Pharaohers, are in number infinite. These are the thoughts or ideas conceived in the mind of Ormuzd before he proceeded to the creation of things. They are the protectors of mankind during this mortal life and will purify their souls on the day of the resurrection. The creation of these chiefs, with their angelic hosts, had become necessary. Ahriman, the second-born of the Eternal One, like Ormuzd, an emanation from the primal light, and equally pure but ambitious and full of pride, had become jealous of the firstborn. On this account, the Supreme Being condemned him to inhabit for 12,000 years the space that is illumined by no ray of light, the black empire of darkness. This interval will suffice to decide the struggle between light and darkness, between good and evil. Ahriman, in order to oppose his rival, created in his turn 3 series of evil spirits, corresponding in number and antagonistic in office, to each one of the good, and, like them, male and female. The first series is that of the archdevs, chained each one to his respective planet, and of whom the chief is Astamogd, the 2-footed serpent of lies. These devs are the authors of all evil, both physical and moral, throughout the universe. Ormuzd, after a reign of 3,000 years, then created the animal world in 6 periods, creating first light, a faint image of the light celestial, then water, earth, plants, beasts, and lastly, man. Ahriman had concurred in the creation of earth and water, for darkness being already inherent in these 2 elements, Ormuzd was unable to exclude its nature from them. Ormuzd had produced by his word a being the type and source of universal life for all creation. This being was called life, or the bull. The same word in Zend stands for both. This creature Ahriman contrived to destroy, but out of its scattered seed, Ormuzd, through the agency of the Amshaspan Safandomad, wisdom, formed the first human pair, Meskia and Meskiane. This couple Ahriman, by a bribe of fruits and milk, succeeded in corrupting, having gained over the female first. Then to all the good animals made by Ormuzd, he opposed by his own creation as many mischievous and venomous ones. The struggle still goes on. The power of darkness often is the superior, but the pure souls are assisted and defended by the good genii, and will ultimately triumph. For when things shall seem at their worst, and evil all-powerful in the creation, 3 prophets shall appear and restore the lost light. One of these, Sosiok, shall regenerate the world and restore it to its pristine excellence. Then comes the general resurrection, when the good shall immediately enter into this happy abode, the regenerated earth, and Ahriman, together with his angels and the wicked, be purified by immersion in a lake of molten metal, so as to render them fitting members of the new kingdom. Thenceforth all will enjoy unchangeable happiness, and, headed by Sosiok, ever sing the praises of the Eternal One. The religion of Zoroaster was a reformed version of the ancient creed held by the inhabitants of Erytani in Bactria. For it is probable that the first gods of the Aryan race, before it split into Indian and Zend, were the powers of nature, Indra, thunder, Mithra, sunlight, Vayu, wind, Agni, fire, Armaiti, earth, Soma, intoxication. The worship of the last may have been the source of the Dionysia, introduced from India, as the Greeks themselves always asserted. These powers were called Ahuras and Devas indifferently, but Zoroaster reduced all these powers to the secondary rank of angels and used the name Devas in a bad sense only. The Zoroastrian was the established religion of the Persians at the time when they conquered Assyria, and, to a great extent, it superseded the material idolatry of the Babylonians, whose gods Darius and Xerxes melted down without any scruple. But matter is of opinion that the College of Magi, established long before the Persian conquest of Babylon, accepted the new religion upon the change of masters, retaining nothing of the old besides astrology and divination. It must not be forgotten how large a portion of the Jewish captivity remained permanently in Assyria, only 2 tribes, Judah and Levi, having been sent back to Jerusalem by Cyrus, and Babylon long continued the seat of a most flourishing rabbinical school, whilst Judea itself, down to the time of the Macedonian conquest, remained a province of the Persian Empire. How important a part of the Persian population at a much later period were either Jews or under Jewish influence appears from the very remarkable assertion of Josephus that his nation were encouraged to brave all extremities in their final struggle against the power of Rome by the confident expectation of aid from their brethren beyond the Euphrates. And 3 centuries later, Ammianus notices that Julian's invading army came upon a city entirely inhabited by Jews in the very center of Persia. After the captivity, the principal literary establishments of the Jews appear to have been seated in Central Asia. The schools of Nahardea, of Sora, of Punbiditha were at least as famous as the schools of Palestine. The latter even appear to have paid a sort of filial deference to these foundations. The Chaldee version of the Pentateuch, made by Onkelos of Babylon, was accepted as the authorized version by all the Jews living in Palestine, and the Rabbi Hillel, coming from that capital to Jerusalem, was received by the doctors of the Holy City as an ornament of the same national school, and this only a few years before the birth of Christ. From all these circumstances, it is easy to perceive how much of the Zoroastrian element may have pervaded the Jewish religion at the time of the promulgation of Christianity, when its principal teachers were the Pharisees or separatists, if indeed their doctors did not actually get their appellation from the word Farsi, Persian, an etymology that has something to recommend it. These doctrines, as then taught, are set forth in the Kabbalah, or traditions, so called from Kabbal, to receive, the main features of which shall be sketched in the following sections. The Kabbalah and the Talmud. The origin of the Kabbalah is placed by most authors much later than that of Christianity, and indeed it is not impossible that its doctrines may have received great developments after that epoch. Nevertheless, the elements of them go back to a much more remote antiquity. The Book of Daniel bears the most conspicuous traces of this antiquity, and to the attestation of this record are added other proofs no less convincing. The idea of emanation is, so to speak, the soul, the essential element of the Kabbalah. It is likewise, as we have already seen, the essential character of Zoroastrianism. We may therefore consider that it was through their very intimate connection with Persia that the Jews imbibed that idea. According to the Kabbalah, as according to the Zendavesta, all that exists has emanated from the source of the infinite light. Before all things existed, the primal being, the Ancient of Days, the eternal King of Light. This King of Light is the All. He is the real cause of all existence. He is the infinite, Ein Sof. He alone is He, there is in Him no thou, but He cannot be known, He is a closed eye. The universe is the revelation of the King of Light, and only subsists in Him. His qualities are manifested in it, variously modified and in different degrees. It is therefore His holy splendor, the mantle, as it were, wherewith He must be clothed in silence. All is an emanation from this being. The nearer, therefore, that any approaches to Him, the more perfect is it, and the less so does it become as it recedes from Him. This idea of gradation is eminently Persian. Before the creation of the world, the primal light filled all, so that there was no void at all. But when the Supreme Being, residing within this light, resolved to display and manifest His perfection, He retired within Himself and formed around Him a void space. Into this void He let fall His first emanation, a ray of the light, which is the cause and principle of all existence, uniting in itself the generative and conceptive forces, being both father and mother in the sublimest sense, pervading all, and without which nothing can, for an instant, subsist. From this double force, designated by the first two letters of the name Jehovah, Yod, He, emanated the firstborn of God, the Tikkun, or universal type, Platonic idea, and the general container of all beings, united within Himself by means of the primal ray. He is the creator, preserver, and prime animator of the world. He is the light of light, possessing the three primitive forces of the Godhead, the light, the spirit, and the life. Inasmuch as He has received what He gives, the light and the life, He is considered as equally a generative and conceptive principle as the primitive man, Adam Kadmon, and as man himself is called the little world, or the microcosm, so this being, his type, is properly designated the great world, or macrocosm. In this their Adam Kadmon, the principle of light and life, the Kabbalists have united the attributes of the same principles amongst the Persians. Adam Kadmon has manifested himself in 10 emanations, which are not indeed actual beings, but sources of life, vessels of the almighty power, types of all the creation. Their names are the crown, wisdom, prudence, magnificence, severity, beauty, victory, glory, foundation, empire. To wisdom they gave the title Yah, to prudence Jehovah, to magnificence El, to severity Elohim, to victory and glory Sabaoth, to empire Adonai. These are all attributes of the Supreme, as displayed in His works, through which alone it is possible for the human mind to conceive Him. To the same emanations the Kabbalists give other titles which constantly present themselves in Gnostic inscriptions. For example, the crown, Parmenides also calls the Godhead Stephanos, has the synonym of or, light, possibly the same with our, the name of a Sabaean genius. Wisdom is called nous and logos, and is equivalent to the Sophia of Gnosticism. She has also the names of fear, depth of thought, Eden, according to the several passions that animate her. Prudence is the river flowing out of paradise, the fountain of the oil of unction. Magnificence has for symbol a lion's head, severity, a red and black fire, beauty, the colors green and yellow. The symbol of beauty is an illuminating mirror. Victory is Jehovah Sabaoth, having for symbol the pillar on the right hand, called Jachin. Glory has the left pillar, Boaz, called likewise the old serpent, and sometimes cherubim and seraphim. This principle answers to the genius Ophis of the Gnostic systems. Jachin and Boaz signify strength and power. They figure conspicuously in the symbolism of the secret societies of modern times, and naturally so, for these Illuminati have borrowed, probably without understanding it, all the terminology of the Valentinians and the Kabbalists. Foundation becomes the tree of the knowledge of good and evil, also Noah, Solomon, and the Messiah, all which titles merely express the eternal alliance existing between the Supreme and all that emanates from Him, and in virtue whereof He brings back into Himself all the souls that have lost their original purity. Empire is the consuming fire, the wife of the Church, all three titles being also employed in the Valentinian system. The relationship of the Sephiroth, or eons, to one another, the Kabbalists represent by a number of circles intersecting in a mysterious manner ad infinitum, or again, by the figure of a man or of a tree made up of such circles. The figure of the man, Ser en Pen, consists of 243 numbers, being the numerical value of the letters in the name Abram and signifying the different orders in the celestial hierarchy. The first idea of this type was possibly borrowed from the Hindu figure of Brahma, and the several types typified by the different parts of his body, to which mystical values are still attached by the Hindus. The 10 Sephiroth served as types or models for the visible creation, and from them emanated the 4 worlds, Aziluth, Berea, Jezira, and Asiya, each world successively proceeding out of the one above it, and each in succession, enveloping its superior. A theory this, possibly borrowed from Plato's description of the arrangement of the 7 spheres, as given in the Vision of Error at the end of his Republic, where he compares them to a set of the hemispherical bowls used by jugglers, fitting into and moving loosely within each other. These 4 worlds become less pure as they descend in the series, the least pure of all being the material world. But nothing is entirely material, for all subsists through God, the ray of his light penetrating through all creation, being the life of the life, and consequently, all is God. This universal all is divided into 32 gates, the elements or energies out of which all beings are formed. The world Aziluth is inhabited by the Parsupaim, the purest emanations of the deity, having nothing material in their composition. Berea is possessed by an inferior order, who are the servants of Aziluth, although still immaterial creatures. Still lower are the inhabitants of Jezira, to which world belong the cherubim and seraphim, the Elohim and the Bene Elohim. But Asiya is peopled by gross material existences of both sexes, the Qliphoth, delighting in evil, whose chief is Belial. These last beings are full of ambition, and ever at war with the pure spirits of the superior worlds, whose empire they unceasingly endeavor to usurp. The 3 superior orders just described answer to the Amshaspans, Izids, and Fravashis of Zoroaster, as do the Qliphoth, in their vast numbers and malicious nature, to his devs. This discord did not exist in the beginning. It was the result of a revolution in heaven, called the Fall of the 7 Kings, from whom the Creator, as a punishment, extracted the principle of good and light, and bestowed it upon the inhabitants of the 3 superior spheres. This last notion is common to many forms of Gnosticism. The Ophites make Achamoth extract from Ildabaoth and his 6 sons the inherent ray of divine light, in order to bestow it upon man. Again, the Pistis Sophia represents 2 great angels, Melchizedek and Zoroaster, gatherer of light, making their annual rounds through the rebellious eons of the sphere, zodiacal signs, and squeezing out of them all the rays of divine light that are still left in their composition, which having been all extracted, the fullness of time and the kingdom of heaven are come. And so, according to the Kabbalah, when the contest shall have endured for the space ordained from the beginning of the world, the Supreme shall deliver the spirits in Ashaya from their material envelope, shall strengthen the feeble ray of his light that is within them, and shall establish its pristine harmony throughout all creation. The human soul is composed of all parts borrowed from each of these 4 worlds. From Asia it gets the Nephesh, or seat of the physical appetites, from Jezira the Ruach, or seat of the passions, from Bria the Neshama, or reason, and from Aziluth it obtains the Chaya, or principle of spiritual life. This looks like an adaptation of the Platonic theory of the soul's obtaining its respective faculties from the planets in its downward progress through their spheres. But the Pistis Sophia, with its accustomed boldness, puts this theory into a much more poetical shape. The inner man is similarly made up of 4 constituents, but these are supplied by the rebellious aeons of the sphere, being the power, a particle of the divine light, divinae particula aurae, yet left in themselves, the soul, formed out of the tears of their eyes, and the sweat of their torments, the antimimon pneumatos counterfeit of the spirit, seemingly answering to our conscience, and lastly, the Moira fate, whose business it is to lead the man to the end appointed for him. If he hath to die by the fire, to lead him into the fire, if he hath to die by a wild beast, to lead him unto the wild beast, etc. But in truth, the entire system of this most wondrous gospel is a mixture of the Kabbalah with the ideas of Magi and astrology, clouded under the terminology of the old Egyptian creed, to which belong its triple powers, invisible gods, and the proper forms, assigned by it to the different eons. All the human race having sinned in the first man, that is, as regards their souls, all which were necessarily contained within his soul at the time of the fall, these souls are exiled hither into prisons of matter, called bodies, in order to expiate their sin and to exercise themselves in good during their residence on earth. Such as upon quitting the body are not found sufficiently purified for entrance into Aziluth, have to recommence their penance in this world. Hence the question of the disciples, whether a man's being born blind were the punishment for his own sins, which on this supposition must have been committed by him in a previous life. This penitential transmigration of souls forms a very conspicuous feature in the doctrines set forth in the Pistis Sophia. The wicked, after undergoing torment for periods nicely apportioned to their deserts, in prisons belonging to the several infernal powers, are sent into this world again to inhabit human bodies afflicted in different ways, lame, blind, or sunk in abject poverty. Similarly, the righteous but unregenerate man is provided with a fresh body wherein to avail himself of the sacraments of the new religion, which in his former life he had neglected through ignorance and not willfully. The nature of God and of man is therefore the subject of the Kabbalah. The government of the creation is set forth in the Talmud, the doctrine of which concerning the nature of the angels is extremely important for the understanding of much in Gnosticism. The whole system in this particular is borrowed from the Zendavesta, and could not have originated before, or indeed without the captivity, so opposite is the spirit pervading it to the genius of the Mosaic law. According to it, the government of all things is entrusted to the angels, of whom there are 70 princes, watching over each element, nation, and language. Thus, Jehuel is the prince of fire, and has under him 7 subordinates, Seraphiel, Gabriel, Uriel, Tamanael, Shimsael, Hadranael, and Samiel. Again, Michael is prince of water, and similarly attended by 7 inferior spirits. Moreover, there are an infinity of angels, yet lower in degree, guardians of the various animals, plants, heat, winds, rains, etc. There also are others presiding over the passions of the soul, fear, grace, favor, love, and so on. Hence it is not to be wondered at that the angel who directs the course of the sun should have under him no less than 296 hosts, whose sum is expressed by the numerical letters in the word Haaretz, the earth. The head of them is Metatron, the number of his name being 314, and therefore equivalent to that of Shaddai, the Almighty. Metatron is the Persian Mithras. The names of the others are all compounded with El God, and contain his titles or invocations to him. All this celestial roll call fully explains St. Paul's warning to his flock at Colossae against being reduced into a voluntary, that is, an uncalled for, humility, and the worshipping of angels, whilst the copious appearance of their names upon talismans strongly testifies to the veneration in which their power was held. This last circumstance was a necessity of the case, for all these monuments proceed from 2 sources, the two great schools of Magi mentioned by Pliny, the most ancient, the Chaldean, founded by Zoroaster and Orthanes, the modern of his own day, by Moses and Jambres. So Juvenal, after bringing in the proud and pompous Chaldean, the maker of emperors, cujus amicitia conducendaque tabella magnus civis obit, et formidatus Othoni, makes the poor, trembling Jewess fortune-teller steal in with whispers for the lady's private ear, her profession going no further than the interpreting or the vending of dreams. Qualia cunque voles Iudae somnia vendent. Such nocturnal revelations, we are told, were to be procured by sleeping with the proper talisman put under one's pillow. Thus, a writer on magic, quoted by Camillo di Leonardo, lays down that a woman with her hair hanging down loose, and a man approaching her, making a gesture of love, engraved upon a crystal, or jacinth, being placed under the head, upon going to sleep, will make one see in a dream whatsoever one desires. Such being the nature of the case, the existing productions of Gnosticism will be most appropriately investigated in the present treatise by considering the nature of the various sources from which they emanated. The series commences with the Mithraic, as being the most ancient in origin, and in which the Magian and the Jewish Kabbalistic ideas are found the most frequently united. To this class succeed the Abraxas gems, properly so called, in which the Magian groundwork is modified by the refinements of Basilides, introducing a strong tincture of the primitive Egyptian theology. To Egypt herself more properly belong the Agathodaman talismans, bearing the figure of the good serpent Chnufis, an emblem which gave its name to that very wide-spreading and clearly defined sect, the Ophites. Last of all come the innumerable relics of the worship of Serapis, that most recent of all the gods in the Egyptian pantheon, and in which the Brahminical influence is most distinctly to be traced. This last subject, so curious in itself, shall be the subject of the following section, where the numerous facts brought forward may perhaps serve to remove some of the incredulity with which such a thesis will naturally at first be regarded. Indian sources of Gnosticism, mains. The Persian origin of so considerable a portion of the Gnosis having been set forth in the foregoing pages, it remains to show what portion is due to a purely Indian source, and to indicate the channels through which a direct intercourse was carried on between the farthest east and the foci of Gnosticism, Alexandria and Ephesus. For the Christian Gnosis was indirectly the daughter of the Hindu Gnosis, such as it was taught in the various mysteries, possibly in the Eleusinian and the Phrygian. For a universal tradition made the first founder of mysteries, Bacchus, bring them direct from India, and Jove's Meros, the fabled birthplace of the god, may have been no other than Mount Meru, the Olympus of the Hindu pantheon. Certain Gnostic tenets concerning the duality of the divine emanations, absorption into the Godhead, asceticism, penance, and self-collection, are identical with the Buddhistic teaching upon the same points, of which agreement several remarkable examples will be adduced in their fitting place. But we are not left to mere conjecture on this point, for the actual circumstances of their importation from India are minutely detailed, in one case that doubtless had many parallels, by the laborious Epiphanius in his Life of Manes. This celebrated heresiarch, equally abhorrent to Zoroastrian and Christian orthodoxy, was by birth a Persian named Kubricus, but who upon commencing his mission assumed the title of Manes, signifying in the Babylonian tongue the vessel, for the same reason we may suppose that Dante gives to St. Paul the epithet vas electionis. This Kubricus had been slave and subsequently sole heir to a certain wealthy widow who had inherited all the effects belonging to one Terminthus, surnamed in Assyrian Budas. This Terminthus had similarly been the slave of a rich Saracen merchant, Scythicus, who had studied the Greek language and literature in some place on the borders of Palestine, perhaps the school of Palmyra, and who had there attained to eminence in the empty learning of this world. By constant journeys between his home and India, this Scythicus had amassed a large fortune. With this he settled down in Hypsel in the Thebaid, where he married a beautiful courtesan, whom he had bought and emancipated. Here, out of sheer idleness and licentiousness, he set up to preach new doctrines, not derived from Scripture, but from mere human reason. These doctrines, from the nature of the case, can hardly have been of his own concoction, but in all probability things that he had picked up in India, where all the ancient emporia lay on the Gujarat coast, the seat of the powerful Jaina Buddhist monarchy. A mere Eastern trader, a common Arab merchant who, after making his fortune by long and dangerous travels in the East, who could afterwards, in advanced life, set himself down to study, nay more, to attain proficiency in the Greek philosophy, must have been a man of no ordinary intellect. Assuredly, it was not the mere want of anything better to do, as his malicious biographer asserts, that made him turn preacher of a new religion. His marriage with the enfranchised courtesan looks like a theological addition, added to the portrait for the sake of so completing his resemblance to Simon Magus. The nature of the doctrines he was likely to imbibe in the great Indian marts, Baroche, Barcelore, Pulteney, or in the semi-Grecian cities of Bactria, is attested to this day by the innumerable Buddhist temples and tops, with their deposit of relics yet studding the provinces this side of the Indus, and whose contents declare the flourishing state of that religion even when the country had passed under the rule of the Sasanian kings of Persia. But to return to Scythicus in his retirement. Taking Pythagoras for guide, he composed 4 books, namely the Mysteries, the Summary, the Gospel, and the Treasuries. Pythagoras was then universally believed to have visited India and there to have obtained the elements of his philosophy, which has a certain Brahminical character. After this, Scythicus made a journey to Jerusalem in the very times of the apostles and held conferences with the elders of the church upon the origin of evil and such like points. But not being satisfied by their explanations, he took to preaching magic, the knowledge of which he had gotten along with his other wares from the Indians and Egyptians. But as he was showing off a miracle upon the roof of his house, he fell down and was killed. Upon this, his servant and sole disciple, Terminthus, instead of returning to his mistress at Hypsel, ran off with his money into Persia, where, in order to escape detection, he assumed the name of Buddhas, which signifies wise. This last fact proves incontestably the nature of the doctrines he and his master had been gathering up in their Indian travels, and the truth lying at the bottom of this story seems to be that he gave himself out for a fresh incarnation of Buddha, of which there had been 7 before his date. This Terminthus was himself a man of learning and conversant with his master's 4 treatises. He lodged in the house of a widow, where he used to hold conferences with the priests of Mithras, especially with 2, Parcus and Labdacus, upon the 2 principles, and similar subjects. He too having been killed by accident, like his master, his landlady kept possession of all his baggage, religious books included, and in her turn bequeathed them to her servant Kubricus, the afterwards so celebrated Manes. It is necessary here to point out a certain violent anachronism in the story, as told by Epiphanius. If Scythicus visited Jerusalem at all, he must have done so before the year of its destruction, AD 70. His disciple, Terminthus, could therefore not have survived far into the 2nd century. The landlady of the latter could for this reason have hardly had for slave Manes, who flourished about 200 years later. It is, however, possible that the works plagiarized by Manes had been preserved in her family down to the period of his service in it. In this history of Scythicus, however disguised by tradition, we have at one view the complete history of the rise and progress of Gnosticism. We find an Arab merchant of a subtle and inquiring mind, occupying himself during his long and frequent sojourns at the Indian marts in studying the philosophy of these prevailing religionists, the speculations of the Buddhist monks, and equally investigating the secrets of the wisdom of Egypt when detained at the other headquarters of the Eastern trade. Then, retiring from business, he goes to Palmyra for the purpose of studying Grecian philosophy, as then taught in its school, which philosophy would be no other than Neoplatonism. Thence, returning home, he occupies his leisure in reducing to one harmonious system the numerous conflicting theories upon subjects too high for human knowledge, which he had so laboriously collected from the three great fountains of philosophy, India, Egypt, and Athens. Finally, attracted by the fame of a new religion that professed to throw the clearest light upon all things relating to God and man, being preached at Jerusalem, he immediately starts for the focus of this new light, leaving behind him wife and property, only accompanied by one servant, himself, an educated man, and his own treasured theological speculations. On his arriving at the Holy City, we find him, as might be expected from his previous training, grievously disappointed in his hopes of at last obtaining the solution of all the problems that had so long occupied his thoughts. For on subjects of that kind, the Christian presbyters could tell no more than what he had learnt already from the rabbis of Alexandria or the Jaina monks of Gujarat. Thus disappointed, he appears to have set up himself for a teacher of a new and higher doctrine, supporting his pretensions, after the customary fashion of the times, by miracle working, and as a matter of course getting his career speedily cut short, for Jerusalem was not the place where a new religion would be promulgated with impunity by a single individual, and that too an Arabian. His disciple, Terminthus, taking warning by his fate, resolves to try another school of profound wisdom, formed from time immemorial, but as yet unvisited by his master, and proceeds to hold discussion with the wise men of the East at their head college in Babylon, seeking for the final solution of his difficulties in the doctrine of Zoroaster. It is very probable that he, as the result of this study, engrafted upon the system of Scythicus whatever features of the Zendavesta appeared to him the most satisfactory and consistent best with his preconceived ideas of the truth. It would be interesting to know whether he shaped all these fresh acquisitions into conformity with the original Indian groundwork of his master's system. As already observed, such appears to have been his course from the title that he assumed, declaring himself an eighth Buddha, successor to the famous Gautama, founder of the religion, and like him commissioned to teach a new way of salvation. Terminthus, like his master, came to an untimely end. The Magi were not members of a powerful establishment who would suffer themselves to be puzzled and confuted by an overwise foreigner disputing so boldly. Of providence, foreknowledge, will, and fate, fixed fate, free will, foreknowledge absolute. Still less to allow him to go off exulting in his victory, as his asserted follower Man likewise found to his cost. Manes himself appears to have belonged to the order of Magi, probably being admitted after gaining his freedom and changing his name, for he is reported to have been famous for his skill in astrology, medicine, magic, and painting. This last is curious. It shows that the Magi, like the medieval monks, monopolized the arts as well as the sciences of their times. Whether he conceived the scheme from the accidental acquisition of the writings of Scythicus or not, Monsieur Matter supposes him to have got his first inspiration from some Egyptian Basilidan who had found his way into Persia. Certain it is that he first gave to these notions a definite shape, and constructed his system with such skill that it spread not merely all over the East, but throughout Europe. In the latter region, its importance is evinced by the fact, mentioned incidentally by Ammianus, that Constantine himself, before finally changing his religion, following the apostolical precept, "Try all things, hold fast that which is good," carefully studied the Manichaean system under the guidance of the learned Musonianus, whom we must suppose to have been a great doctor of the sect. Nay more, this religion, after long seeming extinction from the pertinacious persecution of the Byzantine emperors, again blazed forth with extraordinary luster in the Paulicianism of the Middle Ages. The grand purpose of the scheme of Manet was the reconcilement of the two religions, which had by that time come to dispute the empire of the world, the flourishing, though still unrecognized Christianity of Rome, and the equally vigorous but newly revived Zoroastrism of Sasanian Persia. Calling himself the promised Paraclete, Manes accepted the gospel, but only after purifying it from all taint of Judaism, whilst he utterly rejected the Old Testament. But whilst Zoroaster makes all to begin in the harmony and to end in the mutual reconciliation of the two principles, Manes declares these two principles immutable and existent from all eternity, as they shall continue forever to exist. His good is Zoroaster's Lord of Light, but his bad is Satan matter, deliverance from whose bondage is to be obtained only through the strictest asceticism. From the Christian Church he borrowed its institution of presbyters and deacons, being sensible how greatly that organization had conduced to its rapid development, and in his own enterprise it met with almost equal success. Manes was a genuine pantheist, teaching that God pervaded all things, even plants, of which tenet I subjoin a singular illustration from his once ardent follower, St. Augustine. He also adopted the entire theory of emanations, exactly as it was defined in the older Gnostic systems. St. Augustine's words are, "And I, not understanding this, used to mock at those holy servants and prophets of thine. And what was I doing when I mocked at them, except that I myself was mocked at by thee, being seduced gently and by degrees into such absurdities as to believe that the fig weeps when it is plucked, and likewise its parent tree with tears of milk. Which same fig, however, should any holy man eat, that is to say, after it has been plucked through the sin of another, not by his own, he would mingle with his bowels and breathe out of it angels, nay more, particles of God himself, in his sighs and eructations whilst praying, which same particles of the supreme and true God would have been bound up in that fruit, had they not been set at liberty by the tooth and stomach of the chosen saint. And I, like a wretch, believed that greater compassion ought to be shown unto the fruits of the earth than to man, for whose sake they were created. For if anyone not a Manichaean, being an hungered, should ask for the same, it would have been thought a crime, worthy of capital punishment, if a single mouthful thereof were given to him. Compare the following rule of the Buddhist priesthood. They will not kill any animal, neither root up nor cut any plant, because they think it has life. Manes invented a theory of salvation, so very whimsical that it ought to be inserted here, to recreate the wanderer in this dreary and dusky theological labyrinth. When the Son came into the world to effect the redemption of mankind, he contrived a machine containing 12 bowls, kari, which being made to revolve by the motion of the spheres, attracts into itself the souls of the dying. These the great luminary, the sun, takes and purifies with his rays, and then transfers to the moon, and this is the method whereby the disk, as we call it, of the moon is replenished. Epiphanius triumphantly refutes this theory by asking how the moon's disk was replenished during the 900 years that elapsed after the creation before any deaths took place. But the career of this inventive heresiarch was speedily brought to a close. The Persian king Varanes I, about the year 275, alarmed by the rapid spread of these new doctrines, convoked a general council of the Magi to sit in judgment upon them, by whom the unlucky apostle was pronounced a heretic and a traitor to his own brethren, and sentenced to be flayed alive. Buddhism. For the sake of comparison with the above-described systems, all based upon the doctrine of successive emanations from one first principle, the means of escaping from the bondage of matter, and the struggles of the souls towards ultimate absorption into its original source, I shall subjoin a very brief sketch of the principal features of the Buddhistic theosophy. Here also we find a first Buddha in his proper state of eternal repose, the indolentia of Epicurus, corresponding to the Zoroastrian boundless time and the Valentinian bythos. While in this state termed Nevriti, wishing to create the universe, he produced the 5 divine Buddhas, the makers of the elements, who in their turn produced the 5 Bodhisattvas, and by their agency created the material world. The grand aim of this religion is to effect the release of the soul from its connection with matter. All things, according to the Buddhists, exist only in illusion. Consequently, they can only return into non-existence or repose by means of true knowledge. Compare the Gnosis we are considering. Illusion is the belief in the reality of the eternal world. The degradation of the soul towards matter is the effect of a succession of acts, and therefore its release is effected by relinquishing the belief in the reality of external objects. The Buddhists of Nepal, who have preserved the original doctrines of the religion in their greatest purity, teach the following cosmogony. Padnapani, one of the original 5 emanations, created Brahma, Vishnu, Siva, or the principles of creation, preservation, and destruction. Adi-Buddha first created 13 mansions for his own eternal abode, and for the dwelling place after death of Buddha's followers. Below these are 18 mansions made by Brahma. Lower yet are 6 made by Vishnu, and lowest of all, 3, the work of Siva. These 3 series of abodes receive the souls of the followers of their respective creators. Below all these lie the mansions of the planetary gods, Indra and Chandra. And after these there comes the earth floating upon the face of the waters like a boat. Below these waters are the 7 Patala, or regions of hell, the abode of evil spirits and the damned. This arrangement presents the most striking resemblance to the construction of the Ophite diagramma, to be given further on, which Origen has described from the original, and which M. Matter has reconstructed from Origen's description to illustrate his treatise in his Plate X. The promulgation of these Indian speculations from so remote a source, a difficulty at first sight insurmountable, may nevertheless be readily explained. The spirit of this religion was the spirit of proselytism. The Buddhists from the very beginning sent out their missionaries, some of whose narratives, full of interest, are extant and have been translated from the Chinese, with all the zeal of the old propaganda. From the mainland they converted Ceylon, Japan, and the recesses of Tartary, and penetrated into regions where their former presence and tolerated existence are now little dreamed of. That Buddhism had been actually planted in the dominions of the Seleucidae and the Ptolemies, Palestine belonging to the former, before the end of the 4th century at least, before our era is shown by a clause in the Edicts of Asoka. This prince was grandson to Chandragupta, the Sandrakatas of the Greeks, contemporary and friend of Seleucus I, who, at the head of an army of 60,000 men, had conquered all India within the Ganges. Asoka, at first a licentious tyrant, had embraced the newly preached doctrines of Buddhism, a Brahminical Protestantism, and propagated them by persuasion and by force through the length and breadth of his immense kingdom, with all the usual zeal of a new convert. The edicts referred to are graven on a rock tablet at Girnur in Gujarat. To quote the words of the Indian archaeologist Prinsep, to whom the discovery is due, Article Sextant Indian Antiquities. I am now about to produce evidence that Asoka's acquaintance with geography was not limited to Asia, and that his expansive benevolence towards living creatures extended, at least in intention, to another quarter of the globe, that his religious ambition sought to apostolize Egypt, and that we must look hereafter for traces of the introduction of Buddhism into the fertile valley of the Nile, so productive of metaphysical discussions from the earliest ages. The line which I allude to is the 5th from the bottom. And the Greek king, Yoneraja, besides, by whom the Chapta, Egyptian kings, Ptolemaios, and Gonkakenos, Antigonus Gonatas, have been induced to allow that both here and in foreign countries everywhere, the people may follow the doctrine of the religion of Devanipya, wheresoever it reacheth. The Asenas, so like to Buddhist monks in many particulars, for which see the minute description of this ascetic rule as given by Josephus, had been established on the shores of the Dead Sea for thousands of ages before Pliny's time. On the west, its shores, so far as they are unhealthy, are shunned by the Aseni, a solitary race, and wonderful beyond all others on the globe. Without woman, renouncing all usual enjoyment, without money, associates of the palm trees, from day to day they are recruited by the flocks of newcomers, all those flocking innumerously whom the world drives from itself, all tempest-tossed by the waves of fortune. In this way, incredible to tell, the race wherein no birth ever takes place has endured for thousands of years, so prolific for them is other people's disgust at the world. The great naturalist's thousands of years must be allowed as one of his favorite oratorical tropes, but nevertheless serves for testimony to the belief in the great antiquity of the sect. Perhaps they may have been a continuation of those early ascetic associations known as the schools of the prophets. The influence of Jewish Essenism upon primitive Christianity, as to rules of life at least, is a thing that will not be disputed by any who have read, with a wish to learn the truth, not to evade it, the account of it given by Josephus. But over the semi-Christian Gnostics of Syria, such long-established authority must have had a still stronger influence. It is easy to discover how the source of the slavish notions about the merits of asceticism, penances, and self-torture, of which Simon Stylites is the most conspicuous illustration, was the same one whence the Indian fakirs drew their practice, for even in their methods they were identical. Simon's celebrated life penance, which gives him his title, undergone upon the summit of a lofty pillar, had been practiced in the same regions many generations before his time. The pseudo-Lucian, in his amusing description of the famous temple of the Syrian goddess at Emesa, Dea Syria, particularly notices the phallus or obelisk, 300 feet high, planted in front of the edifice, upon the apex of which the devotee sat without sleep for 21 days and nights, keeping himself awake by constantly ringing a handbell. Ideas like these pervade the Christianity of the Lower Empire, nay, they constitute the very essence of the religion. Neither is it difficult to see upon how many points Manes, with his rigid Buddhistic tenets, came into collision with the humane and rational law of Zoroaster, the brightest system of natural religion ever promulgated, and what good causes Varanas, with his spiritual advisers, had for condemning his heresy. In our investigation of this particular subject, it must never be forgotten that so long as philosophy was cultivated in Greece, even from the times of the Saurian sage, inventor of the name, India was often regarded as the ultimate and purest source of the true wisdom, the knowledge of things divine. Even so late as Lucian's time, the middle of the 2nd century, that author concludes his evidently true history of Antipholus and Demetrius, by making the latter, a cynic philosopher by profession, resign all his property to his friend, and depart for India, there to end his life amongst the Brahmanes. In the same century, the well-known pilgrimage of Apollonius of Tyana and his deep conference with the Indian philosophers, as recorded by his companion Damis, go to prove the same thing. And although the meager journal of the sage's traveling companion may have been largely supplemented and embellished by the fancy of his editor, Philostratus, the main features of the narrative are doubtless authentic. The great thaumaturgist's proceedings, as they're detailed, show how the apparent difficulty of such a pilgrimage vanishes upon a better knowledge of the circumstances. Apollonius presents himself first of all to the Parthian ring, Bardanes, a Philhellene, as he yet boasts himself upon his coinage, and as warns an admirer of Grecian savants as any of his Achaemenian predecessors, from whom he obtains a firman, securing to him protection and entertainment, everywhere within the limits of his rule, which extended then, probably, as far as the Indus. Thenceforward his letters of recommendation from the King of Kings to the various native princes, his allies, secure to the traveler an equally favorable reception. A safe and regular communication between the extreme points of the Persian Empire had been from the beginning the great care of its mighty rulers, the first institutors of highways, posting stages, and post horses, passing through what was not, as now, a series of deserts infested by robber tribes, but a populous and well-cultivated country. So favored, with a passport from the sovereign, the pilgrim would find his journey both expeditious and agreeable. The same facilities were necessarily made use of by the natives of Hindustan. It is curious to observe how the occasional Brahmin who found his way into Greece was received as a model philosopher, like that Zarmanes Chagan, who, coming from Baroche, finally burnt himself alive upon a pyre at Athens in the reign of Augustus, of which edifying spectacle Nicholas Damascenus was eyewitness. Before him we have Calanus, the gymnosophist, a happy Greek expression for fakir, in high repute at Alexander's court, and who similarly chose to leave earth in a chariot of fire. Their example was followed by the Peregrinus Proteus, so happily ridiculed by Lucian in his book thus entitled. Proteus, to give his apotheosis as much celebrity as possible, chose for its scene the occasion of the Olympic Games. This last worthy had been a philosopher, then a Christian teacher, and lastly had started a new religion of his own invention. That the sect so celebrated by the ancients under the name of Brahmanes was Buddhistic, not Brahminical, may be inferred from their locality, Bactria, and yet more from a circumstance mentioned by Strabo. He speaks of their devoting 30 years to the study of theology, living in a community, a vihar or monastery, sequestered from the world in the midst of forests in the neighborhood of the different cities and totally abstaining from sexual intercourse and all animal food. On the contrary, the Brahmins hold that to leave children behind them is a most sacred duty, and one upon which their admission into heaven depends. Whether the Buddhists be the true representatives of the primal religion of their country, or only the reformers of the more ancient Brahminical church, it is the natural weapon of all dissenters from an established creed to ridicule and even to pronounce damnable the favorite tenets of their adversaries. Witness Martin Luther with his invectives against vows of virginity and his well-known motto, Wer nicht liebt Weib, Wein und Gesang, der bleibt ein Narr sein Leben lang. Similarly, we find the Essenes running counter to the ancient prejudices of their nation and spontaneously embracing what the Mosaic law had denounced as the greatest of curses, the leaving no offspring behind to keep up their name in Israel. To exemplify the severe discipline maintained in the Brahmin communities, Strabo mentions that the mere act of blowing the nose or spitting caused the offender to be excluded for that day as incontinent from the society of his fellow recluses. Similarly, Josephus particularizes, amongst other Essenian rules, the obligation of abstaining from all natural evacuations upon the Sabbath day. But even their rigor is surpassed, and in our day too, by a certain sect of Indian yogis who profess to have completely emancipated themselves from all such defiling necessities of nature. This they effect by living entirely upon milk, which, after retaining a short time in the stomach, they throw up again by swallowing a ball fastened to a string, and maintain the animal expenditure solely through the nutriment imbibed by the system during the continuance of the liquid in the stomach, and which consequently leaves no residuum to descend into the lower bowels. A doctrine this, the finest possible reductio ad absurdum of the notion of meritorious continence, and exhibiting on the ludicrous side the mischief of being too logical in matters of religion. As for the profundity of the philosophical speculations of the Orientals, even at a very late period, the Byzantine Agathias quotes a very remarkable example. Khosroes, better known to us as Nushirwan the Just, Besides giving an asylum, as to his brethren, to the last Athenian philosophers, when expelled from their chairs by the stupid bigot Justinian, caused all Plato's works to be translated into Persian, and professed to be himself able to comprehend even the mysteries of the Timaeus. The Greek sophist is naturally indignant at the impudence of the foreigner who could pretend that his own barbarous and rustic language was capable of expressing the divine thoughts of the Athenian sage, for he little suspected that the great king, or at any rate the magi and Sufis about him, were masters of the sources whence Plato may have ultimately drawn his inspiration whilst planning that inscrutable composition. The religious instruction of the Persian princes had from the beginning been carefully attended to, and proficiency therein was a matter of pride. Thus Cyrus the Younger puts forward his superior knowledge of theology in his manifesto upon claiming the kingdom as a just cause why he should be preferred to his elder brother. Leaving out of the question the now received theory as to the immigration of the Indo-Germanic race into the farthest recesses of Europe, modern history furnishes the example of extensive migration, effected under infinitely greater difficulties by the hordes of low-caste Hindus who, flying from the invasion of Tamerlane, spread themselves all over Europe as gypsies, still retaining their native language and habits, and to the present day claiming Sind or Sinda for their national name. The facts adduced in the foregoing sketch will suffice to indicate the manner in which the germs of the various Gnostic doctrines were imported from the East, how they were engrafted upon previously existing notions, and how vigorously they flourished when transplanted into the kindly soil of Alexandria and Ephesus. To complete the general view of the subject, before proceeding to consider the tangible monuments left us by these ideas, it will be necessary to give some account of the forms in which they attained to their fullest development. For this purpose I shall select the three principal systems, represented by historians as the parents of all the rest, those of Simon Magus, Basilides, and the Ophites. The most satisfactory manner of doing which will be to transcribe the exact words of the well-informed and impartial Hippolytus. Simonianism. It is my intention here to exhibit the system of Simon Magus, a native of Gita in Samaria, and I will prove that from him all those that come after have derived the elements of their doctrines, and impudently attempted the same things under different appellations. This Simon was skilled in magic and had imposed upon great numbers, partly by practicing the art of Thrasymedes after the manner which I have already exposed in the book upon magicians, and partly by miracle working through the agency of demons. He attempted to set up for a god, being a thorough impostor and altogether unscrupulous and daring. For he was that one whom the apostles confuted, as is recorded in the Acts. Much more wisely, therefore, and sensibly, than Simon did that Apsithus act, when he aimed at being accounted a god who went to work in Libya, whose story, not being very dissimilar to the scheme of our foolish Simon, it were fitting here to quote, inasmuch as it is quite of a piece with the procedure of the latter. Apsithus the Libyan was very desirous of making himself a god, but when, after long laboring, he had failed in his endeavors, he wanted, as the next best thing, to be supposed to have made himself a god, and in fact, for a considerable time, he did enjoy such a reputation. For the simple Libyans used to sacrifice to him as to a divine power, in the belief that they were obeying a voice sent forth out of heaven. He had got together and confined several parrots in one and the same little room, for parrots are plentiful all over Libya, and they distinctly mimic the human voice. And having kept these birds for some time, he taught them to say, Apsithus is a god. And when the birds in course of time were taught, and could speak that sentence which he supposed, when spoken, would cause him to pass for a god, then he opened their place of confinement, and allowed the parrots to escape in different directions. And as the birds flew about, the sound was carried all over Libya, and the words traveled as far as the Greek territory, Cyrene. And thus the Libyans, being struck with amazement at the voice of the birds, and not suspecting the trick played them by Apsithus, accounted him a god. But one of the Greeks, having clearly detected the contrivance of the supposed deity, did, by means of the selfsame parrots, not merely confute, but also extinguish that vain, glorious, and impudent fellow. This Greek caged several of the same parrots, and taught them to utter a contrary strain. Apsithus shut us up, and forced us to say, Apsithus is a god. But when the Libyans heard this recantation of the parrots, they all came together with one accord, and burnt Apsithus alive. In this light we ought to regard the magician Simon, and compare him to this Libyan, a man who made himself a god in that very expeditious manner, for in truth the comparison holds good in all particulars, and the sorcerer met with a fate not unlike that of Apsithus. I will therefore endeavor to unteach Simon's parrots by showing that Simon was not the Christ who hath stood, standeth, and shall stand, but a man, mortal, generated from the seed of woman, begotten from blood and carnal concupiscence, like the rest of mankind, and that such was the fact I shall clearly demonstrate in the course of my narrative. For Simon speaks, when interpreting the law of Moses, in an impudent and fraudulent fashion, for whenever Moses says, "Our God is a burning and a consuming fire," Simon, taking what Moses has said in a false sense, maintains that fire is the principle of all things. He does not perceive the true meaning that God is not a fire, but a burning and a consuming fire, and so not only mutilates the law of Moses, but plagiarizes from Heraclitus, surnamed the Obscure. For Simon designates the principle of all things boundless power in the following words: "This is the book of the declaration of the voice, and of the name, from the inspiration of the great, the boundless power. Wherefore the same is sealed, hidden, wrapped up, stored in the dwelling, wherein the boot of all things is established." This dwelling, he says, signifies man here below, who is born of blood, and also signifies that there dwells within him that boundless power, which he asserts is the root of all things. But this boundless power, or fire, according to Simon, is not a simple substance, in the same way as most people who call the elements simple account fire, likewise as simple. On the contrary, he maintains that the nature of fire is, as it were, double. And of this double number, he terms one part the insensible, the other the visible, asserting that the insensible are contained within the visible parts of the fire, and that the visible parts are generated by the invisible. This is the same thing that Aristotle expresses by his force and energy, and Plato by his intelligible and sensible. Again, the visible part of fire contains within itself all things whatsoever one can perceive, or even fail to perceive, of things visible. The invisible, on the other hand, is whatsoever one can conceive as an object of thought, but which escapes the sense, or even what one fails to comprehend by the thought. And, to sum up, it may be said that, of all things that exist, whether objects of sense or of thought, or, as Simon terms them, visible and invisible, the storehouse is the great fire that is above the heavens, as it were a great tree, like to that seen in his dream by Nabuchodonosor, from the which all flesh was fed. And the visible he considers to be the trunk of the tree, and the branches, and the leaves, and the bark surrounding the same on the outside. All these parts of the great tree, says he, are kindled from the all-devouring flame of the fire, and are destroyed. But the fruit of the tree, if it takes a shape and assumes a proper form, is laid up in a storehouse, and not cast into the fire. For the fruit is made in order that it may be laid up in the storehouse, but the husk that it may be committed to the fire, which sake is the trunk, ordained not for the sake of the husk, but of the fruit. And this, according to Simon, is what is written in the Scripture: "The vineyard of the Lord of hosts is the house of Israel, and a man of Judah the well-beloved branch thereof." Now, if a man of Judah be the well-beloved branch, it is a proof that the wood can be nothing else than a man. But as regards the excretion and the dispersion from the same, the Scripture hath spoken fully and sufficiently for the instruction of all such as be brought to their perfect form, according to the saying, All flesh is grass, and the glory thereof as the flower of the grass. The grass withereth, the flower thereof fadeth, but the word of the Lord endureth forever. Now this word of the Lord, says Simon, is the word that is produced in the mouth, that is, speech, for the place of its birth is nowhere else. To be brief, therefore, since, according to Simon, the fire is of the aforesaid nature, and all things that be, both visible and invisible, and vocal and voiceless, and numbered and unnumbered, are this fire. Therefore, in his great revelation, he terms this the fountainhead of all, the great intellectual, as constituting each individual of all things in their infinite order, which are capable of being conceived in the mind, and likewise of speaking, of thinking, and of acting, as Empedocles hath it. Through earth the earth perceive, through water water, through air scan air, through fire the hidden fire, through love view love, through discord hateful discord. For Simon held that all the members of this fire, both the visible and the invisible, possessed intelligence and a portion of mind. The world that is created, consequently, according to him, comes from the untreated fire. The commencement of its creation was in this wise. 6 radicals, the first principles of the beginning of creation, were taken by the begotten one out of the principle of that fire, for he asserts that these 6 radicals emanated by pairs out of the fire. These 6 radicals he names mind and intelligence, voice and name, reason and thought. And there exists in these radicals taken together the whole of the boundless power, but existing in potentiality, not in activity. And this boundless power Simon calls, He who standeth hath stood and shall stand, who, if he shall be figured, invested with form, when he is in those 6 powers, shall be in reality, force, power, and perfection, the one and the same with the unbegotten boundless power. But if he shall abide in potentiality alone in those 6 powers, and not assume a form, he vanishes and perishes, as does a grammatical or a geometrical power in a man's mind. For potentiality, when it has gotten art, becomes the light of things generated, but when it has not gotten art, execution, it remains in inertness and darkness, and exactly as when it did not exist at all, and dies with the man upon his death. Now of these 6 powers, and of the 7th which goes along with them, the first thought Simon terms mind and intellect, heaven and earth, teaching that the one of the male sex looks down upon and takes care of his consort, whilst the earth below receives from heaven the intellect and fruits of the same nature with the earth, which are poured down from above. For this cause, says Simon, the Word, often looking down upon the things that spring out of mind and intellect, says, Hear, O heavens, and receive with thine ears, O earth. For the Lord hath spoken, I have begotten and brought up sons, but they have despised me. He that saith this is the 7th power. He who standeth hath stood and shall stand. For he is the author of those good things which Moses commended, saying that they were very good. Voice and name are the sun and moon. Reason and thought are air and water. But with all of these is mingled and combined that boundless power, he who standeth, as I have already mentioned. Therefore, when Moses says, In 6 days the Lord made heaven and earth, and on the 7th day he rested from all his works, Simon, distorting the passage after the aforesaid fashion, makes himself out to be God. When therefore the Simonians say that there were 3 days before the sun and the moon were made, they understand by it mind and intelligence, or heaven and earth, and also that boundless power of theirs. For these 3 powers were made before all the rest. Again, where it is said, Before all the world he hath begotten me, these words, as they pretend, refer to the 7th power. Now this 7th power, who was a power existing within the boundless power, and who was made before all the world, this, as Simon teaches, is that 7th power of whom Moses spake. And the Spirit of God moved upon the face of the waters, that is to say, the Spirit containing all things within itself, the image of the boundless power, concerning which Simon saith, The image is the incorruptible power, governing all things by himself. Now the creation of the world having been after this, or a similar fashion, God, says he, made man out of clay taken from the earth, and he made them not single, but double, both as regards the image and the likeness. For the image is the Spirit moving upon the face of the waters, who, if he be not clothed with form, will perish together with the world, inasmuch as he abode merely in potentiality, and was not made concrete by activity. For this is the meaning of the Scripture, lest we be condemned together with the world. But if it shall take a form, and spring out of an indivisible point, it is what is written in the Revelation, The little shall become great. This great shall continue to all eternity, and unchangeable, inasmuch as it is no longer to be made, i.e., no longer abstract. In what way, therefore, and after what manner did God form man? In paradise. For in this point Simon also agreed. But this paradise must be the womb, according to him. And that such is the true explanation is proved by the Scripture, which saith, I am he that formed thee in thy mother's womb, for so he will have it to be written. The womb Moses called paradise by an allegory, if we choose to listen to the word of God. For if God did form man in his mother's womb, that is, in paradise, then paradise must needs signify the womb. Eden is that same region, and the river going forth out of Eden to water the garden is the navel. This navel is divided into 4 heads, because from each part thereof proceed 2 arteries running side by side, channels for the breath, and also 2 veins, channels for the blood. When therefore this navel proceeding out of the region, Eden, is attached to the fetus at the lower belly, which we commonly term the navel. Here some words are evidently lost, and the 2 veins through which the blood flows, and is carried out of the region Eden, through what are called the gates of the liver, which nourish the embryo. Again, the 2 tubes which we have spoken of as the channels of the blood, embrace the bladder at each side of the pelvis, and touch the great artery, which runs along the same, called the aorta. And thus the breath passing through the veins into the heart produces the motion of the embryo. For so long as the child is being formed in paradise, it neither takes nourishment through the mouth, nor breathes through the nostrils. For, placed as it is in the midst of fluid, it would be instant death for it, were it to breathe, inasmuch as it would draw fluid and be destroyed. Moreover, the child is conceived within an envelope, which is called the amnium, but it receives nourishment through the navel, and takes in the essence of the breath through the dorsal artery above described. The river, therefore, going forth out of Eden, is divided into 4 heads, namely, seeing, hearing, smelling, touching, and tasting. For these are the only senses that the infant formed in paradise is possessed of. This, then, according to Simon, is the law which Moses gave, and his 4 books are written in accordance with that law, as their own titles do manifest. For the first book is Genesis. The very title, he affirms, were sufficient for the understanding of the whole matter. For this Genesis is the sight, into which one section of the river branches off, because the whole outer world is perceived through the sight. Again, the title of the second book is Exodus, which signifies that it was necessary for the thing born to pass through the Red Sea, meaning by Red Sea, the blood, and to enter into the wilderness, and to drink of the bitter water, Mara. Now, this bitter water, which lies beyond the Red Sea, is the path of knowledge during life, which leads through places toilsome and unpleasant. But after it hath been changed by Moses, that is, by the word, that same bitter water becometh sweet. And that such is the reality one may learn from everybody who exclaims in the words of the poet, Black is the root, the flower, as white as milk, named moly by the gods, full hard to find by mortals, but the gods all things can do. Even what is said by the Gentiles is sufficient for the understanding of the whole matter unto him that hath ears to hear. He that tasted of the fruit given by Circe was not only himself not changed into a beast, but by making use of the virtue of the self-same fruit, remodeled, reformed, and recalled those already transformed by her into their own proper shape. For the faithful man, and the beloved by that sorceress, is found out by means of that divine and milky potion. In the like manner, Leviticus is the third book or river, which signifies the sense of smell or the respiration, for the whole of that book is concerning sacrifices and oblations. But wheresoever there is sacrifice, there also does a sweet smell of perfume arise up from the sacrifice, concerning which sweet odor the sense of smelling is the approver. Numbers, the fourth of the books, signifies the taste, for then the speech is active, inasmuch as it is through the speech that all objects are designated in numerical order. Deuteronomy, Simon makes out, is so named in reference to the child that has been formed for touching. For as the touch doth by feeling reciprocate and confirm the impressions received by the other senses, proving an object to be either hard or hot or slippery. In the like manner, the fifth book of the law is a recapitulation of the four preceding books. All things, therefore, continues he, that are not created exist within us in potentiality, not in activity, like the science of grammar or of geometry. In the case, therefore, where they shall have met with the proper training and instruction, there shall the bitter be turned into sweet. That is, the spears shall be turned into reaping hooks, and the swords into plowshares. They shall be no longer chaff and sticks borne for the fire, but the perfect fruit, like and equal, as already said, unto the unbegotten and boundless power. But where the tree shall stand alone, not bearing fruit, there, because it hath not received form, it shall be destroyed. For now, saith he, the axe is nigh unto the root of the tree. Every tree, therefore, that beareth not good fruit, is hewn down and cast into the fire. According to Simon, therefore, that blessed and inscrutable thing lies hidden, and within every man, but in potentiality alone, not in activity, the which is, he who standeth hath stood, and shall stand, who standeth above in the unbegotten power, who hath stood below in the river of waters, when he was begotten in the image, and who shall stand above by the side of the blessed and boundless power, provided that he shall have received form. For there are three that stand, and unless there be the three eons that stand, the begotten one is not adorned, meaning him, who, according to Simon's teaching, moved upon the face of the waters, who hath been recreated after the image, perfect and heavenly, who likewise is in no degree lower than the unbegotten power. This is a saying amongst the Simonians, I and thou are one, thou before me, I after thee. This is the one power, divided into above and below, begetting itself, nourishing itself, seeking after itself, finding itself, being its own mother, its own father, its own sister, its own consort, its own daughter, son, mother, father, inasmuch as it alone is the root of all things. That fire is the origin of the generation of all things generated, Simon demonstrates after this fashion. Of all things whatsoever that exist, being generated, the final cause of the desire for their generation proceeds out of fire. For to be set on fire is the term used to designate the desire of the act of generation and propagation. Now this fire, which is one, is changed into two. For in the male, the blood which is hot and red, like fire in a visible shape, is converted into seed. In the female, this same blood is converted into milk. And this change in the male becomes the generation faculty itself, whilst the change in the female becomes the instrument, efficient cause, of the thing begotten. This, according to Simon, is the flaming sword which is brandished to keep the way under the tree of life. For the blood is turned into seed and into milk, and this power becomes both father and mother, the father of those that be born, and the nutriment of those that be nourished, standing in need of none other, sufficient unto itself. Moreover, the tree of life, which is guarded by the brandished flaming sword, is, as we have said, the seventh power, the self-begotten, which comprehends all the others, and which is deposited within the other six powers. For if that flaming sword should not be brandished, then would that beautiful tree be destroyed and perish. But when it is changed into the seed and the milk, then he that is stored up within them in potentiality, having obtained the necessary logos, reason, and the fitting place wherein that logos may be generated, then, beginning as it were from the smallest spark, he shall wax great to perfection, and increase, and become a power without end and without change, being equal and like unto the infinite aeon, being no more begotten again to all eternity. Now, on the strength of this theory, as all are agreed, Simon made himself out a god unto the ignorant, like that Libyan Absethus above mentioned, being begotten and subject to passion, so long as he is in potentiality, but not subject to passion after he shall have been begotten, and have received the image, and having been made perfect, shall pass out of the dominion of the first two powers, that is, of heaven and earth. For Simon speaks expressly upon this point in his Revelation in the following manner: Unto you, therefore, I say what I say, and write what I write. The writing is this: there are two stocks of all the eons put together, having neither beginning nor end, springing out of one root, the which is silence, invisible, inconceivable, of which stocks the one shows itself from above, the which is a great power, mind of the all, pervading all things, and of the male sex. The other, showing itself from below, is the great intelligence, and is of the female sex, generating all things. From thence they correspond with each other, and keep up a partnership, and illuminate the middle space lying between them, which is the air, inconceivable, having neither beginning nor end. In this middle space is the Father, who bears up all things and nourishes the things that have beginning and ending. This is He who standeth, hath stood, and shall stand, being both male and female, a power after the image of the pre-existing infinite power that hath neither beginning nor ending, existing in unity. For the intelligence in unity proceeded out of this last, and became twain. Now he, the Father, is one, for whilst he contained that power within himself, he was single. Nevertheless, he was not the first, although he was pre-existent, but when he was manifested to himself out of himself, he became second, and neither was he named the Father before that power called him Father. In the like manner, therefore, as the drawing forth himself out of himself manifested unto himself his own intelligence, so did this intelligence also, when manifested, not create, but contemplate him, and thereby stood up the Father within herself, that is to say, the power. And this intelligence likewise is both a male and female power, on which account they answer to one another, for the power differs not at all from the intelligence, being one and the same. From that which is above indeed is formed the power, from that which is below, the intelligence. Of the same kind, therefore, is the unity, which is manifested out of them both. For being one, it is found to be twain, both male and female, containing within itself the female. In this manner the mind exists within the intelligence, which, when severed from each other, although they are one, are found to be two. Simon, therefore, by publishing these notions, did not merely distort and wrest to his own purpose the sayings of Moses, but equally those of the heathen poets. For he makes an allegory out of the Trojan horse of wood, and the story of Helen with the torch, and much else, which he applies to his own fables concerning himself and his intelligence. Again he makes out the latter to be the lost sheep, which, always taking up her abode in the persons of women, doth cause trouble amongst all earthly powers by reason of her incomparable beauty, wherefore the Trojan war came to pass because of her. For this intelligence of his took up her abode in Helen, who was born just at that time. And so, when the powers laid claim to her possession, strife and discord arose amongst all the nations to whom she manifested herself. At any rate, it was on this account that Stesichorus, for having reviled her in his verses, was deprived of sight. But afterwards, when he had repented and written his recantation, in which he sang her praises, he recovered the use of his eyes. Then, after she had been placed in another body by the angels and the powers below, who according to Simon were the creators of the world, she was standing upon a housetop in Tyre, a city of Phoenicia, where he found her on his landing. For he pretends to have gone thither expressly in quest of her, to deliver her out of bondage, and after having ransomed her, he always carried her about with him, pretending that this was the lost sheep, and he himself was the power that is over all. But the truth is, the impostor had become enamored of this harlot, whose real name was Helena, so that he bought and kept her. But out of shame as regards his disciples, he invented the aforesaid fable. Furthermore, nowadays those that be the followers of this deceiver and magician Simon imitate his example, asserting that it is right to have intercourse with all women promiscuously, for they say, all land is land, and it matters not where one sows his seed, so long as he does sow it. Nay more, they pride themselves upon this promiscuous intercourse, affirming that this is the perfect love, and quote the text, "The Holy of Holies shall be made holy." For they hold that they are bound by no obligation as regards anything usually accounted wicked, inasmuch as they have been redeemed. In this way Simon, after he had ransomed Helena, granted salvation unto men by means of his own knowledge, or the Gnosis. For inasmuch as the angels governed the world badly by reason of their own ambitiousness, Simon pretended that he was come to set all things right, having changed his form, and made himself like to the principalities, the powers, and the angels, wherefore it was that he appeared in man's shape, though not a man at all, and had suffered the passion in Judea, although he had not suffered it. Moreover, that he had manifested himself to the Jews as the Son, in Samaria as the Father, and amongst the Gentiles elsewhere as the Holy Ghost, but that he submitted to be called by whatever name men pleased. The prophets were inspired by the angels, creators of the world, when they delivered their prophecies, on which account those who believe in Simon and Helena pay no regard to them, even in our times, and they do whatever they please, affirming that they are redeemed through his grace. For nothing is the cause of damnation, supposing a man to act wickedly, for evil is evil not through the nature of things, but by convention. For the angels who created the world ordained it to be so, as they assert, in order that they might keep in subjection, by means of such fictions, all men who should listen to them. Furthermore, they explain the dissolution of the world as referring to the redemption of their own sect. The disciples, therefore, of this Simon practice magic arts and incantation, and make philters and seductive spells. They likewise send the so-called dream-bringing demons to trouble whomsoever they choose. They likewise practice the rites of the gods named paradroi, the assessors. They have also an image of Simon in the guise of Jupiter, and likewise one of Helena in the figure of Minerva. And these they worship, calling one the master, the other the mistress. So much for the system of the renowned Samaritan, in which, it will have been seen, the place of logical reasoning is supplied by quibbles upon words, taken absolutely without any reference to the context, a style of argument, however, for which it must be confessed that he had highly respectable authority. In strong contrast to this stands the next system, which displays much of the refinement and sound training, amidst its extravagance, of the Grecian mind. Basilides. Hippolytus, in accordance with his theses that all these heresies were mere plagiarisms from the more ancient philosophical systems, declares that Basilides stole the entire of his scheme from Aristotle, and proceeds to establish his charge by the following comparative analysis of the two. Aristotle divides all substance into the genus, the species, and the individual. The genus is, as it were, a heap composed of many and different seeds, from which heap all the species are taken, and the genus is the sufficient cause to all things that exist. For example, animal is used absolutely, not signifying any particular animal. Animal does not signify a horse, an ox, or a man, but simply animal. From this abstract animal, all the species of animals universally derive their origin, and this animal, without species, is the origin of all animals generated according to their species, and not any one thing of things generated. Thus, man is an animal, deriving his origin from the animal, and horse is an animal in the same manner. Similarly, all other animals are derived from that animal, who yet in itself is none of them. If therefore that animal is none of these, then, according to Aristotle, the substance of all things that are proceeds out of things that are non-existent, inasmuch as the animal, out of which they all proceed individually, is not one thing, or is nothing at all. And this, being nothing, is the origin of all that be. Now, substance being divided into three classes, the genus, the species, and the individual, we have defined the genus as animal, man, as the species picked out of the heap of animals, but as yet undiscriminated, and not separated into the form of a particular being. But when I define by a special name, like Socrates or Diogenes, a man taken from the species, the genus, then that being is termed the individual. Thus the genus is divided into species, the species into individual. But the individual, once being defined by name, cannot be divided any further. This is what Aristotle calls, justly and properly, substance, that which cannot be predicated of the subject nor in the subject. By the term of the subject, he means such an idea as animal, which can be predicated of all the subject animals individually, as a horse, an ox, a man, all being called by the same name, animal. Hence, what can be predicated of the subject is that which applies to many and different species indiscriminately. In the subject means that which cannot be predicated without the previous existence of something else wherein it may exist, as white, black, just, unjust, which are the accidents to substance, and therefore called qualities, because expressing what sort of thing each thing is. But no one quality can exist in itself. There must be something else for it to exist in. If, therefore, neither the genus animal, which is predicated of all animals existing individually, nor accident, which is only to be found in things that exist, can either of them exist by themselves. And if individuals are made up of these two, namely genus and accident, then it follows that substance, which is made up of these three, and nothing besides, is made up of things that are non-existent. If, therefore, what is properly and primarily termed substance, the individual, is made up of these, it is, according to Aristotle, made up of things non-existent. Besides the terms genus, species, individual, substance, is further designated as matter and formation. Upon this definition rests the Basilidan theory of the universe. The universe Basilides divides into several parts. That part which extends from the earth up to the moon is destitute of foresight and of conduct, and is content with its own nature. The part beyond the moon is constituted with foresight, reason, and conduct, up to the surface of heaven. This surface is a fifth substance, free from all the elements out of which the world was created. This, therefore, is the fifth and supramundane substance. These three divisions Aristotle has treated of in three separate works, his Physics, Metaphysics, and on the fifth substance. Not merely his ideas, but his words and terminology have been borrowed by Basilides and applied to the Scriptures. How, then, can his disciples, being in reality heathens, expect to be benefited by Christ? Basilides and his true son and disciple Isidorus assert that Matthew, the evangelist, revealed to them certain secret doctrines which had been specially communicated to himself by Christ. There was a time when there was nothing, nay, not even that nothing was anything of being, but barely and without reserve, and without any sophism, there was altogether nothing. When I use the term was, I do not mean to imply that this nothing was, but in order to explain what I wish to set forth, I employ the expression, there was absolutely nothing. Now that which is called ineffable is not absolutely ineffable, for we ourselves give it that name of ineffable, whereas that which is not even ineffable is not ineffable, but infinitely above every name that can be named. Even for the visible world, so multifarious are its divisions that we have not names enough, but we are reduced to conceive many of its properties from the names of the properties already named, these other properties being ineffable. For an identity of names occasions a disorder and confusion of ideas in the mind of the learner. This is a direct plagiarism from Aristotle's discussion of synonyms in his book On the Categories. When therefore nothing was, no substance, no non-substance, no simple, no compound, no incomprehensible, no sensible, no man, no angel, no God, when there was nothing whatever of what is called by name, perceived by sense, conceived by the mind, but all, and even in a more refined sense than this, being put out of the question, then this no-being God, Aristotle's thought of a thought, which Basilides alters into his no-being, without thought, without purpose, without counsel, without passion, without desire, willed to make the world. I use the word willed merely to express my meaning, it being without thought, without sensation, without will, that this was done. And by world I do not mean that world created afterwards and divided by latitude and longitude, but I understand by it the seed of the world. This seed of the world contained the all within itself, just as the germ of the mustard seed contains the root, the stalk, the leaves, the grain, the last containing again the rudiments of others innumerable. Thus the no-being God created the no-being world out of no-being things, when he deposited the seed containing within itself the complete seeds of the universe. And to give an illustration of my meaning, the egg of any bird of diversified plumage, the peacock, for example, although itself single, yet includes within itself the many-colored multifarious forms of multifarious substances. So, in like manner, did this seed of the world deposited by the no-being God include within itself the multiform, multifarious seeds of the universe. This seed, then, contained all things that can be named, nay more, all things that cannot be named, as yet hidden in futurity, and to come forth after their kind by accretion, and by growth, after the manner in which we see the newborn infant acquire his teeth, his flesh, his father's form, and all his understanding, and all such things that come to the child as it grows up, not apparent in him at the beginning. Now, inasmuch as it is impossible to use the term projection of the no-being God, in fact, Basilides is opposed to all schemes of creation by means of a projection, for we must not suppose matter necessary to his operations in the same way as her threads are to the spider, or as timber and metal to man when he sets about any work. But he spake, and it was made. And this is what Moses means by his, "Let there be light," and there was light. Whence then was this light? Moses saith not whence it was, but that it was from the word of the speaker, but neither he that spoke was, neither was that which was made. The seed of the world was this word that was spoken, "Let there be light." And to this the evangelist refers by his, "And that was the true light, which enlighteneth every man coming into the world." For man draws his beginning out of that seed, and is illuminated thereby. This seed, therefore, divided into infinite other seeds, is nothing else than Aristotle's genus, which is divided into infinite other species, as animal, the genus, itself non-existent, is divided into species, as ox, horse, man, etc. Having therefore got this seed for his starting point, Basilides goes on thus: "Whatever I speak of as made after this, there is no need of inquiring out of what it was made, seeing that this seed comprehended within itself the principles of the all. Now let us examine what came out of this seed in the first, second, and third place. There was in the seed a sonship, triple, of the same substance with the no-being God, and generated by him. In this triple sonship, one part was subtile, another gross, the third needing purification. Upon the first projecting, emitting of the seed, the subtile element disengaged itself, ascending aloft like a feather or a thought, and arrived at the no-being one. For him all nature desireth, by reason of the supereminence of his beauty and perfection. The gross part endeavored to imitate its example, but was weighed down by its coarser nature, and detained within the seed. To assist it, therefore, the sonship equips it with a wing, such as Plato in his Phaedrus wings the soul withal. Now this wing is the Holy Ghost's, which the grosser part putting on is both advantaged itself, and advantages the other. For the wings of a bird are not able to fly if severed from the bird, neither can the soul fly if separated from her wings. Such, then, is the relationship borne by the sonship to the Holy Ghost, and also by the Holy Ghost to the sonship. Soaring aloft, therefore, upon its wings, that is, upon the Holy Ghost, this soul part carried its wings, the Holy Ghost, along with it up to the no-being God and the sensible sonship, but was unable to comprehend the latter, because its own nature is not constituted of the same substance with him. But in the same way as dry and pure air is repugnant to the nature of fishes, so the place more ineffable than the ineffable one, and more lofty than all names that can be named, the seat of the no-being God and of the subtile part, was contrary to the nature of the Holy Ghost. On this account, the sonship left it near to that place which cannot be conceived by mind, nor described by words, though not altogether abandoned by himself, but retaining something of his power, or essence, just as a vessel once filled with a precious perfume ever retains traces of that perfume, however carefully it may have been emptied. And this is manifestly like the ointment upon the head which ran down to Aaron's beard, that is, the perfume of the sonship, brought down by the Holy Ghost even into the impurity and degradation of mortality, out of which itself at the beginning had soared aloft, raised by the sonship, as it were, on eagle's wings, being itself fastened upon his back. For all things struggle upwards from that which is below, towards that which is above, from the worse towards the better, whereas nothing of those above in the better place seeks to descend below. The third part of the sonship, namely, that requiring purification, remained included within the infinite head, or sum, of infinite seeds, both giving and receiving benefit, in the manner hereafter to be explained. After the first and second ascensions of the sonship, the Holy Ghost, which had been left above, became the firmament between the world and the upper world. For Basilides divides all things that are into two great classes, the world and the upper world. The Spirit, therefore, occupying the interval between the two, namely, the Holy Ghost, which retains the odor of the sonship, he terms the boundary spirit. Now, after this firmament above the world had been constituted, there broke forth out of the seed of the world the great archon, the head of the world, or beauty, strength, magnitude, indissoluble. More ineffable is he than the ineffable, more powerful than the powerful, wiser than the wise, more beautiful than any beauty that can be named. As soon as he was born, he soared upwards and reached the firmament, but that was the limit of his flight, for he knew not of the existence of anything beyond the firmament, and therefore he remained more beautiful, more powerful, more wise than any of the things subjacent, always excepting the sonship, that is, the third impurified person, who still lay enclosed within the immense universal seed. Imagining himself, therefore, to be Lord and ruler and intelligent architect, he set about the creation of the world. In the first place, not wishing to abide alone, he generated unto himself a son out of things subjacent, mundane elements, far wiser and more beautiful than himself, for this son was in truth the third person, yet left enclosed within the seed. This thing had been predestinated by the no-being God from the beginning. As soon as he beheld this son, he was enamored of his perfect beauty, and bade him to sit down on his right hand. This they call the Ogdoad, the abode of the great archon. The great and wise Demiurgus then made the entire ethereal creation, being inspired and empowered thereto by his own Son, so far above himself in wisdom. This idea is copied from Aristotle's entelechia of the natural organic body, the active soul in the body being itself wiser, stronger, and better than the body. The theory, therefore, propounded originally by Aristotle concerning the body and the soul, Basilides thus applies to the great archon and the Son whom he had created. For as the archon creates the Son, so does Aristotle make the soul to be the work and effect of the natural organic body. All things, therefore, are ruled by the providence of the great archon, or rather, by the entelechia of himself and Son, all things, that is to say, which lie below the moon, and within the ether. For the moon is the division between the ether and the air. The creation being finished, there arose out of the seed a second archon, but greatly inferior to the first, yet similarly ineffable. This archon is designated the Hebdomad. He proceeded to create all things below the aether of which he is the Demiurgus, and he, in his turn, generated a son infinitely superior to himself. The intermediate space between the regions Ogdoad and Hebdomad is occupied by the universal seed, the heap of species, the particles whereof are guided by the intelligence implanted in them by the first Creator, as to the times, the natures, and the changes in which they have to come forth, and possess no other guide, guardian, or creator. The whole creation was in this way completed, of the world and of the things above the world. But there was yet left, within the seed, the third sonship, who, in his turn, had to be developed, revealed, and to ascend beyond the boundary spirit up to the subtile sonship and the no-being one. This is the interpretation, meaning, of the Scripture. The whole creation groaneth and is in labor, waiting for the manifestation of the sons of God. These sons are the spiritual men left here below to guide and to perfect the souls that from their nature belong to this place. From Adam unto Moses sin reigned, that is to say, the great archon, who had dominion up to the firmament, and imagined that he alone was God, and that there was none other above him, for all above him was kept in the deepest silence. This is the mystery not revealed unto the fathers. The great archon, the Ogdoad, was, as he supposed, the Lord and ruler of the universe. But of the interval, or middle space, the Hebdomad was the ruler. Now the Ogdoad is ineffable, but the Hebdomad may be uttered by speech. This ruler of the Hebdomad was he who spake unto Moses, saying, I am the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, and the name of God I have not revealed unto them. That is, he did not reveal to them the ineffable ruler of the Ogdoad. All the prophets who were before the Saviour's coming spoke through the inspiration of the second archon. When the time was come for the manifestation of the sons of God, the gospel came, penetrating through every power, dominion, and name that can be named, although the sonship did not come down from his place upon the right hand of the incomprehensible no-being one. But, like as Indian naphtha kindles at the mere sight of fire a long way off, so do powers fly up out of the seed to the sonship that is beyond the firmament. The son of the great archon of the Ogdoad thus receives, like as naphtha catches the distant flame, the emanations of the sonship who is beyond the firmament, and this last, the boundary spirit, serves for the communication of the thoughts from the one to the other. The gospel thus came to the great archon through his own Son, and he was converted and troubled, and became wise, learning his own ignorance, or want of knowledge. And this is the interpretation of The fear of the Lord is the beginning of wisdom. For the Christ, sitting by him, instructed him concerning the ineffable, no-being one, concerning the Son who is beyond the firmament, and concerning the creation of the universe. The great archon, being thus instructed, was filled with fear, and confessed the sin he had committed in magnifying himself. And this is the meaning of, I acknowledge my transgression, and I confess my sin. When therefore the great archon was enlightened, every creature of the Ogdoad was likewise enlightened. And then came the time for the enlightenment and evangelizing of the ruler of the Hebdomad. For this end, the son of the great archon communicated to the son of the second archon the light which he himself had received from above, and he communicated his instruction to his father, who in like manner was convinced of and confessed his sin. By this time every creature of the Hebdomad was enlightened, and had the gospel preached unto them. For in this division, the region below the ether, also there is an infinite creation of powers, principalities, and dominions, concerning whom Basilides has a lengthy dissertation, who moreover in this region places the 365 heavens, and their ruler Abrasax, so called, because his name contains that sum, for which reason the year consists also of that number of days. After all this, it was necessary that the unformedness, amorphia, existing in our region, that is, the sonship still lying enclosed in the mass like an abortion, should be enlightened in the same manner with those aforementioned. The light therefore passed through the Hebdomad upon the son of the Hebdomad, that is, upon Jesus, the son of Mary. This is, the power of the Most High shall overshadow thee, namely, the power of unction, descending from the Supreme through the Demiurgus upon the Son. The present constitution of things will last until every particle of the sonship enveloped in the unformed mass shall be attracted into Jesus, shall be disentangled and sublimated by him, and rendered capable of ascending by itself to the first source of light, to which it bears a natural affinity. In this way, the three persons of the sonship being all united once more above the firmament, then mercy shall be shown unto the creation, which languishes and groans, waiting for the manifestation of the sons of God. For all men belonging to the sonship shall ascend up unto him. When this is accomplished, he will bring upon the world a deep ignorance, so that all things here below shall abide in their nature, and desire nothing contrary to their nature. By this means the souls appointed to abide here below will be destitute of even the slightest notion of anything existing above them, lest they should be tormented by the fruitless desire of ascending up into the same, like as though a fish should desire to pasture with the flocks upon the hills, a wish which, if gratified, would be its destruction. For all things are eternal so long as they continue in their natural place, but become mortal when they endeavor to escape beyond it. The same ignorance will envelop the ruler of the Hebdomad, in order that sorrow and grief and confusion may flee away from him, that he may no longer be troubled with the desire of things above him and contrary to his nature. This ignorance shall also come over the great archon of the Ogdoad, and over all creatures subject unto him, and for the same reason. This is the restoration of all things, enclosed from the beginning within the seed, and disposed according to its season. This is the Saviour's meaning in My hour is not yet come. It is also signified by the Magi beholding the star, inasmuch as his coming, proclaimed from the beginning, was subject to the disposition of the stars. The Gospel is the declaration of supramundane things, which the great archon knew not of. But when it was told him of the sonship, of the boundary spirit, and of the no-being God, he rejoiced with an exceeding great joy. With respect to the birth of Jesus, all things came to pass as they are written in the Gospels. For he was the firstfruits of the division of the classes, previously all commingled here below. Now, as the world is distributed into the Ogdoad, the head of the universe, whose chief is the great archon, and into the Hebdomad, whose chief is the Demiurgus, chief also of our degree where frailty, liability to error, subsists, it was necessary that this confusion should be distributed and set in order by Jesus. That part of hint, therefore, which was of the unformedness, namely, his body suffered what it did suffer, and returned again into unformedness. That part which belonged to the hebdomad, namely, his soul, returned again into the hebdomad after his resurrection. The part belonging to the ogdoad remained with the great archon, and the part belonging to the boundary spirit was left there in his ascension. But the third sonship, thus purified in his passage upwards, was reunited to the blessed sonship, who is supreme above. In short, the whole theory of the religion consists in the confusion of the seed heap, its redistribution into classes, and the restoration of all things to their natural places. This division of the classes was made in the first instance by Jesus, and the sole object of his passion was the restoration of the classes, which were mixed up together, into their proper order. And for this reason, Jesus himself was distributed, as we have shown, amongst the several classes. These, then, are the things that Basilides fables, who taught in Egypt, and, having learned his wisdom from the Egyptians, brought forth such fruits as these. This concluding remark of Hippolytus deserves particular notice. It shows that he regarded the Basilidan theory as the mere adaptation to present requirements of an ancient esoteric doctrine belonging to the Egyptian priesthood, that it was nothing more than a plagiarism from the Aristotelian philosophy, as the learned father labors to demonstrate with so much ingenuity, appears to me by no means made out. But the Basilidan theory has one striking feature that distinguishes it from every other form of the Gnosis, in its entirely ignoring the existence of an evil principle or of malignity and rebellion against the supreme God. His two rulers of the upper and lower worlds, the great archon of the ogdoad and the demiurgus of the hebdomad, so far from opposing the gospel, receive it with joy and humbly acknowledge their inferiority to the sender. The passion of Jesus is not due to the malice of either of them, but is voluntary and undertaken as the sole means of restoring confused elements of the all to the harmony indispensable for their eternal duration. Even the final withdrawing of the divine light from the ogdoad and hebdomad is done for the same beneficent purpose, in order that both they and their greatness may rest forever in blissful ignorance, each holding himself supreme in his own creation, and knowing of nothing above it, may no longer be tormented by vain aspirations after a state of perfection for which his nature is not adapted. The benevolent spirit that pervades the whole theory strongly supports the assertion of Hippolytus and points out for its source the Egyptian mythology, to which the notion of two principles, equal in power but antagonistic in nature, would have been unutterably shocking. The Ophites. The Ophites should hold by right the first place amongst the schools we are considering, for that impartial and acute historian of the Gnosis, Hippolytus, styles them the Gnoceni, who specially call themselves Gnostics. But inasmuch as this deception of theirs is multiform and has many heads, a play upon their name of serpent followers, like the Hydra of fable, if I smite all the heads at once with the wand of truth, I shall destroy the whole serpent, for all the other sects differ but little from this one in essentials. He therefore commences his history of the Gnostic heresies, properly so called, with a minute account of this one, illustrated with copious extracts from their textbooks, on account of their antiquity and importance, bestowing much more of his space upon them than upon any other of their offshoots or competitors. Their strange-sounding title, Gnoceni, followers of the Gnos, the only way in which the Greek, from its want of aspirate letters, could write the Hebrew nachash, serpent, was literally rendered by Ophites, the name which has ever since served to designate them. They first assumed a definite existence about the same time as the Basilidans, in the middle of the 2nd century, although the elements of the doctrine are derived from a source much more remote. That source was the secret doctrines taught in the various pagan mysteries, and likewise certain philosophic theories of the Greeks, although certainly not to the same extent as the learned Hippolytus labors so ingeniously to demonstrate. In support of this statement, I shall proceed to quote from the same father some curious examples of the method in which the Nicene pretended to recognize their own knowledge in the esoteric religions of antiquity. After quoting a long passage from Pindar about the conflicting theories as to the creation of the first man and the names given to him by different nations, the Ophite textbook continues, "This was the man brought forth by the earth spontaneously, but he lay without breath, without motion, without stirring, like a statue, being made after the image of their Adamus above, the subject of their hymns, through the agency of several powers, concerning each one of whom they narrate a long fable. But in order that the man above might be obtained, from whom is every tribe upon the earth, and likewise in the heavens, there was given unto him a soul, that through this soul the image of the man above might suffer, and be chastened in bondage. As to the nature and source of this soul, sent down to animate this image, the Ophite theory is derived not from Scripture, but from the doctrine of the mysteries. The Gospel according to the Egyptians is their textbook on this point. They premise that the nature of the soul is extremely difficult to investigate by reason of its inherent changeableness, never abiding fixedly in the same place, habits, or passion, and they adopt in this particular the notions of the Assyrian mystics. It is a question with them whether the soul comes from the pre-existing, or from the self-begotten one, or from the effusion of chaos. They adopt the Assyrian division of the soul as being both one and threefold. For all nature longs for a soul. The soul is the efficient cause of all things that grow, are nourished, and have action. For without a soul, growth and nutrition are impossible. Even stones have a soul, for they possess the faculty of growth, and this faculty cannot exist without nutrition. All things, therefore, in heaven or earth and in the abyss, are eager after a soul. This soul the Assyrians call Adonis, Endymion, Attis, and hence arose the fable of the love of Venus for Adonis, Venus signifying generation. The love of Proserpine for Adonis means that the soul is mortal if separated from Venus, that is, from generation. When the moon is enamored of Endymion, it is nature herself desiring a more sublime soul. When the mother of the gods emasculates her lover, Attis, it signifies the power above recalling into itself the male energy of the soul, for the man that is above is of both sexes. On this account, they most vehemently denounce all intercourse with women. Attis was deprived of his virility, that is, was divested of his lower, earthly part, and then translated to the upper world, where is neither male nor female, but a new creature, the man above, of two sexes. And to this truth not only Rhea, but all creation beareth testimony. And to this cloth Paul refer in Romans 1:20-27, where they strangely pervert his expression askimosune, as signifying that heavenly, sublime felicity, that absence of all form which is the real source of every form. These same verses of Paul, according to them, contain the key to their whole system and to their mystery of celestial pleasure. For the promise of washing applies to none save the man who is introduced into the eternal pleasure, being washed with the true water and anointed with the unction that cannot be spoken. The Phrygian mysteries, equally with the Assyrian, teach the same great truth when they teach the blessed nature of things past, present, and to come, hidden and yet manifested, the true kingdom that is within you. To the same effect they bring forward the Gospel of Thomas, which has, "He that seeketh shall find me amongst children from 7 years downwards, for in the 14th generation, being hidden, I will manifest myself." Although in reality this is not a maxim of Christ's, but a maxim of Hippocrates. The boy at 7 years of age is the half of his father in stature. The Egyptians were, after the Phrygians, the most ancient of mankind, and the first establishers of mysteries. The Ophites explain as follows the esoteric doctrine concerning Isis and the genital member of Osiris, lost, sought after, and enveloped by her 7 times in a black or dark blue vestment. Osiris is the element water, nature 7 times enveloped in an ethereal robe, that is, the 7 planetary spheres, stands for generation and change, or creation, transformed by the ineffable, formless, imageless, incomprehensible deity. The same is implied in the words of Scripture, "The righteous man shall fall 7 times, and shall rise again," his all signifying the revolutions of the planets put in motion by the All-Mover. They likewise discourse concerning the essence or existence of the seed, the final cause of all things that exist, although itself none of them, and yet making and generating all things. Or, as they themselves express it, "I become what I will, and am what I am. Therefore I say that moving all, I am myself immovable." For it continues what it is, making all things, although itself is made nothing of all that exist. To this doctrine the Saviour's words refer, "Why callest thou me good? One only is good, my Father which is in heaven, who maketh the sun to shine upon the just and upon the unjust, and sendeth his rain upon the sinners and upon the righteous." And this is the great and unknown mystery, hidden amongst the Egyptians and yet manifested, for Osiris standeth in his temple before Isis, having his secret part exposed and pointed upwards, and crowned with all the fruits of the creation. And for this cause the same member, the phallus, holds the first position in the most sacred places, being shown forth unto the world like a light set upon a candlestick. It is set up on the housetops, and in the streets, and for landmarks. It is a blessing acknowledged and proclaimed by all, for they call it the bringer of luck, agathephoron, not understanding what they say. This mystery the Greeks got from Egypt, and observe unto this day. For by this symbol they represent Hermes, and they entitle that god Logikos, for he is the interpreter and creator of things made, in making, and to be made, and he is represented by this, his proper symbol. And that this is the Hermes, guide, companion, and author of souls, Homer hath perceived, for he saith, "Selenian Hermes summoned forth the souls of the bold suitors," not meaning those of Penelope's suitors, but of us, the awakened and admonished. From what vast happiness, what height of glory! We have fallen, namely, from the primal man, the Adamus that is above, into this vessel of clay, and become the servants of the Demiurgus, of Ildabaoth, the god of fire, the 4th in number, for by this name they call the creator of the world of species, cosmos ethikos. In his hand, his wand, beauteous, all golden, by whose potency the eyes of mortals he at pleasure lulls to sleep, or rouses others from their slumber. For he is the sole author of life and death. Therefore is it written, "Thou shalt rule them with a rod of iron." But Homer, wishing to embellish the incomprehensible reality of the nature of the Logos, has given to him a rod of gold, not of iron. Some he casts into slumber, others he awakens, and makes them aware of their condition. "Awake thou that sleepest, and rise from the dead, and Christ shall give thee light." For this is the Christ that is figured within all the sons of men by the unfigured Logos. This is the great and profound mystery of the Eleusinian rites, the cry, Ue, Cui, reign, conceive, all things are subject unto him, for their sound is gone forth unto all lands. And again, this is the hidden sense of Homer's. He waved his wand, they followed with shrill cry. That is, the souls in a continuous line, as the poet goes on to express by the simile. As in the furthest depths of some vast cave, shrill cry the bats when one drops from their chain, down from the rock, where fast they cling together. That is, the souls fallen down from the rock above, namely, from the Adamus. This is the Adamus, the chief cornerstone, which is made the head of the corner, because in the head is placed the formative substance, the brain, out of which all generation proceeds. I will set the adamant in the foundations of Zion is allegorical for setting the figure of the man in the soul. And the text, this adamus is firmly held by teeth in the wall, is the inner man that is signified, the stone cut without hands, which hath fallen down from the adamus above, into this earthly potter's vessel, this figure of forgetfulness. The souls follow Hermes, or the Logos. So moved they, crying, through the darksome paths, Hermes their guide, that God devoid of ill. That is, he leads them to the everlasting places where no ill comes, for whither were they going? They passed o'er ocean's wave and Lucas rock, the sun's bright portals, and the land of dreams. This ocean signifies the generation of gods and the generation of men, ever tossing in a perpetual flow and ebb. When it runs downwards, it is the generation of men. When it tosses itself upwards against its boundary, the rock Lucas, it is the generation of gods. For this cause, saith the wise one, I have said ye are gods and the children of the Most Highest, when ye shall make haste to flee out of Egypt, and shall come beyond the Red Sea into the wilderness. That is, out of this earthly mixture or confusion, up to the Jerusalem above, which is the mother of the living. But if ye return into Egypt, or into this earthly nature, ye shall die. Egypt being the prison of the body, this is the mighty Jordan which, flowing downwards, hindered the flight of the children of Israel, but which Jesus, i.e. Joshua, turned and made to flow upwards. Following guides like those just cited, these very strange fellows, the Gnostics, observes Hippolytus, the inventors of a new art of grammar, or criticism, extol beyond all expression their prophet Homer, who hath foreshown these doctrines unto them, and, by seducing those ignorant of the Holy Scriptures into such like fancies, they make fools of them in the manner described. Another of their maxims is that whoso saith that the all cometh from one is grossly deceived, but he that saith that the all cometh from three hath the true key to the system of the universe. For there is one nature of the man that is above, Adamus, one mortal here below, one without a king, the generation existing up above, where is Miriam the sought after, and Jothor the great and wise, and Sephora, she that seeth, and Moses, whose offspring is not in Egypt, for his sons were born unto him in the land of Midian. Neither hath this truth escaped Homer, for he sings, all things are parcelled into portions three, and to each portion its due honor falls. For it is necessary that the great ones, ta megathi, should be expressed in words, but in such wise that hearing men may not hear, and seeing they may not perceive. For if the great ones were not uttered, the world could not exist. These three most sublime names are Kavlakav, Savlasav, Zisar. Kavlakav is the name of the Adamus who is above, Savlasav of him who is below, mortal, Zisar of the Jordan that floweth upwards. This is he that pervades all things, being at once male and female, named by the Greeks Geryon, as having three bodies, and flowing out of the earth, whom the Greeks also call the moon's celestial horn, because he has mixed and tempered all things a play upon the similar-sounding words keras and kresis. For all things were made through him, and without him nothing was made, and what was made in him is life. This life is the life unspeakable, the generation of the perfect man, unknown to former ages. The nothing that was made without him is the world of species, for that world was made without him by the third and by the fourth one. This is the cup, Khandi, of Joseph, out of which the king doth drink and use divination. Of this also do the Greeks, Anacreon, sing in Bacchic frenzy. Bring me, boy, the draught divine, bring me water, bring me wine, make me drunk with quaffing deep, lull my charmed soul to sleep, for my cup predicts to me of what country I shall be. Here Anacreon's dumb cup utters the unspeakable mystery, for it tells him to what country he shall belong, that is, whether to the spiritual or to the carnal world. This also is the water changed into wine at the famous wedding at Cana, when Jesus manifested the kingdom of heaven, that kingdom which is hidden within every man, like the leaven sufficient for the 3 measures. Here likewise is the unspeakable secret of the Samothracian mysteries, which none but we the perfect are able to understand, for the Samothracians expressly mention the Adamus who is above, the primal man. For in the temple of the Samothracians stand 2 naked men, having their hands and their genital members elevated towards heaven, like the Hermes of Selene. These 2 statues represent the primal man and the spiritual man after he is born again and made like unto him every whit. This is the true sense of the Saviour's words, "Unless ye eat my flesh and drink my blood, ye cannot enter into the kingdom of heaven. And though ye shall drink of the cup that I drink of, whither I go, ye shall not be able to enter." For he knew the nature of his disciples, and that every one must abide in his own nature. For out of the 12 tribes he chose the 12 disciples, for which cause not all who heard their teaching received or understood the same. For that which is not according to nature is contrary to nature. Him, Adamus, do the Phrygians name Corybas, for he descends from the head, Cori, who is above, the supernal brain, and permeates the all in a manner incomprehensible. And as the prophet hath it, ye have heard his voice, but ye have not beheld his form. That is, the image coming down from the formless one above, no one knows, for it is hidden within an earthen vessel. This is as the psalmist hath it, the God dwelling in the great flood, and crying aloud out of the waters of the sea. That is, he cries aloud out of the multiform confusion, or medley, of things mortal unto the formless one who is above, "Save my firstborn from the lions." And in the same sense do they interpret all the similes concerning water floods, and the promises of the deities, never forgetting his chosen people. The ascension or regeneration, that is, the conversion of the carnal man into the spiritual, is thus explained by means of a curious perversion of words taken from different psalms. "Lift up your heads, ye everlasting gates, that the King of glory may come in." Who is this King of glory, the very scorn of men and the outcast of the people? He is the King of glory, mighty in battle. Battle signifies the war in your members, ever being waged within this earthly creature, made up of conflicting elements. This is the gate seen by Jacob as he was journeying into Mesopotamia, that is, the young man growing up out of the boy, and Mesopotamia signifies the stream of the great ocean which flows out of the middle of the perfect man. The same deity is called by the Phrygians Papa, because he appeased the confusion and chaotic tumult which prevailed before his coming. For this name is the unanimous cry, Paue, Paue, of all things in heaven, in earth, and under the earth, calling upon him to appease the discord and to send peace to men that were afar off, that is, to the earthly and mortal, and to them that were near, that is, to the spiritual and perfect. He is likewise called dead by the Phrygians, inasmuch as he is buried within the tomb of the body, to which circumstance also apply the words, "Ye are whited sepulchres, full of dead men's bones and all manner of uncleanness, because the living man doth not dwell within you." The dead shall rise from their graves signifies that the earthly man shall be born again, spiritual. Unless they pass through this gate, all continue dead, but him that hath passed through the Phrygians call a god, for he becomes a god, having passed through the gate into heaven. Paul means the same by his being caught up into the third heaven and hearing unutterable things. Again, the publicans and harlots shall enter into the kingdom of heaven before you, where publicans means the Gentiles, upon whom the ends of the world have come, where ends are the seeds of the universe scattered about by the formless one, as is set forth by the Savior, "He that hath ears to hear, let him hear," declaring that none but the perfect Gnostics can comprehend this mystery. Those beloved by the Formless One are pearls in this vessel of clay, and to them refers the precept, "Cast not that which is holy to the dogs, neither throw your pearls before swine," meaning sexual intercourse with women, an act fit only for dogs and swine. He is also called Apollos by the Phrygians, not because he really kept flocks, as the profane fancy, but because he is o Apollon, he that ever turns the universe in its due revolutions, whence the phrase, "the poles of heaven." And Homer says, "Here turns about the truthful sea-god old, immortal Proteus, by the Egyptians called." He is likewise styled fruitful, because the children of the widow shall be more than those of her that hath a husband. That is, the spiritual who are born again, being immortal, are in number more, though but few of them are born into this life, than the carnal, who, in spite of their present multitude, do all perish utterly at last. The knowledge of the perfect man is very deep and hard to be attained to. The beginning of perfection is the knowledge of man, but absolute perfection is the knowledge of God. He, Adamus, is designated by the Phrygians as the green wheat ear cut off. On this account, at the Eleusinian rites, the initiated hold up in silence to the directors the wondrous mystery, the green ear of wheat. This wheat ear is the perfect sun descended from the Adamus above, the great giver of light, like the Hierophant himself. This latter is not actually castrated like Attis, but emasculated by the use of hemlock, so that he despises all carnal pleasure, and whilst celebrating the mysteries amidst blazing torches, he cries aloud, "The holy Brimo hath borne a sacred son, Brimos," alluding to the spiritual birth. The rites are therefore named Eleusinian and Anactorian, from the Greek words signifying coming and ascending. This is what the initiated themselves declare concerning the mysteries of Proserpine, and of the road leading the defunct down to her, the poet, Amphis, hath. But underneath her lies a rugged path, hollow and muddy, yet the best to lead, down to the lovely groves of precious Venus. These are the lesser mysteries, of earthly origin, in which men ought to rest themselves for a while, and then proceed to the greater mysteries, that is, to heavenly regeneration. The father of the all is furthermore called by the Phrygians Amygdalus, the almond tree, not meaning the natural tree, but the pre-existing one, who, having within himself the perfect fruit, pulsating and moving about in his depths, tore open, diamyxa, his bosom, and brought forth the invisible, ineffable Son of whom we are treating. He is moreover denominated the Piper, because that which is born is the harmonious spirit, or breath, the Greek affording no distinction between the two senses of the word. The Spirit is likewise called the Father, and the Son begotten by the Father. For the worship of the perfect is not carnal, but spiritual. Therefore, neither in Jerusalem nor in this mountain shall ye worship any more. This is the mystery of the incomprehensible one, furnished with innumerable eyes, whom all nature longeth after in different ways, perhaps an allusion to the Brahminical figure of Indra, god of the heavens. This is the word of God, that is, the word of the declaration of his great power. Wherefore it shall be sealed up, and veiled, and hidden, lying in the dwelling place, where is established the root of all the eons, powers, thoughts, Platonic ideas, gods, angels, spirit messengers that are not, begotten, unbegotten, comprehensible, incomprehensible, of the years, months, days, hours, moments, whence time begins to grow and increase by particles. For a moment, or geometrical point, itself being nothing, made of nothing, indivisible, grows by accretion into a magnitude incomprehensible. This is the kingdom of heaven, the grain of mustard seed, the indivisible point existing within everyone, but only known unto the spiritual man. There is neither speech nor language, but their voices are heard amongst them, signifies that whatever men say or do has all a spiritual meaning to the perfect. Even the actors in the theater utter nothing without the intervention of the deity. For when the audience are seated, and the actor comes upon the stage, clad in a gorgeous robe and twanging his lyre, he sings thus a great mystery without knowing what he says. Whether thou be the offspring of Saturn, or of blessed Jove, or of the mighty Rhea, hail. Thee Assyrians call the thrice-desired Adamus, whilst Egypt styles thee Osiris, the Greeks in their wisdom, esoteric knowledge, the moon's holy horn, the Samothracians, the venerable Adamnas, the Haemonians, Corybas, the Phrygians at one time, Papa, the dead one, at another, the god, or the barren one, or the green wheat ear, cut off, or him whom the fruitful almond tree poses the man playing on the pipe. He is the multiform Attis, whom they thus describe in their hymns. I will sing of Attis, the favorite of Rhea, with the clashing of cymbals, the bellowing of the Idaean pipe of the Curettes, and will intermingle the sound of Phobos's lyre. Evo, Evou, thou that art like unto Pan, unto Bacchus, thou shepherd of the white stars. For these, adds Hippolytus, and other such like reasons, these Alpites frequent the mysteries of the Great Mother, fancying that by means of what is done there, they can see through the whole secret. But in reality they have not the least advantage over other people, except that they are not emasculated, and yet they act as though they were. For they most strictly forbid all intercourse with women, and in every other respect, as we have fully described, they do the same things as the eunuchs, the regular priests of Rhea. After giving an account of their worship and glorification of the serpent, which I shall extract when treating of the Agathodaman religion, Hippolytus thus continues, The foregoing is a sample of the insane, absurd, and interminable theories of the sect. But to show up, as far as lies in our power, their unknowing knowledge, the following hymn is here inserted, as containing a summary of the whole creed. The generative law of the all was the first mind, but the second was the effused chaos of the first. In the third place the soul received a law and began to operate, whereupon she, the soul, enveloped in the figure of a faun, struggles with death, suffering a probationary penance. At one time, invested with royalty, she beholds the light. At another, cast down into misery, she weeps. Now she weeps and rejoices. Now she weeps and is judged. Now she is judged and dies. When shall her deliverance be? The wretched one hath entered, as she strayed, into an evil labyrinth. But Jesus said, Father, suffer me. She in quest of evil, or the chaste of evil ones, upon earth wandereth about, destitute of thy spirit. She seeketh to escape from the bitter chaos, but knoweth not how to pass through. For this cause send me, O Father. I will go down holding the seals. I will pass through all the eons. I will reveal all the mysteries. I will manifest the forms of the gods, and the hidden secrets of the holy way I will teach, giving unto them the name of Gnosis. This, therefore, is the system or pretension of the Gnaseni, who designate themselves the Gnostics. But this deception of theirs being multiform, and having many heads like the Hydra of fable, if I smite all the heads at a single blow with the wand of truth, I shall destroy the whole serpent, for all the other sects differ but little from this in essentials. Hippolytus has not given a connected analysis of the Ophite system. He probably deemed it superfluous labor, as having been already done with much exactness by Irenaeus in his great work, to which the former occasionally refers as being then in everybody's hands. To the Bishop of Lugdunum, therefore, we must apply for this information, which will be found given at much length in chapters 31-33 of the first book of his history. He states that the Ophites, like other Gnostics, rejected the Old Testament altogether as the work of a subordinate divinity and containing nothing of the revelations of their Sophia, or divine wisdom, whilst they held that the New, although originally of higher authority, had been so corrupted by the interpolations of the apostles as to have lost all value as a revelation of divine truth. They drew the chief supports of their tenets out of the various testaments and similar books then current, and ascribed to the patriarchs and the most ancient prophets, for example, the book of Enoch, The primary article of this doctrine was the emanation of all things from the One Supreme, long utterly unknown to mankind, and at last only revealed to a very small number capable of receiving such enlightenment. Hence he is named Bythos, profundity, to express his unfathomable, inscrutable nature. Following the Zoroastrian and the Kabbalistic nomenclature, they also designated him as the Fountain of Light and the Primal Man, giving for reason of the latter title that man was created after the image of God, which proved the nature of the prototype. The beginning of creation, that is, the primal idea, or emanation, was the thought, ennoia, of Bythos, who bears also the significant name of Sig, silence. This idea, being the first act of creation of the primal man, is therefore properly denominated the second man. Ennoia is the consort, compare the Hindu Darga, of Bythos, and she produced Pneuma, the spirit, who, being the source of all created things, is entitled the mother of all living, and likewise Sophia, the wisdom from on high. As the mother of all living, Sophia is the medium between the intellectual and material worlds. In consequence of this, when Bythos and Ennoia, charmed with her beauty, furnished her with the divine light, Sophia produced two new emanations, the one perfect Christos, the other imperfect Sophia Achamoth. This scheme resembles the Buddhistic, Bythos answering to the first Buddha, Sige, Sophia, Christos, Achamoth, Ildabaoth, to the successive other five. Of these emanations, Christos was designed for the guide of all who proceed from God, Achamoth for the guide of all proceeding out of matter. Nevertheless, the perfect one was intended to assist and lead upwards his imperfect sister. Furthermore, the spirit rests upon chaos, or the waters of creation, which are matter, water, darkness, the abyss. This chaos was devoid of all life, for life proceeds ultimately from the Supreme, who has no connection whatever with matter. Neither could his purely intellectual daughter, Sophia, act directly upon it. She therefore employed for agent her own emanation, Achamoth, whose mixed imperfect nature fitted her for that office. This first tetrad, Bythos, Ennoia, Sig, Sophia, were in the meantime creating ecclesia, the idea of the Holy Church. But the imperfect Achamoth, upon descending into chaos, lost her way there, and became ambitious of creating a world entirely for herself. She floated about in the abyss, delighted at imparting life and motion to the inert elements, until she became so hopelessly entangled in matter as to be unable to extricate herself from its trammels. In this condition, she produced the creator of the material world, the demiurgus Ildabaoth. But after this event, Achamoth, feeling the intolerable burden of her material part, after long and repeated efforts, at length struggled forth out of chaos. She had never belonged to the pleroma, but she attained to the middle space, where she entirely shook off her material part and determined to erect a barrier between the world of intelligence and the world of matter. Ildabaoth, son of darkness, creator and tyrant of the lower world, followed the example of Bythos in producing subordinate emanations. First of all, he generated an angel in his own likeness, this angel a second, and so on up to the number of 6. These are all reflections one of the other, but they inhabit with their father Ildabaoth 7 different regions, to which the middle space, dominion of their origin Achamoth, forms the 8th. Their names are Yao, Sabaoth, Adonai, Eloi, Urios, Astaphios. They became the genii of the 7 worlds, or planetary spheres. The first 4 names are the mystic titles of the God of the Jews, degraded thus by the Ophites into appellations of the subordinates of the Creator. The 2 last signify the forces of fire and water. In this degradation of the names most sacred in the Jewish theology is clearly to be recognized the very teaching of those dreamers, reprobated by Jude verse 8, for despising dominion and speaking evil of dignities. For dominion is the empire in the Sephiroth, to which the Kabbalah assigned the title Adonai. Now we find here the Ophites making Adonai the third son of Ildabaoth, a malevolent genius, and like his father and brethren, the eternal adversary of the Christ. The dignities mean the other personages of the Sephiroth, similarly dishonored by the new doctrine. Jude shows plainly whom he had in view by contrasting in the next verse the audacity of these blasphemers with the respect shown by the archangel Michael towards his opponent on account of his angelic nature, however fallen from his high estate. By a most singular coincidence, much too close to have been merely accidental, Jude's censure, nay, his very expressions are repeated by Peter in his second epistle, 2:10. If either of these epistles were really written by the apostles whose names they bear, these passages bring to light the very early existence of this school of Gnosticism, which indeed may have been founded before the promulgation of Christianity. But to return to the operations of Ildabaoth. Besides the spirits above mentioned, he generated archangels, angels, virtues, and powers, presiding over all the details of the creation. Ildabaoth was far from being a pure spirit. Ambition and pride dominated in his composition. He therefore resolved to break off all connection with his mother, Achamoth, and to create a world entirely for himself. Aided by his own 6 spirits, he created man, intending him for the image of his power, but he failed utterly in his work, his man proving a vast, soulless monster crawling upon the earth. The 6 spirits were obliged to bring their work again before their father, to be animated. He did so by communicating the ray of divine light, which he himself had inherited from Achamoth, who by this loss punished him for his pride and self-sufficiency. Man, thus favored by Achamoth at the expense of her own son, followed the impulse of the divine light that she had transferred to him, collected a further supply out of the creation with which it was intermingled, and began to present not the image of his creator Ildabaoth, but rather that of the supreme being, the primal man. At this spectacle the demiurgus was filled with rage and envy at having produced a being so superior to himself. His looks, inspired by his passions, were reflected in the abyss. As in a mirror, the image became instinct with life, and forth arose Satan serpent-formed, Ophiomorphos, the embodiment of envy and cunning. He is the combination of all that is most base in matter with the hate, envy, and craft of spiritual intelligence. Out of their normal hatred for Judaism, the Ophites gave this being the name of Michael, the guardian angel of the Jewish nation, according to Daniel, verse 21. But they also called him Samiel, the Hebrew name of the prince of the devils. In consequence of his spite at the creation of man, Ildabaoth set to work to create the 3 kingdoms of nature, the animal, the vegetable, and the mineral, with all the defects and evils they now exhibit. Next, in order to regain possession of the best of things, he resolved to confine man within his own exclusive domain. In order to detach him from his protectress Achamoth and from the celestial region, he forbade him to eat of the tree of knowledge, which could reveal the mysteries and confer on him the graces from above. But Achamoth, in order to defeat his scheme, sent her own genius, Ophis, in the form of a serpent to induce him to transgress the commandment, and so to break the law of jealousy. Though not so stated, it would appear that the serpent form was put on by Achamoth's minister in order to escape the vigilance of Ildabaoth, under the disguise of his offspring Satan, Ophiomorphos. Enlightened by eating the forbidden fruit, man became capable of comprehending heavenly things. Nevertheless, Ildabaoth was sufficiently powerful to revenge himself, which he did by shutting up the first pair in the prison house of matter, that is, in the body, so unworthy of his nature, wherein man is still enthralled. Achamoth, however, continued to protect him. She had extracted from his composition and absorbed into herself the divine spark of light, and ceased not to supply him therewith, and defend him in all his trials. And of this there was full need. A new enemy had come into the field against man, the genius Ophis, whom Ildebaoth had seized and punished for his share in the affair of the tree of knowledge, by casting him down into the abyss, and who, contaminated by his immersion in matter, became converted into the exact image of his fellow prisoner, Ophiomorphos. The former was the type, the latter the antitype, and the two are often confounded together. Thus we get a third dualism into the scheme: Sophia and Sophia Achamoth, Adam Kadmon and Adam, Ophis and Ophiomorphos. Ophis, at first man's friend, now began to hate him as the cause, though innocent, of his own degradation. With Ildebaoth and his sons, he continually seeks to chain him to the body by inspiring him with all manner of corrupt desires, more especially earthly love and the appetites. But Achamoth supplies man with the divine light, through which he became sensible of his nakedness, that is, of the misery of his condition of imprisonment in this body of death, where his only consolation is the hope of ultimate release. But the seductions of Ildebaoth and his crew gained over all the offspring of Adam except Seth, the true type of the spiritual man, and his posterity kept alive the seed of light and the knowledge of divine truth throughout all the generations following. When they in the wilderness received the commandments and institutions of Ildebaoth and his sons, the planetary genii, and afterwards the teaching of the prophets, inspired from the same source, Achamoth infused into their predictions something higher, comprehended not even by their Lord, and made them preach the advent of the primal man, the eternal Aeon, the heavenly Christ. The same notion was a favorite one with the medieval Cathari. Achamoth was so afflicted at the condition of man that she never rested until she had prevailed on her mother, the celestial Sophia, to move Bythos into sending down the Christ to the aid of the spiritual sons of Seth. Ildebaoth himself had been caused to make ready the way for his coming through his own minister, John the Baptist, in the belief that the kingdom Christ came to establish was merely a temporal one, a supposition fostered in him by the contrivance of Achamoth. Besides inducing him to send the precursor, she made him cause the birth of the man Jesus by the Virgin Mary, because the creation of a material person could only be the work of the Demiurgus, not falling within the province of a higher power. As soon as the man Jesus was born, the Christ, uniting himself with Sophia, descended through the 7 planetary regions, assuming in each an analogous form, thus concealing his true nature from their presiding genii, whilst he attracted into himself the sparks of the divine light they still retained in their essence. These analogous forms are explained by the fact that the Ophite diagramma figured Michael as a lion, Suriel as a bull, Raphael as a serpent, Gabriel as an eagle, Sabaoth as a bear, Eratioth as a dog, Uriel as an ass. In this manner the Christ entered into the man Jesus at the moment of his baptism in the Jordan. From this time forth Jesus began to work miracles. Before that he had been entirely ignorant of his own mission. But Ildebaoth, at last discovering that he was subverting his own kingdom upon earth, stirred up the Jews against him and caused him to be put to death. When he was on the cross, the Christ and Sophia left his body and returned to their own place. Upon his death, the two took the man Jesus, abandoned his material body to the earth, and gave him a new one made out of the ether. Thenceforth he consisted merely of soul and spirit, which was the cause why the disciples did not recognize him after his resurrection. During his sojourn upon earth of 18 months after he had risen, he received from Sophia that perfect knowledge, the true Gnosis, which he communicated to the small portion of the apostles who were capable of receiving the same. Thence, ascending up into the middle space, he sat down upon the right hand of Ildebaoth, although unperceived by him, and there he is collecting all souls that have been purified through the knowledge of Christ. When he shall have collected all the spiritual, all the light, out of Ildebaoth's empire, redemption is accomplished, and the end of the world arrived. which means nothing else than the reabsorption of all light into the pleroma from which it had originally descended. The sect were divided in their opinions as to the nature of Ophis. Although agreed that this genius was in the beginning the minister of Achamoth, the Ophites of Theodoret's time held that he had been converted into the enemy of man, although by inducing him to break the commandment of Ildabaoth, he had proved the final cause of man's deliverance from his power. But all these nice distinctions and complicated machinery of redemption were the invention of the later schools, unknown to the sect described by Hippolytus. For the primitive Ophites, retaining the Egyptian veneration for the Agathodaemon, regarded their serpent, the Nas, as identical with either Sophia or the Christ. That writer says positively, the Nas, Hebrew Nachash, is the only thing they worship, whence they are denominated Nasani. Even 2 centuries later, when Epiphanius wrote, they employed a living tame serpent to encircle and consecrate the loaves that were to be eaten at the Eucharistic supper. Again, Tertullian has, in prescript, serpentem magnificent in tantum ut etiam Christo preferant, a passage that suggests that their Ophis was connected with the antique solar genius of the Pharaonic religion. It was a peculiarity of the Egyptians that, like the present Hindus, they were divided, as it were, into sects, each of which adopted some one deity out of the pantheon for the exclusive object of worship, paying no regard to all the rest. As in modern Hinduism, Vishnu and Siva have engrossed the religion of the country, so in the Egypt of the first Christian century Anubis and Canuf had become the sole objects of Egyptian veneration, as the monuments hereafter to be reviewed will abundantly evince. To establish the identity of their Ophis with the Savior, his followers adduce the words of St. John, "For as Moses lifted up the serpent in the wilderness, even so must the Son of Man be lifted up." All this proves that the section of the Ophites, which regarded the serpent as evil by its nature, had been led astray from the primitive doctrine of their sect by the prevailing Zoroastrian and Jewish notions upon that subject. The creed of the original Gnostics, the Nasani, gave a very different view of the nature of the serpent considered merely as a type, a fact which shall be established in the section on the Agathodaemon worship. Epiphanius gives the following abstract of their doctrine to explain their reverence for the serpent as the true author of divine knowledge. The supreme aeon, having produced other eons, one of these, a female, named Prunikos, i.e. concupiscence, descended into the waters of the abyss, whence, not being able to extricate herself, she remained suspended in the middle space, being too much clogged by matter to return above, and yet not sinking lower, where there was nothing cognate to her nature. In this condition she produced Ildabaoth, the god of the Jews, and he, in his turn, 7 eons, or angels, who created the 7 heavens. From these 7 eons, Ildabaoth shut up all that was above, lest they should know of anything superior to himself. The 7 eons then created man in the image of their father, but prone, and crawling upon earth like a worm. But the heavenly mother, Prunikos, wishing to deprive Ildabaoth of the power wherewith she had unadvisedly invested him, infused into man a celestial spark, the soul. Straightway man rose up on his feet, soared in mind beyond the limits of the 8 spheres, and glorified the Supreme Father, him who is above Ildabaoth. Hence Ildabaoth, full of jealousy, cast down his eyes upon the lower layer of matter, and begat a virtue whom they call his son. Eve, listening to him as the Son of God, was easily persuaded to eat of the tree of knowledge. Such is the brief summary of Ophite tenets, as given by Epiphanius. The details of the elaborate system given in the preceding pages are extracted from Theodoret, who flourished half a century later. Machinery of the Gnosis. The doctrines of the chief schools of Gnosticism having been fully described in the preceding sections, the next step in the natural order of things will be to consider the machinery employed by its teachers to set forth these new doctrines. The deities of the ancient mythology continued to hold their place in the productions of the great sect whose birthplace was Alexandria, and consequently, some insight into the sense in which the novel Theosophy adopted them may be obtained by learning what were the powers and attributes of these same gods when their worship held undisputed possession of the country. On this account, the chief deities of Egypt and the figures under which they are recognized must now be briefly described, together with their Coptic titles, so often found on these monuments in strange companionship with the holy names of the Jewish creed, with the Magian genii, even with the appellatives of Hindu gods, the very terminology of the religion plainly indicating its remote and multifarious sources. 1. The great god of Lower Egypt, Pithas, phonetic, Ptah, is represented in a close-fitting robe with his feet joined together and standing upon a base of 4 steps called the 4 foundations, and which typified the 4 elements of which he was the grand artificer, an emblem long afterwards taken in the same acceptation by the Rosicrucians. Sometimes he appears as a dwarf and Priapian, sometimes as Pathatore with a beetle forehead. His proper attribute is the cynocephalous baboon. His 4 sons, the Kabiri, are painted as little ugly dwarfs, bearing for badges of office a sword, a crocodile, a serpent, a human head stuck on a hook. They become, in the hierarchy of the Pistis Sophia, the collectors unto wrath, Erinio, whose office is to accuse souls in the judgment. The many-armed genius brandishing similar weapons, often found on Gnostic talismans, probably expresses the same idea in a condensed form. 2. Ammon, phonetically Ammon, has a human and occasionally a ram's head, from which rises a party-colored plume. He is modified into Pan-Mendes, Priapian, and brandishing a whip. In the character of Ammon Shnubis, he has his feet bound together and wears the horns of a goat. He is often figured as the serpent, called by the Greeks the Agathodaemon. His symbol is the vas canopus, for so the Greeks pronounce the name of Chanubis. United with the sun, he becomes Ammon-Ra. 3. The sun god, Free or Ra, depicted with the head of a hawk supporting the solar disk entwined with the serpent Uraeus. 4. Thoth or Thoit, ibis-headed, is the scribe of the gods. Sometimes he takes the head of a hawk and becomes the famous Hermes Trismegistus. His symbol is the winged orb, Tat, answering to the mirror of the Persians. He is the prophet Enoch's 4th rebellious angel, Penumuk, who discovered unto the children of men bitterness and sweetness, and pointed out to them every unit of their wisdom. He taught men to understand writing and the use of ink and paper. Therefore numerous have been those who have gone astray, from every period of the world even to this day. For men were not born for this, thus with pen and with ink to confirm their faith. 5. Sochos is depicted with the head of a crocodile and is also symbolized by a crocodile with the tail bent. 6. The moon god, Pa-Io, Pa being the Coptic definite article, is represented having his feet close together. Upon his head is a single lock of hair and the crescent. At other times this deity is figured bisexual and casting gold dust over the heavens, that is, bespangling them with the stars. 7. Osiris is a human figure distinguished by his lofty conical helmet and holding a crook and a whip. The eye is his symbol. 8. Aroeres, Aroi, the Horus of the Greeks, has a single lock of hair upon his head. He is figured as being suckled by Isis and again as seated upon the lotus. He also occasionally wears the head of a hawk, as being one character of the solar god. His symbol, the hawk, appears upon the breast of Isis in a torso in the Borgia collection. 9. Anubis, Anbo, is always jackal-headed and sometimes has also a human one-head springing from a separate neck. His Coptic name, Anvo, may often be observed in Gnostic legends. 10. Biban, or Bibis, has the head of a hippopotamus or a crocodile, and carries a sword, a figure which used to be taken for Typhon. He stands for the constellation Ursa Major in the zodiac of Dendera. Of goddesses, the principal are 1. Neith, expressed by the vulture, or else by a female with head of a vulture, or lion. In the last case, she takes the name of Tafnet. She symbolizes the vault of heaven. 2. Ather, with the head of a cow, or else of a woman covered with the skin of the royal vulture. She is denoted hieroglyphically by a hawk placed within a square. 3. Isis, a female with horns of a cow, between which rests a disk, the lunar circle. 4. Sat, the Grecian Hera, wearing tall plumes on her head, and sometimes personified with a feather in place of head, stands for truth, in which latter quality she appears regularly at the judgment of the soul. The 4 genii of the Amenthus, or Hades, are represented with the heads of a man, jackal, baboon, and hawk, respectively, and are often placed together like mummy-shaped figures, forming the canopic vases. The symbols of the same worship have been to some extent explained by persons writing at a time when they were still a living, though fast-expiring, language. Of such writers, the most valuable is Plutarch, who in his curious treatise, De Icid et Osirid, has given the meaning of several of these symbols, and, as it would appear, upon very good authority. According to him, Isis sometimes signifies the moon, in which sense she is denoted by a crescent, sometimes the earth as fecundated by the waters of the Nile. For this reason water, as the seed of Osiris, was carried in a vase in the processions in honor of this goddess. Osiris is denoted by the picture of an eye and scepter, his name being compounded of Os many and Iris, eye. Upon this point Macrobius states, the Egyptians, in order to denote that Osiris means the sun, whenever they want to express his name in hieroglyphic writing, engrave a scepter, and on top thereof the figure of an eye. And by this symbol they express Osiris, signifying this god to be the sun, riding on high in regal power, and looking down upon all things, because antiquity hath surnamed the sun the eye of Jupiter. The fig leaf stands for king, and also for the south. The lizard, which was believed to conceive through the ear and to bring forth through the mouth, is the type of the generation of the word, that is, the Logos, or divine wisdom. This belief explains the appearance of a lizard upon the breast of certain figures of Minerva. The Scarabaeus, in its making spherical receptacles for its eggs, and by its retrograde motion, imitates the action and movement of the sun. This insect had no female, according to the popular belief of the Egyptians. The asp expresses a planet, for like that luminary, it moves rapidly, though without any visible organ of locomotion. The ibis stands for the moon, the legs of the bird, when extended, making an equilateral triangle. It is hard to discern any analogy between the moon and this figure of geometry, but yet the Pythagoreans denoted Athene by the same sign. But that Plutarch is here correct is proved by many gems which show a triangle set upon an altar and adored by the baboon, Luna's favorite beast. How the later Egyptians symbolized the sun and moon is well expressed upon a jasper, Waterton, where Horus, seated on the lotus, is adored by the baboon. In the field are the sun star and the crescent attached to their respective figures, and also the triangle very conspicuously placed. Horus, Plutarch remarks, wears a crown of the branches of the Persea, because its fruit resembles in shape the heart, its leaves the tongue. The legend goes that the tree, Cordia mixa, or Sebastane plum, was first planted at Memphis by the hero Perseus, whence its name. In memory of his mythic ancestor, Alexander ordered that a garland of Persea leaves should form the prize at the games he instituted at his new capital. The tree never wants a succession of flowers and fruit. The latter Pliny compares to a red plum, adding that it will not grow in Europe. We next come to a professed treatise upon this recondite subject, Horapollo's Interpretation of the Sacred Animals. Unfortunately, this work bears upon its face clear evidence of having been excogitated by some pragmatical Alexandrian Greek, totally ignorant of what he was writing about, but impudently passing off his own stupid conjectures as to the meaning of the figures on the ancient works surrounding him, as though they were interpretations handed down to him by antique authority. He must have written under the Lower Empire, when the art of reading hieroglyphics was entirely lost, for we know that it still existed in the 1st century. Tacitus particularly notes that an aged priest read to Germanicus upon his visit to Thebes the contents of the historical tablets on the edifices of that city. Mox visit veterum Thebarum magna vestigia, et manebant structis molibus litterae, Aegyptiae, priscam, opulentiam complexe, iususque, e senioribus sacerdotum patrium sermonem interpretare. This happened A.D. 19. It would appear that the knowledge of hieroglyphics was fast dying out and only preserved by members of the previous generation. It is only in a few instances that Horapollo has preserved some genuine tradition of the meaning of those symbols which were the most generally used, and therefore the last to be forgotten. Of these explanations, the most important are what follow. The cynocephalous baboon denotes the moon, because that beast has a certain sympathy with the luminary, and during her dark quarter sits without eating, his eyes fixed upon the ground as though mourning for her loss. He moreover denotes the priestly order, because he is naturally circumcised, and abhors fish and fishermen. Erect and with uplifted paws, and a basilisk, asip, upon his head, he symbolizes the new moon, whose first appearance he hails after this fashion. By his voiding his urine at fixed and regular intervals, he first suggested to observers the regular division off the day into hours, and furnished the first idea of the invention of the clepsydra, or water clock. The dog jackal represents the sacred scribe, because that functionary ought to be always studying, and likewise should bark at and make himself disagreeable to everybody. In another sense, he expresses a prophet, from his habit of staring fixedly at the statues of the gods. The hawk means God, or sun. The lion, from the resemblance of his round face to the solar orb, is placed beneath the throne of Horus, the Egyptian title of the sun. The rising of the Nile, called in Coptic Nov or Nev, is denoted by 3 large vases, and also by a lion, because it attains its full height when the sun is in that sign of the zodiac, for which same cause the spouts of the sacred lavers are made in the shape of lions' heads. By the ibis is signified the heart, because the bird belongs to Hermes, who presides over the heart and all reason. The ibis also, by its own shape, resembles the form of the heart, concerning which matter there is a very long legend current amongst the Egyptians. But the most graphic account of the symbols and ceremonies employed in the worship of Isis, whilst yet in its full glory, the middle of the 2nd century, is to be obtained from the description of her procession, which Apuleius, himself one of the initiated, has penned in the 11th book of his Golden Ass. Next flow on the crowds of people initiated into the divine mysteries, men and women of every rank and all ages, shining in the pure whiteness of linen robes, the latter having their dripping hair enveloped in a transparent covering, the former with their heads shaven clean, and the crowns thereof shining white. These earthly stars of the nocturnal ceremony, raising as they went a shrill tinkling with sistra of bronze, silver, and even of gold. But the chief performers in the rites were those nobles who, clad in a tight-fitting robe of linen descending from the waist down to the heels, carried in the procession the glorious symbols of the most potent deities. The first held out at arm's length a lamp, diffusing before him a brilliant light, not by any means resembling in form the lamps in common use for illuminating our evening meals, but a golden bowl supporting a more ample blaze in the midst of its broad expanse. The second, similarly robed, held up with both hands the altar that derives its name from the beneficent providence of the supreme goddess. The third marched along bearing aloft a palm branch with leaves formed of thin gold, and also the caduceus of Hermes. The fourth displayed the symbol of justice, the figure of the left hand with the palm open, which, on account of its natural inactivity, and its being endowed with neither skill nor cunning, has been deemed a more fitting emblem of justice than the right hand. The same minister likewise carried a small golden vestibule made in a round form like an udder, out of which he poured libations of milk. The fifth carried a winnowing fan piled up with golden sprigs. The last of all bore a huge wine jar. Immediately after these came the deities, condescending to walk upon human feet, the foremost among them rearing terrifically on high his dog's head and neck, that messenger between heaven and hell, displaying alternately a face black as night and golden as the day. In his left, the caduceus; in his right, waving aloft the green palm branch. His steps were closely followed by a cow, raised into an upright posture, the cow being the fruitful emblem of the universal parent, the goddess herself, which one of the happy train carried with majestic steps, supported on his shoulders. By another was borne the coffin containing the sacred things, and closely concealing the deep secrets of the holy religion. Another carried in his happy bosom the awful figure of the supreme deity, not represented in the image of a beast, either tame or wild, nor of a bird, nor even in that of man, but ingeniously devised and inspiring awe by its very strangeness, that ineffable symbol of the deepest mystery, and ever to be shrouded in the profoundest silence. But next came, carried precisely in the same manner, a small vessel made of burnished gold, and most skillfully wrought out into a hemispherical bottom, embossed externally with strange Egyptian figures. Its mouth, but slightly raised, was extended into a spout, and projected considerably beyond the body of the bowl, whilst on the opposite side, widening as it receded into a capacious opening, it was affixed to the handle, upon which was seated an asp wreathed into a knot, and rearing up on high its streaked, swollen, and scaly neck. These images and symbols require a few remarks in elucidation, suggested by the notices of ancient writers, or by the representations of these very objects upon extant monuments of the same religion. The udder-shaped vessel exactly describes the one so frequently placed upon the Gnostic gems, and which matter so strangely interprets as the vase of sins of the deceased, an unlikely subject to be selected for a talisman intended to secure the benevolence of heaven. Much more to the purpose is Köhler's conjecture that it is one of the earthen pots used to be tied round the circumference of the irrigating wheel, still employed for raising the water of the Nile to fertilize the adjacent fields, fecundating Isis with the seed of Osiris, in ancient phrase, and certainly the string fastened about its top favors such an explanation. In fact, we have an example of similar veneration for a vessel in the case of the canopus, the pot that held the same water when purified for drinking. The winnow fan is also often represented, placed over this hemispherical vase. The same instrument played an important part in the marriage ceremony of the Greeks. When piled with fruit of all kinds, it was placed on the head of the bride. The same significant article, a broad, shallow basket, was the cradle of the infant Bacchus, the Mystica Vanus Iaci. The golden bowl serving for lamp often figures amongst the various emblems adorning our talismans. The sistrum got its peculiar outline from the Indian yoni, emblem of the female sex, and it was on account of its similar shape the almond luz was also held sacred in Egypt, which seems the true origin of the vesica piscis, serving as the enclosure for divine figures. The British Museum possesses a Hindu altar in hardstone, neatly polished, having its flat top formed into the shape of the lingam yoni. At each corner of the square, a little idol is squatted. This Indian figure, signifying the active and passive powers of nature in conjunction for the work of creation, is sculptured like a round shallow basin, with long projecting lips tapering to a twist, with an obtuse cone rising out of its middle. Now this is the exact shape of a large brown lamp from Herculaneum, only that from its center, instead of a cone, springs a bent forefinger, digitus obscanus, with the same meaning as the lingam, serving for handle to carry it by, whilst from the sides project the three arms of the Egyptian Tau. This vessel must have belonged to the Isis worship in that town, no doubt as popular there as it is known to have been at the neighboring Pompeii. As for the office of Anubis-bearer, it is related that when Commodus discharged that duty in the procession, he gratified the insane cruelty of his nature by cracking the shaven skulls of all within reach with the weighty head of the idol. And it seems to follow as a matter of course that the Anubis of Apuleius, in order to display alternately an ebon and a golden visage, must have possessed a pair of heads, human and canine, just as he is figured, holding the caduceus and palm upon certain basilidan gems. Lastly, the mysterious image, too awful to be described, but whose nature is darkly hinted at as neither of bird, beast, nor man. These very expressions would tempt me to believe a compound of all three, in a word, the veritable figure of the Abraxas god. And be it remembered that this image was the supreme god, and he, we know, was the Iao of Egypt. This idol must have been of small dimensions, for it was carried in the bosom of the devotee's robe, and my suspicion is strongly confirmed by the existence in the late Mertens Schaffhausen collection of a bronze statuette, 5 inches in height, found in the south of France, and thus described in the catalogue. No 2002, statuette of Iao standing, armed with cuirass, shield, and whip, his head in the form of a cock's, his legs terminating in serpents. Part 2. The worship of Mithras and Serapis. O voi che avete gli intelletti sani, mirate la dottrina che s'asconde, sotto il velame degli versi strani. Salve vera deum facies, vultusque paterne, octo e sexcentis numeris cui litera trina, conformat sacrum nomen, cognomen et omen. Free Shiu UIC, the worship of Mithras. 1. Origin of Mithraism. The innumerable monuments of every kind, bequeathed to us by the widely spread worship of the deity styled Mithras, serve at the same time copiously to illustrate the important contributions of Zoroastrian doctrine towards the composition of Gnosticism. The Mithraic religion, according to Plutarch, first made its appearance in Italy upon Pompey's reduction of the Cilician pirates, of whom it was the national worship, and who, when broken up into colonists and slaves all over Italy, propagated it amongst their conquerors. In the new soil the novel religion flourished so rapidly as, in the space of 2 centuries, to supersede, coupled with the earlier introduced Serapis worship, the primitive Hellenic and Etruscan deities. In fact, long before this final triumph over the skeptical, Pliny appears disposed to accept Mithraicism, in its essential principle, as the only religion capable of satisfying a rational inquirer, as may be deduced from this noble passage: Eorum medius sol fervidus, amplissima magnitudine, nec temporum modo, terrarumque, sed siderum etiam ipsorum celice, rector. Hanc esse mundi totius animam ac planius mentem, nunc principale naturae regimen ac numen credere decet, opera ejus estimantes. Hic lumen rebus ministrat, aufertque tenebras, hic reliqua sidera occultat, illustrat. Hic vices temporum annumque semper, renascentem ex usu naturae temperat. Hic celi tristitiam discutit, atque etiam humani nubila animi serenat. Hic sum lumen ceteris quoque sideribus fonerat. Preclarus eximius, omnia intuens, omnia etiam exaudiens. Ad principi literarum Homero plaquis in uno e Ovidio, qua propter effigiem Dei formamque querere imbecilitatis humanae rear, Quisquis est Deus, si modo est alius, et quacunque in parte, totus est senses, totus visus, totus auditus, totus anime, totus animi, totus sui. Thus, during the 2nd and 3rd centuries of the Roman Empire, Mithras and Serapis had come almost to engross the popular worship, even to the remotest limits of the known world. For Mithraism was originally the religion taught by Zoroaster, although somewhat changed and materialized so as better to assimilate itself to the previously established nature worship of the West. Under this grosser form, it took its name from Mithras, who in the Zendavesta is not the supreme being, Ormuzd, but the chief of the subordinate powers, the 7 Amshaspans. Mithra is the Zend name for the sun, the proper mansion of the spirit, but not the spirit himself. Hence the great oath of Artaxerxes. Mnemen was, by the light of Mithras, a counterpart of the tremendous adjuration of our William the Conqueror, by the splendor of God. But the materialistic Greeks at once identified the Persian spirit with their own substantial Phoebus and Hyperion. Thus Ovid has, placat equo Persis radius, Hyperiona cinctum. In this view of his nature, Mithras was identified with other types of the sun god, such as the Phanases of Asia Minor and the Dionysos of Greece, and thereby soon usurped the place of the latter in the long-established mysteries, the ancient Dionysia. The importance into which the Mithraica had grown by the middle of the 2nd century may be estimated from a fact mentioned by Lampridius, that the emperor himself, Commodus, condescended to be initiated into them. Nay more, with their penances and tests of the courage of the neophyte, they may be said to have been maintained by unbroken tradition through the secret societies of the Middle Ages, then by the Rosicrucians, down to that faint reflex of the latter, the Freemasonry of our own times. But this curious point must be reserved for the last section of this treatise investigating the nature of the last-named societies. My present object is to point out the gradations by which the Mithraic principle passed into the Egyptian and semi-Christian forms of Gnosticism. The mystic name Abraxas, asserted to have been the coinage of the Alexandrian Basilides, is said to mean either in actual Coptic holy name, as Bellarmine will have it, or, as seems equally probable, is merely the Hebrew ha-bracha, blessing, grisast, in the same sense. That the symbolic figure embodying the idea of the Abraxas god has a reference to the sun in all its components is yet more evident, as shall be shown hereafter. Similarly, the Brahmins apply their ineffable name Aum to the fierce and all-pervading sun, and Macrobius devotes much curious learning to prove that all the great gods of antiquity, whatever their names and figures, were no more than various attempts at personifying the one deity whose residence is the sun. It must here be remembered that Basilides was by no means a Christian heretic, as the later fathers found it expedient to represent him, but rather, as his contemporary Clemens relates, a philosopher devoted to the study of divine things, and thus possibly imbued with such Buddhistic notions as the intercourse between Alexandria and the cities of Gujarat, then ruled over by the Jaina kings, may have naturalized both in Egypt and in Palestine. This metropolis, as the grand emporium for foreign doctrines as well as foreign wares, supplies the reason for the frequent union of Mithras with Abraxas in the same stone, proceeding from the Alexandrian talisman factory. A curious exemplification is a green jasper, Marlborough, bearing on one side the normal Zoroastrian device, Mithras slaughtering the bull, on the other the well-known Gnostic Pantheus, a truly Indian syncretism which converts all deities from separate beings into mere deified attributes of one and the same God, and, for the initiated few that is, reduces that seemingly unlimited polytheism into the acknowledgement of the existence of the Supreme Creator. That model of a perfect prince, Severus Alexander, must have imbibed a strong tinge of the Gnosis, as indeed might have been expected from his birthplace and style of education. For although upon every seventh day he went up to worship in the capital, and also regularly visited the temples of the other Roman gods, he nevertheless was intending to build a temple unto Christ, and to rank him in the number of the gods. Which thing Hadrian also is said to have thought of, and actually to have ordered temples without images to be built in all the chief cities of the empire, which same temples, because they contain no gods, are now called temples raised to Hadrian himself, although in reality he is reported to have prepared them for the purpose above named. But he was prevented from carrying out his design by those who consulted the oracles, sacra, and discovered that, if it should be carried out, everybody would turn Christian, and thereby the other temples would be all deserted. Indeed, there is every reason to believe that, as in the East, the worship of Serapis was at first combined with Christianity, and gradually merged into it with an entire change of name, though not of substance, carrying along with it many of its proper ideas and rites. So, in the West, the Mithras worship produced a similar effect upon the character of the religion that took its place. Seal, in his admirable treatise upon Mithraism, is of opinion that, as long as the Roman dominion lasted in Germany, we find traces there of the Mosaic law. And in the same way as there were single Jewish families, so were there single Christians existing amongst the heathen. The latter, however, for the most part, ostensibly paid worship to the Roman gods in order to escape persecution, holding secretly in their hearts the religion of Christ. It is by no means improbable that, under the permitted symbols of Mithras, they worshiped the Son of God and the mysteries of Christianity. In this point of view, the Mithric monuments, so frequent in Germany, are evidences to the faith of the early Christian Romans. This same supremacy of the Mithras worship in his own times makes the grand scheme of Heliogabalus prove less insane than it strikes the modern reader at the first impression. He was intending, according to report, to permit no other worship at Rome than that of his own god and namesake, the Emessene aerolite, apt emblem of the sun, bringing together in his temple the fire of Vesta, the Palladium, the Ancilia, and all the other most venerated relics, and moreover the religion of the Jews and Samaritans, and the devotion of the Christians. To such a heterogeneous union, that numerous section of the Roman public who shared Macrobius's sentiments on the nature of all ancient gods could have found no possible objection so far as the principle was concerned. That such a relationship to Christianity was actually alleged by the partisans of Mithraism, when in its decline, is proved by the remarkable declaration of Augustine himself, John de Forest, Discourse 7. I remember that the priests of the Fellow in the Cap, Ilias Piliati, used at one time to say, "Our capped one is himself a Christian." In this asserted affinity probably lay the motive that induced Constantine to adopt, for the commonest type of his coinage, the sole currency of the western provinces, and retain long after his conversion the figure of Saul himself, with the legend, "To the invincible Son, my companion or guardian." A type capable of a double interpretation, meaning equally the ancient Phoebus and the new Son of Righteousness, and thereby unobjectionable to Gentile and Christian alike of the equally divided population amongst whom it circulated. Nay more, this emperor, when avowedly Christian, selected for the grandest ornament of his new capital a colossal Apollo mounted upon a lofty column, which retained its place until cast down by an earthquake in the reign of Alexius Comnenus. Through a similar interchange, the old festival held on the 25th day of December, in honor of the birthday of the Invincible One, and celebrated by the great games of the circus, as marked in the calendar 8 Cal Ian, N Invicti, CM 24, was afterwards transferred to the commemoration of the birth of Christ, of which the real day was, as the Fathers confess, totally unknown. Chrysostom, for example, declares that the birthday of Christ had then lately been fixed at Rome upon that day, in order that whilst the heathen were busied with their own profane ceremonies, the Christians might perform their holy rites without molestation. And Mithras was the more readily admitted as the type of Christ, creator and maintainer of the universe, inasmuch as the Zendavesta declares him to be the first emanation of Ormuzd, the good principle, and the manifestation of himself unto the world. Now it was from this very creed that the Jews, during their long captivity in the Persian Empire, of which when restored to Palestine they formed but a province, derived all the angelology of their religion, even to its minutest details, such as we find it flourishing in the times of the Second Kingdom. Not until then are they discovered to possess the belief in a future state, of rewards and punishments, the latter carried on in a fiery lake. The existence of a complete hierarchy of good and evil angels, taken almost verbatim from the lists given by the Zendavesta, the soul's immortality, and the Last Judgment, all of them essential parts of the Zoroastrian scheme and recognized by Josephus as the fundamental doctrines of the Judaism of his own times. To all these ideas, Moses in the law makes not the slightest allusion. His promises and threatenings are all of the earth, earthy. He preaches a religion of secularists, and such a religion was, down to the latest days of Jerusalem, still maintained by the Sadducees. Now these Sadducees were the most ancient and respectable families of the nation, who boasted of keeping the law of Moses pure and uncontaminated from the admixture of foreign notions imbibed by the commonalty during their long sojourn amongst the Gentiles. Nay more, there is some reason to accept Matter's etymology of the name of their opponents, the Pharisees, as actually signifying Persians, being a term of contempt for the holders of the new-fangled doctrines picked up from their conquerors. And this etymology is a much more rational one and more consistent with the actual elements of the word than the common one making it to mean separatists, an epithet by no means applicable to a party constituting the immense majority of the race. It is only necessary now to allude to the ingenious theory of Bishop Warburton set forth in his Divine Legation of Moses, who converts the absence of all spiritualism from his teaching into the strongest argument for its being directly inspired from heaven. But from whatever source derived, how closely does the Zoroastrian idea of the nature and office of Mithras coincide with the definition of those of Christ as given by the author of the Epistle to the Hebrews, that profound Jewish theologian who styles him the brightness or reflection of his glory, the express image of his person, upholding all things by the word of his power, and again, being made so much better than the angels, as he hath by inheritance obtained a more excellent name than they. And here it may be observed that the reflection of the invisible Supreme in his first emanation is a distinguishing feature in most of the Gnostic systems. Mithras used to be invoked together with the sun, and thus, being confounded with that luminary, became the object of a separate worship, which ultimately superseded that of Ormuzd himself. And this was the only one propagated by the Pontic colonists and their converts amongst the nations of the West. Secondary deities often usurp the places of those of the first rank. So Vishnu and Siva have entirely eclipsed Brahma. Serapis had played the same part with the pharaonic gods of Egypt, and yet more striking analogies from modern creeds are too obvious to require quotation. Through this relationship of ideas, Mithraic symbolism found its way into early Christian art in many of its particulars. The bas-relief over the portal of the baptistery at Parma, a work of the 12th century, has all the aspect of a Mithraic monument, and certainly its design would be very difficult to understand from a scriptural point of view. 2. The Mithraic sacraments. The principal rites of the worship of Mithras bore a very curious resemblance to those subsequently established in the Catholic Church. They likewise furnished a model for the initiatory ceremonies observed by the secret societies of the Middle Ages and by their professed descendants in modern times. The neophytes were admitted by the rite of baptism. The initiated at their assemblies solemnly celebrated a species of Eucharist, whilst the courage and endurance of the candidate for admission into the sect were tested by 12 consecutive trials, called the tortures, undergone within a cave constructed for the purpose, all which tortures had to be completely passed through before participation in the mysteries was granted to the aspirant. The two distinguishing rites, or sacraments, to use the technical term, are thus alluded to by Justin Martyr in the earliest description which has been left us of their character. The apostles in the commentaries written by themselves, which we call Gospels, have delivered down to us that Jesus thus commanded them. He, having taken bread, after that he had given thanks, said, "Do this in commemoration of me. This is my body." Also, having taken a cup and returned thanks, he said, "This is my blood," and delivered it unto them alone. Which things indeed the evil spirits have taught to be done out of memory in the mysteries and initiations of Mithras. For in these likewise a cup of water and bread are set out, with the addition of certain words, in the sacrifice or act of worship of the person about to be initiated, a thing which ye either know by personal experience or may learn by inquiry. Again, Tertullian, writing in the following century, has in the same connection, "The devil, whose business it is to pervert the truth, mimics the exact circumstances of the divine sacraments in the mysteries of idols. He himself baptizes some, that is to say, his believers and followers. He promises forgiveness of sins from the sacred fount, and thereby initiates them into the religion of Mithras. Thus he marks on the forehead his own soldiers. There he celebrates the oblation of bread. He brings in the symbol of the resurrection, and wins the crown with the sword." By the symbol of the resurrection, Tertullian clearly means that simulation of death mentioned by Lampridius, of which more hereafter, and which is typified on so many talismans by the corpse bestridden by the solar lion. The final ceremony he has himself explained in another passage, "Blush, my Roman fellow soldiers, even though ye be not to be judged by Christ, but by any soldier of Mithras, who when he is undergoing initiation in the cave, in the very camp of the powers of darkness, when the garland rather, is offered to him, a sword being placed between, as though in semblance of martyrdom, and about to be set upon his head, is instructed to put forth his hand and push the crown away, transferring it perchance to his shoulder, saying at the same time, 'My crown is Mithras.' And from that time forth he never wears a crown, garland, and this he has for the badge of his initiation, for he is immediately known to be a soldier of Mithras, if he rejects a garland when offered to him, saying that his crown is his god. Let us therefore acknowledge the craftiness of the devil, who copies certain things of these that be divine, in order that he may confound and judge us by the faithfulness of his own followers." As to the ceremony here mentioned, unimportant as it may seem to the modern reader, it may be remarked that as the wearing a garland was indispensable among the ancients on all festive occasions, the refusal of one upon such occasions would be a most conspicuous mark of singularity and of unflinching profession of faith. But every dispassionate observer will perceive that these overzealous fathers proceed to beg the question when they assume that the Mithraic rites were devised as counterfeits of the Christian sacraments, inasmuch as the former were in existence long before the first promulgation of Christianity, unless indeed to imitate by anticipation be considered as merely another proof of the mischievous sagacity of its diabolical opponent. On the other hand, there is good reason to suspect that the simple commemorative or distinctive ceremonies instituted by the first founder of Christianity were gradually invested with those mystic and supernatural virtues which later ages insisted upon as articles of faith, by the teaching of unscrupulous missionaries, anxious to outbid the attractions of long-established rites of an apparently cognate character. By this assimilation, they offered to their converts through the performance of, as it were, certain magical practices, all those spiritual blessings of which the rites themselves were, at their institution, the symbols only, not the instruments. A very instructive illustration of such union of Mithraism and Christianity in the celebration of the Eucharist is afforded by the Pistis Sophia's description of the Great One celebrated by the Savior himself upon the shore of the Sea of Galilee, which will be found given at length in its proper place. And lastly, it deserves to be mentioned that eating the flesh and drinking the blood of a human sacrifice was far from being a mere figure of speech in certain of these mystic celebrations. Pliny gives high praise to Claudius for having suppressed the worship of the Druids, whom he considers as identical in their religion with the Magi, in whose rites it was esteemed the highest act of religion to slaughter a man, and the most salutary of proceedings to eat the flesh of the same. And in this notion, which necessarily became attached by suspicion to the proceedings of all secret societies, lay most probably the root of the belief so widely diffused amongst the Roman vulgar that the real Eucharist of the first Christians at their nocturnal meetings was the sacrifice and the feasting upon a newborn child concealed within a vessel of flour, into which the catechumen was directed by his sponsors to plunge a knife. In the particulars preserved to us of the Mithraic sacrament, certain very curious analogies to those of the Christian rite cannot fail to arrest our attention. The bread therein used was a round cake, emblem of the solar disk, and called mizd. In this name, Seal discovers the origin of Missa as designating the bloodless sacrifice of the Mass, assuming that this mizd was the prototype of the host, hostia, which is of precisely the same form and dimensions. It is not out of place to notice here the various etymologies which have been proposed for the word missa. The most popular one, which moreover has the sanction of Ducange, derives it from the words ite missa est, with which the priest dismissed the non-communicant part of the congregation before proceeding to the actual consecration of the Eucharist. The translation of the phrase by the vulgar into depart, it is the missa, would certainly be obvious enough. But according to the rule in all such cases, the object sacrificed gives its name to the ceremony, rather than a phrase from the ceremonial itself, and this object had from time immemorial gone by the name of hostia, or victim. The early Christians were quite as partial as the Gnostics to the naturalizing of the Hebrew terms belonging to the Mosaic ordinances, and applying the same to their own practices. Thus the Old Covenant went amongst them by the name of phase, for example. In hoc festo novi regis, novum pascha, novae legis, vetus, phasa terminat. The rabbins have possibly preserved a tradition that explains the true origin of the wafer. Alphonsus de Spira, in his Fortalitium Fidei, asserts that its circular form is a symbol of the sun, and that it is in reality offered in sacrifice at the celebration of the Mass to the genius of that luminary. For the Kabbalists hold that Moses and the prophets were inspired by the genius of Saturn, a good and pure spirit, whereas Jesus was by that of Mercury, a malevolent one, and the Christian religion was the work of Mercury, Jupiter, and the Sun, all combining together for that purpose. There is yet another curious analogy to be noticed when it is remembered that the Mass symbolizes the death of its first institutor. A round cake, the chupatti of such evil notoriety at the commencement of the Sepoy Mutiny, is, amongst the Hindus, the established offering to the manes of their ancestors. The Christian breaking of bread, besides symbolizing the great sacrifice once offered, seems, from the account of the manifestation at Emmaus, to have been done in some peculiar way which should serve for a Masonic token or means of mutual recognition amongst the brethren. The sacramental cup, or chalice, is often represented as set upon the Mithraic altar, or rather table, and a curious piece of jugglery connected with its employment, though not amongst the Mithraicists, is described by Epiphanes. The followers of Marcus, in their celebrating the Eucharist, employed 3 vases made of the clearest glass. These were filled with wine, which, during the progress of the ceremony, changed into a blood-red, purple, and blue color, respectively. Thereupon the officiating minister, or more properly speaking magician, hands one of these vessels to some lady of the congregation, and requests her to bless it. Which done, he pours this into another vase of much greater capacity, with the prayer, "May the grace of God, which is above all, inconceivable, inexplicable, fill thine inner man, and increase the knowledge of himself within thee, sowing the grain of mustard seed in good ground," whereupon the liquid in the larger vase swells and swells until it runs over the brim. The worship of Mithras long kept its ground under the Christian emperors in the capital itself, and doubtless survived its overthrow there for many generations longer in the remote and then semi-independent provinces. At the very close of the 4th century, Jerome, writing to Leta, says, "A few years ago did not your kinsman Gracchus, a name the very echo of patrician nobility, when holding the office of prefect of the city, break down and burn the cave of Mithras, with all the monstrous images which pervade the initiatory rites, as Corax, Niphus, the soldier, the lion, the Persian, Helios, and Father Bromius." In the imagery here alluded to, it is easy to recognize figures that perpetually occur upon the still extant representations of the Mithras worship. In Corax, the raven; in Niphus, Coneph the serpent; the armed man; the lion bestriding the human victim; the youth in Persian garb; the sun, expressed either by Phoebus in his car or by the star with 8 rays; and Bromius, the roarer, appropriate title of the Grecian Dionysos, who also appears as the Asiatic Fantasies, a youth holding a torch in each hand, one elevated and one depressed, to signify his rising and setting. Shifled's gem may on good grounds be taken for a picture of the Mithraic ritual, and upon it all the forementioned figures and symbols are easily to be discovered. 2 erect serpents form a kind of frame to the whole tableau, at the top of which are seen the heads of Sol and Luna confronted. Between them stands an eagle with outspread wings, at the back of each a raven. In the field are 2 naked, crowned men on horseback, trampling upon as many dead bodies. Between them a kneeling figure in supplicatory attitude, over whose head are 2 stars. Behind each horseman stand 2 soldiers. In the exurg is set out a table supporting a loaf, a fawn, sacred to Bacchus, a chalice, and something indistinct, but probably meant for the crown Tertullian speaks of. The reverse presents a more simple design: 2 crested serpents, dracones, twined about wands and looking into a cup, 2 stars over a table resting upon a larger vase, and on each side a bow, the ends of which finish in serpents' heads. In this composition we probably see portrayed certain amongst the tests of the neophyte's courage, which, according to Suidas, were termed the 12 degrees, or tortures. These corresponded in nature, although of vastly more severe reality, with those trials of courage to which our Masonic lodges subject the apprentice who seeks admission amongst them. During the Mithraic probation, which lasted 40 days, the candidate was tested by the 4 elements. He lay naked a certain number of nights upon the snow, and afterwards was scourged for the space of 2 days. These 12 tortures are sculptured upon the border of the famous Mithraic tablets preserved in the Innsbruck Museum, and a brief account of their several stages will serve to elucidate much of what remains to be discussed. 1. Man standing and about to plunge a dagger into the throat of a kneeling figure who holds up his hands in supplication. This scene appears analogous to the one in the modern ceremonial, when the candidate, ordered to remove the bandage from his eyes, beholds many swords pointed in the most threatening manner at his naked breast. 2. Naked man lying on the earth, his head resting on his hand, in the posture of repose, probably the penance of the bed of snow. 3. The same figure, standing with hands uplifted in a huge crescent, perhaps an arc, and representing the trial by water. To this last, Plato is reported to have been subjected during his initiation in Egypt, and to have but narrowly escaped drowning. 4. The same, but now with the Peleus, cap of liberty, upon his head, rushing boldly into a great fire, the trial by fire. 5. He is now seen struggling through a deep stream and endeavoring to grasp a rock. 6. Bull walking to the left. On the other side come the remaining stages. 7. 4 guests reclining at a horseshoe table, sigma, upon which is set a boar roasted whole. 8. Youth guided up a flight of interminable steps by an aged man. 9. Youth kneeling before a man in a long robe, whose hand he grasps in prayer. 10. The same figures, but their positions are interchanged. 11. Seated man, before whom kneels a naked crowned youth escorted by one in a long robe. 12. Naked man holding up the hind legs of a cow so as to receive in his face the stream still regarded by the Hindus as the most efficient laver of regeneration, and consequently always administered to persons at their last gasp. The same sacred fluid, as I am informed by a Parsi, is used in the sacramental cups drunk by every male upon his first admission into that religion, which takes place on his completing his 7th year. Nay more, such is the belief in its cleansing virtue that scrupulous Parsis always carry a bottle thereof in their pocket, wherewith to purify their hands after any unavoidable contact with unbelievers. Very similar ceremonies to these were practiced in the secret societies of the Middle Ages, if we choose to accept von Hammer's interpretation of certain mysterious sculptures, still to be seen in the Templar churches of Germany, and which he has copiously illustrated in his Mysterium Baphometis Revelatum. In the intaglio already described, the kneeling neophyte is encompassed by all the terrific and mysterious host of Mithras, so remorselessly destroyed by the zealous Gracchus. And again, the corpses trampled on by the crowned horsemen clearly refer to that recorded test of the candidate's fortitude, the apparent approach of death. For Lampridius puts down amongst the other mad freaks of Commodus that during the Mithraic ceremonies, when a certain thing had to be done for the purpose of inspiring terror, he polluted the rites by a real murder. An expression clearly showing that a scenic representation of such an act did really form a part of the proceedings. The raven properly takes its place here as being the attribute of the solar god in the Hellenic creed, on which account it is often depicted standing upon Apollo's lyre. Many other gems express the spiritual benefits conferred by the Mithraic initiation upon believers. A frequent device of the kind is a man, with hands bound behind his back, seated at the foot of a pillar, supporting a griffin with paw on wheel, that special emblem of the solar god, often accompanied with the legend Dikaios, I have deserved it. Another, Blacchus, displays an unusual richness of symbolism. The same griffin's tail ends in a scorpion, whilst the wheel squeezes out of its chrysalis a tiny human soul that stretches forth its hands in jubilation. In front stands Thoth's ibis, holding in its beak the balance, perhaps the horoscope of the patient. This talisman, too, unites the Egyptian with the Magian creed for the benefit of the carrier, for the reverse displays Isis, but in the character of Hygeia, standing upon her crocodile, the field being occupied by strangely complicated monograms of sense intelligible to the initiated alone, and doubtless communicated to the recipient of the talisman, who found in them a new name written that no man knoweth, save he that receiveth the same. But both doctrines and ceremonial of this religion are best understood through the examination of extant representations displaying them either directly or allegorically, which in their turn are illustrated by the practice of the faithful few who still keep alive the sacred fire, namely, the parsecs of Gujarat. The series, therefore, will be most fittingly opened by the following curious description of a cave of Mithras, as discovered in its original and unprofaned condition, written by that eminent antiquary, Flaminius Vaca. 3. A Roman Mithras in his cave. I remember there was found in the vineyard of Sigi, Oratio Muti, where the treasure was discovered, opposite S. Vitale, an idol in marble, about 5 palms high, 3 frefti, standing erect upon a pedestal in an empty chamber, which had the door walled up. This idol had the head of a lion, but the body that of a man. Under the feet was a globe, whence sprung a serpent which encompassed all the idol, and its head entered into the lion's mouth. He had his hands crossed upon the breast, with a key in each, 4 wings fastened upon the shoulders, 2 pointing upwards, 2 downwards. I do not consider it a very antique work, being done in a rude manner, or else indeed it was so ancient that at the time when it was made, the good style was not yet known. Sigi. Orazio, however, told me that a theologian, a Jesuit father, explained its meaning by saying it signified the devil, who in the times of heathenism ruled over the world. Hence the globe under his feet, the serpent which begirt his body and entered into his mouth, signified his foretelling the future with ambiguous responses. The keys in his hands, his sovereignty over the world, the lion's head, his being the ruler of all beasts, the wings, his presence everywhere. Such was the interpretation given by the father aforesaid. I have done everything to see the idol, but Sigi. Orazio being now dead, his heirs do not know what has become of it. It is not, however, unlikely that by the advice of the same theologian, Sig, Orazio may have sent it to some lime kiln to cure its dampness, for it had been buried many and many a year. Thus was this most interesting monument destroyed through the conceited ignorance of a wretched ecclesiastic, himself more truly a worshipper of the evil principle than was the ancient votary of the beneficent Lord of Light who carved that wondrous image. Vaca adds, I remember there was found in the same place, after the above-mentioned idol, another, only in bas relief, also having a lion's head, but the rest of the body human, with the arms extended, in each hand a torch, with 2 wings pointing upwards, 2 downwards, from between which issued a serpent. At his right stood an altar with fire. From the idol's mouth proceeded a ribbon or scroll extending over the fire. This lion-headed deity can be no other than Jerome's Pater Bromius, a Grecian title of Bacchus, and he, we are told, distinguished himself under that disguise in the famous War of the Giants. Tu cum parentis regna per ardum, cohors gigantum, scanderet impia, raetum retorsisti, leonis unguibus, horribilique mala. Horace. And, tracing back this composite figure to the real source of such iconology, it is found to be the very one under which Nrisingha Avatar is depicted. It was assumed by the deity in order to destroy the tyrant Hiransyakashipu, who had obtained the gift of invulnerability against all known beasts, either by day or night. A Mithraic cave with the contiguous buildings was discovered at Spoleto in 1878. In the end wall were the usual 3 niches for the god and his torchbearers. In front of them, an altar inscribed Soli Invicto Mithra Sacrum. Close to the altar, a tall phallic stone, perforated with a square hole near the top, perhaps the stone symbolizing the birth of Mithras, mentioned by Firmicus. The cave, with the ground plan of the whole edifice, is given in the Archaeologia. 4 Mithraic talismans. Mithraic gems are, for the most part, earlier in date than those emanating from the Gnosticism of Alexandria, with whose doctrines they had no connection whatever in their first origin. Little difficulty will be found on inspection in separating the 2 classes, the former being pointed out by the superiority of their style, and yet more so by the absence of the Egyptian symbols and long Coptic legends that generally accompany the latter. Indeed, many of them belong to the best period of Roman art, the age of Hadrian, and it is easy to perceive how the worship of Apollo gradually merged into that of his more spiritual Oriental representative, in the times when religious ideas of Indian origin began to get the upper hand throughout the Roman world, a religion essentially speculative and dealing with matters pertaining to another life and the invisible, utterly different in nature from the old Grecian creed, so materialistic, so active, so entirely busying itself with the present and the visible. In accordance with the rule that prescribed the proper material for talismans, the jasper, Pliny's malachites, green, mottled, or yellow, is almost exclusively employed for intagli embodying Mithraic ideas, and which take the place of Phoebus and his attributes amongst the glyptic remains of the 2nd and 3rd centuries. To judge from their fine execution, certain examples of the class may even date from the age of the first Caesars, and thus form as it were the advanced guard of that countless host of regular Gnostic works, amidst whose terrific barbarism ancient art ultimately expires. In their beginning, these Mithraic works were the fruit of the modified Zoroastrian doctrines so widely disseminated over the empire after the conquest of Pontus, doctrines whose grand feature was the exclusive worship of the solar god as the fountain of all life, a notion philosophically true, if indeed the vital principle be, as some scientists assert, nothing more than electricity. As will be shown hereafter, Serapis, the later Platonists, like Macrobius, labored hard to demonstrate that the multitudinous divinities of the old faiths, wheresoever established, were no other than various epithets and expressions for the same God to his different phases. The aim of all the school was to accommodate the old faith to the influence of the Buddhistic theosophy, the very essence of which was that the innumerable gods of the Hindu mythology were but names for the energies of the first triad in its successive avatars, or manifestations unto man. To come now to the actual types setting forth these ideas. Prominent amongst them is the figure of the lion, he being in astrological parlance the house of the sun, usually surrounded with stars and carrying in his jaws a bull's head, emblem of earth subjected to his power. Sometimes he tramples on the serpent, which in this connection no longer typifies wisdom, but the principle of evil. For in all religions emanating from the East, where deadly poisonousness is the most conspicuous character of the snake tribe, the reptile has been adopted as the most speaking type of the destroyer. In the West, on the other hand, where the same species is for the most part innocuous and a mere object of wonder, it has always symbolized wisdom and likewise eternity, from the popular belief in the yearly removal of its youth through casting the slough. On this account, the serpent was made the companion of Apollo and Aesculapius, and furthermore plays so important a part in Scandinavian mythology, holding the whole universe together in its perpetual embrace. Mithras himself often makes his appearance, figured as a youthful Persian, plunging the national weapon Medus Asanasis into the throat of a prostrate bull, which expresses the same doctrine as the type last mentioned, whilst overhead are the sun and moon, the group standing in the center of the zodiac. But the completest assembly of Mithraic figures and symbols that has come under my notice is the intaglio published by Calus. It is engraved upon a very fine agate, 2x 112 inches in measurement. In the center is the usual type of Mithras slaughtering the bull, the tail of which terminates in 3 wheat ears, and between the hind legs hangs a huge scorpion. Below is the lion strangling the serpent, emblem of darkness and of death. On each side stands a fir tree, admitted into this system because its spiry form imitates a flame, for which same reason its cone was taken for the symbol of the element fire, and therefore borne in the hands of deities in the most ancient Syrian sculptures. Against these fir trees are affixed torches, one pointing upwards, the other downwards, which clearly stand for the rising and setting of the sun. At the side of one is a scorpion, of the other a bull's head. Above each tree again is a torch, each pointing in an opposite direction. The principal group is flanked by Phoebus in his 4-horse, Luna in her 2-horse car. Above the whole stand 2 winged figures entwined with serpents and leaning upon long scepters, between whom rise up 3 flames, besides 4 more at the side of the right-hand figure, making up the mystic number 7, perhaps representing the 7 Amsha spans, or archangels. A naked female, surrounded with stars, kneels before the angel on the left, doubtless the soul for whose benefit the talisman was composed, soliciting his patronage. Could this elaborate composition be interpreted, it would certainly be found to contain a summary of the Mithraic creed as it was received by the nations of the West. As it is, however, some portions of the tableau are explained by certain legends to be found in the Parsi sacred books, whilst others derive light from comparison with the larger monuments of the same worship. Thus, the termination of the bull's tail in ears of wheat allude to the 50 life-giving plants which sprang from the tail of the primeval bull, or life, the same word in Zend, after he had been slain by Ahriman. Of the same animal the seed was carried up by the Izeds, genii, to the moon, where, purified in her beams, it was molded by Ormuzd into a new pair, the parents of all that exists in earth, air, and water. The scorpion is appended to the part of the body, properly under the influence of the sign so called, for as Manilius teaches, the fiery scorpion in the groin delights. In this particular situation, it expresses autumn, as the serpent underneath does winter, and with good reason takes the place of the bull's genitals, for, as the same poet sings, with fiery tail when Scorpio threatens war, as through the stars he drives the solar car, he searches earth with penetrating rays, and the mixed seed deep in her furrows lays. The torches raised and lowered signify the east and west. In the circular altar of the Villa Borghese, the bust of Luna appears resting on a crescent over an aged head, in front face with crab's claws springing out of his forehead, a speaking type of Oceanus. The bust of the rising sun, with his customary badge, the 8-rayed star, in point, rests upon an erect flambeau, whilst that of the setting luminary looking downwards is placed upon another lowered towards earth. Again, the serpent winding 4 times about the figures may signify the sun's annual revolution, an explanation rendered the more plausible by the torso of Mithras at Arles, in which the zodiacal signs occupy the intervals between the coils of the same serpent. The lion and raven stand for the attendant priests, for in these mysteries the higher officials were denominated lions, the lower ravens, whence the rites themselves got the name of Leontica and Corassica. The fires, the planets, and the genii presiding over them are in number 7, a numeral the most sacred of all amongst the Persians. But of these 7 fires, 3 are ever depicted in a special manner as those most worthy to be held in reverence. These 3 are the fire of the stars, that is, of the planet Venus, named Anahid, the fire of the sun, or the fire Mihir, and the fire of lightning, or the fire Berziof, that is, the planet Jupiter. The Mihir is the winged orb, so common in all Assyrian sculpture, an emblem which serves to explain the prophet's simile, the sun of righteousness, with healing in his wings. The worship of the fire Gush-Tasp, or that of Anahid, figures on the Zen sculptures as a very ancient worship, and also in the Shah-Nameh, just as that of the goddess Anaitis does in many Greek authors from Herodotus downwards. This historian observes that at first the Persians worshipped only the sun, moon, and elements, until they learnt from the Assyrians the worship of Venus Urania, whom they called Mitra, the same being the Melita of the Babylonians, the Alata, or Alilat, of the Arabians. Now Mitra, feminine of Mithras, and Anahid are one and the same goddess, that is to say, the morning star, a female genius, presiding over love, giving light, and directing the harmonious movement of the other planets by the sound of her lyre, the strings whereof are the solar rays, Apollo's lyre strung with his golden hair. In this doctrine we discover the reason for the separation of the fires upon Caelus's gem into two groups, the principal group consisting of the three most anciently adored, the subsidiary one of the remaining four. Other Mithraic symbols are of a very speaking character and almost explain their own meaning at first sight. Thus Mithras piercing the bull's throat with his dagger signifies the penetration of the solar ray into the bosons of the earth, by whose action all nature is nourished, as is further expressed by the dog's licking up the blood that pours from the wound. The sign Capricorn, frequently introduced into the same group, declares the necessity of moisture to cooperate with the sun's influence in bringing about the germination of the seed sown, whilst the Scorpion, in the significant position above noticed, expresses the generative heat. The union of two diverse religions already mentioned is curiously exemplified by those stones that show the Mithraic group surrounded by sets of the sacred animals of Egypt, arranged by threes, crocodiles, goats, calves, vultures, hawks, ibises, standing around in attitudes of adoration and gazing upon the great work of their supreme lord, Mithras. Mithraic bas-reliefs, cut upon the smoothed faces of rocks or upon tablets of stone, still abound throughout the former western provinces of the Roman Empire. Many exist in Germany, still more in France, others in this island along the line of the Picts Wall, and a remarkably fine example at York, the station of the 6th Legion. The famous Arthur's Oon, destroyed in the last century, upon the Carron, a hemispherical vaulted building of immense blocks of stone, was unmistakably a Specus Mithraicum, the same in design as Chosro's magnificent fire temple at Gazaka. Inasmuch as the sun god was the chief deity of the Druids, it is easy to imagine what ready acceptance the worship of his more refined Persian equivalent would find amongst the Celtic aborigines, when once introduced by the Roman troops and colonists, many of whom were Orientals. To the last circumstance a curious testimony is incidentally borne by Lampridius, when he remarks that the entire military force employed by Maximinus in his great invasion of Germany was the same that had been raised by Severus Alexander, and which had accompanied him to the scene of his murder, either the north of Gaul or Britain, which same army the historian describes as potentissimus quidem per Armenios et Osroenos et Parthos et omnis generis hominum. For this sagacious emperor had appointed to subordinate commands in his own army all the prisoners of royal or noble birth whom he had taken in his preceding Persian campaign. Although the modern parsecs, like their Achaemenian ancestry in the days of Herodotus, abominate idols and all visible representations of things divine, yet do they still piously cherish the ideas embodied on the sculptures just passed under review. Amongst these, most conspicuous is their veneration for the dog, which they yet esteem the most holy of animals. Tavernier was on this account greatly scandalized by the Geberes of Surat. They have another strange custom, when a person is on the point of death, to take a little dog and place it upon his breast. When they perceive that he is at his last gasp, they apply the dog's muzzle to the dying man's mouth, and make it bark twice when in this position, as if they meant to make the person's soul enter into the dog, which they pretend will deliver it unto the angel appointed to receive the same. Moreover, if a dog happens to die, they carry it out of the town, and pray to God in behalf of that piece of carrion, as though the brute soul could derive any advantage from their prayers after its death. Following up this analogy, the sculptured dog licking up the bull's blood may actually be intended for such a vehicle of departing life. In these times the parsecs expose their dead upon gratings laid on the summit of the Tower of Silence, to be consumed by the birds alone, but under the Sasanian monarchy it was the inviolable rule to lay out all corpses in the open fields to be devoured by the dogs. This was no more than carrying out to the full a very ancient principle of the Zoroastrian religion. Herodotus states from his own knowledge that the corpse of a magus was not allowed to be buried before it had been attacked by a bird or dog, adding that the same was reported of the other Persians. The Magi regarded the killing of a dog equally criminal with that of a human being. This primitive style of obsequies the Sasanians strove hard to enforce upon all nations subjected to their sway, viewing as a great sacrilege the placing of dead bodies in the bosons of the earth, a still greater the consuming them by the sacred element, fire. This practice, above all others, scandalized the narrow-minded Byzantines, the historian Agathias, expressing his horror at the casting the dead to the dogs, whatever their rank or dignity in life, as in the case of the great satrap Murmeros, whom he saw thus exposed naked in the fields to be so devoured. When the last 7 sages of Greece, expelled from their professional chairs at Athens by the stupid bigotry of Justinian, sought refuge in the ostentatious hospitality of Nushirwan the Just, even they, despite their philosophy, found themselves obliged, by their disgust at the sight of this practice, to return home with sad loss of dignity and submit to the spirit of the times. If the dogs refused to touch the carcass, this was looked on by the friends of the deceased as the very worst of indications as to the ultimate destination of his soul. The Parsees, who, with more decency, constitute the raven, or equally sacred creature, sexton and sepulchre in one, derive a similar augury from observing which eye is first attacked by the bird, the preference for the right one being the token of salvation, for the left of the reverse. A very curious portion of the initiatory ceremony in the ancient mysteries was the giving of the mark of Mithras. After successfully undergoing each stage of the ordeal, the accepted candidate was marked in a certain indelible manner, but the exact nature of this marking cannot now be ascertained. The expressions used by St. Augustine lead us to conclude 2 things. Firstly, that the engraved stones, the object of our consideration, were given to the candidate at the end of his probation, for a token of admission into the fraternity, and for a medium of recognition between members. And secondly, that everyone, upon admission, was stamped with a secret mark indelibly imprinted in his flesh. Something of the sort has been copied by a certain spirit, in that he will have his own image to be purchased with blood, forasmuch as he was aware that mankind were some day or another to be redeemed by the shedding of blood. This last expression shows that this mark was not burnt in, but incised or tattooed, and the same conclusion may be deduced from St. John's using the term haragma, engraving, not stigmi, branding, for that badge of servitude which all the subjects of the second beast, having horns like a lamb's and speaking like a dragon, were forced to receive, either in their right hands, i.e., upon the palm, or upon their foreheads, and he caused all, both small and great, rich and poor, free and bond, to receive a mark in their right hand, or in their foreheads, and that no man might buy or sell, save he that had the mark, or the name of the beast, or the number of his name. Revelation 13:17. These words contain a compendious account of the different kinds of stigmata then in use to distinguish those devoting themselves to any particular deity. The mark was the figure of the special symbol or attribute of that deity, exactly answering to the caste marks of the modern Hindus. The name was his own, written at full length in some sacred language. The number was the more recondite way of expressing that name, either by a single numeral in the primitive Chaldean fashion, or by other letters taken numerically, and yielding the same sum. The author of the Apocalypse very probably had the Mithraists in view when penning this allegory. Yet we may be certain that the members of a secret society did not receive the mark of membership upon any conspicuous part of their persons. The same necessity meets us here, as in every other branch of this inquiry, for placing the origin of all such sectarian bodily marks in India, the true fountainhead, directly or indirectly, of so many Gnostic practices. There the votaries of the several deities are still distinguished, each by the proper symbol of his patron god impressed upon his forehead, but by a milder process than of old, being traced not in his own blood, but with the ashes of cow dung, the powder of sandalwood, or colored earths, daily renewed. Inasmuch as amongst them the symbol of fire, Brahma, is an equilateral triangle, with the apex pointing upwards, it may be conjectured that the Mithraic charagma was the same simple figure by which indeed Horapollo informs us the Egyptians symbolized the moon, and Plutarch that Pythagoras expressed the goddess Athene. Clarkson, however, asserts positively that the mark of Mithras was the tau mysticum, but whence he derived this knowledge I have never been able to ascertain. The 7 stars, so conspicuous upon these talismans, doubtless stand for something higher than the mere planets. In all likelihood, they denote the 7 Amsha spans, the first order of angels in the Zoroastrian hierarchy, and who became the 7 spirits of God to the later Jews, and thence by gradual transition gave the epithet Septiformis Munere to the Spiritus Sanctus of Christianity. Of these Amsha spans, the names and offices are Ormuzd, source of life and creation; Bahman, king of the world; Ardibehest, giver of fire; Shahrivar, of the metals; Tzpandarmat, the Gnostic Sophia, queen of the earth; Kordad, presiding over time and the seasons; Amerdad, over trees and plants. Of these the highest in place are, after Ormuzd, the 4 named next in gradation. Below this order stand the Izeds, 27 in number, ruled over by Mithras. They govern the heavenly bodies and the elements. Against each Amsha span and Ized is arrayed a corresponding angel of darkness to thwart all his operations, namely the 7 archdevs and the 27 devs. 5. Gnostic sacraments and initiations as connected with the Mithraic. In my account of Mithraicism, notice has been taken of the very prominent part that sacraments for the remission of sin play in the ceremonial of that religion. The following extracts from the Grand Gnostic textbook will serve to show how the same notions, and probably forms, were transferred to the service of Gnosticism. Baptism, remitting sins, Pistis Sophia. Then came forth Mary and said, Lord, under what form do baptisms remit sins? I have heard thee saying that the ministers of contentions, Herodiae, follow after the soul, bearing witness against it of all the sins that it hath committed, so that they may convict it in the judgments. Now, therefore, Lord, do the mysteries of baptism blot out the sins that be in the hands of the receivers of contention, so that they shall utterly forget the same. Now, therefore, Lord, tell us in what form they remit sins, for we desire to know them thoroughly. Then the Savior answered and said, Thou hast well spoken. Of truth those ministers are they that testify against all sins, for they abide constantly in the places of judgment, laying hold upon the souls, convicting all the souls of sinners who have not received the mystery, and they keep them fast in chaos, tormenting them. But these contentious ones cannot pass over chaos so as to enter into the courses that be above chaos. In order to convict the souls, therefore receiving the mysteries, it is not lawful for them to force so as to drag them down into chaos where the contentious receivers may convict them. But the souls of such as have not received the mysteries, these do they desire and hale into chaos, whereas the souls that have received the mysteries they have no means of convicting, seeing that they cannot get out of their own place. And even if they did come forth, they could not stop those souls, neither shut them up in their chaos. Hearken, therefore, I will declare to you in truth in what form the mystery of baptism remitteth sins. If the souls, when yet living in the world, have been sinful, the contentious receivers verily do come, that they may bear witness of all the sins they have committed, but they can by no means come forth out of the regions of chaos, so as to convict the soul in the places of judgment that be beyond chaos. but the counterfeit of the Spirit testifies against all the sins of the soul in order to convict it in the places of judgment that be beyond chaos. Not only both it testify, but also sets a seal upon all the sins of the soul, so as to print them firmly upon the soul, that all the rulers of the judgment place of the sinners may know that it is the soul of a sinner, and likewise know the number of sins which it hath committed from the seals, that the counterfeit of the Spirit hath imprinted upon it, so that they may punish the soul according to the number of its sins. This is the manner in which they treat the soul of a sinner. Now therefore, if anyone hath received the mysteries of baptism, those mysteries become a great fire, exceeding strong and wise, so as to burn up all the sins. And the fire entereth into the soul secretly, so that it may consume within it all the sins which the counterfeit of the Spirit hath printed there. Likewise it entereth into the body secretly, that it may pursue all its pursuers, and divide them into parts. For it pursueth within the body the counterfeit of the Spirit, and fate, so that it may divide them apart from the power and the soul, and place them in one part of the body, so that the fire separates the counterfeit of the Spirit, fate, and the body into one portion, and the soul and the power into another portion. The mystery of baptism remaineth in the middle of them, so that it may perpetually separate them, so that it may purge and cleanse them, in order that they may not be polluted by matter. Now therefore, Mary, this is the manner whereby the mystery of baptism remitteth sins and all transgressions. And when the Saviour had thus spoken, he said to his disciples, Do ye understand in what manner I speak with you? Then came forth Mary, saying, Of a truth, Lord, I perceive in reality all the things that thou hast said. Touching this matter of the remission of sins, thou speakest aforetime to us in a parable, saying, I am come to bring fire upon the earth. Nay, more, let it burn as much as I please. And again thou hast set it forth openly, saying, I have a baptism wherewith I will baptize, and how shall I endure until it be accomplished? Ye think that I am come to bring peace upon the earth. By no means so, but dissension, which I am come to bring. For from this time forth there shall be 5 in one house, 3 shall be divided against 2, and 2 against 3. This, Lord, is the word that thou speakest openly. But concerning the word that thou spakest, I am come to bring fire upon the earth, and let it burn so much as I please. In this thou hast spoken of the mystery of baptism in the world, and let it burn as much as thou pleasest, for to consume all the sins of the soul, that it may purge them away. And again thou hast shown the same forth openly, saying, I have a baptism wherewith I will baptize, and how shall I endure until it be accomplished? The which is this, Thou wilt not tarry in the world until the baptisms be accomplished to purify all the perfect souls. And again what thou spakest unto us aforetime, Do ye suppose I am come to bring peace upon earth, etc. This signifieth the mystery of baptism, which thou hast brought into the world, because it hath brought about dissension in the body of the world, because it hath divided the counterfeit of the Spirit, the body, and the faith thereof, into one party, and the soul and the power into the other party. The same is, there shall be 3 against 2, and 2 against 3. And when Mary had spoken these things, the Saviour said, Well done, thou spiritual one in the pure light. This is the interpretation of my saying. Then Mary went on and said, Bear with me, Lord, whilst I yet inquire of thee. Lo, we know now fully after what form baptism remitteth sin. Now therefore declare unto us the mystery of the 3 courts, and the mystery of the first mystery, and likewise the mystery of the ineffable one. In what form do these also remit sin? Do they remit sin in the form of baptism or not? The Saviour answered again, By no means, but all the mysteries of the 3 courts remit in the soul, and in all the regions of the rulers, all the sins that the soul hath committed, even from the beginning. They remit also the sins that the soul shall have committed afterwards, up to the time that each one of the mysteries taketh unto itself the time whereof I will declare unto you hereafter. Moreover, the mystery of the first mystery, and the mystery of the ineffable one, remit unto the soul in all the regions of the rulers all the sins and transgressions that it hath committed. And not only do they remit, but they do not impute sin to the soul, from henceforth forever, by reason of the free grace of the mystery, and the exceeding glory of the same. Then said the Saviour, Do ye understand all that I have said unto you? Then Mary answered, Lord, I have caught up all the words thou hast spoken. Now therefore, as to the saying that all the mysteries of the three courts remit sins, and blot out iniquities. Concerning this same matter hath David the prophet spoken, saying, Blessed are they whose sins they have remitted, and whose iniquities they have covered. And as to thy saying that the mystery of the first mystery, and the mystery of the ineffable one, do not only remit all sin unto the soul forever, but also do not suffer sin to be imputed unto the same forever and ever, by reason of the free gift of the great mystery and the exceeding glory thereof. Concerning this same matter David the prophet foretold, saying, Blessed are they unto whom the Lord will not impute sin, which signifieth they will not impute sin from henceforth unto those that receive the mystery of the first mystery, and the mystery of the ineffable one. Then answered the Saviour, Well done, thou spiritual one, this is the interpretation of my word. Then Mary continued, saying, Lord, if a man shall have received the mystery in the mystery of the first mystery, and afterwards shall turn back and sin, and again shall repent and pray in his own mystery, shall his sin be remitted to him or not? Then answered the Saviour, Whosoever after receiving the mystery shall again sin 12 times, and again repent 12 times, and then shall pray in his own mystery, his sin shall he remitted unto him. But, and if, after these 12 times, he shall turn again and transgress, then of a truth his sin shall never more be remitted, so that he may turn again unto his own mystery, whatsoever it be. For such an one there is no repentance, unless indeed he hath received the mystery of the ineffable one that remitteth all sins, and shall remit them at every time. Then said Mary, Lord, those who have received the mystery of the first mystery, and then have turned back and sinned, if such, without having repented, shall depart out of the body, shall they inherit the kingdom or not, forasmuch as they have received the free gift of that mystery? The Saviour answered, Of such the judgment shall be the most merciful amongst all the judgments, for their dwelling is in the middle gate of the dragon of outer darkness, and at the end of all those that be in torment, because such an one hath received the free gift of the mystery, and hath not remained steadfast therein. Then said Mary, Such as have received the mystery of the ineffable one, and then shall turn back and sin, but afterwards shall repent in their lifetime, how many times shall their sin be remitted unto them? Then answered the Saviour, To such an one, not only if he turn back and sin once, and then repent, shall his sin be remitted, but even if he doth so continually, so long as he shall repent whilst yet alive, not being in hypocrisy, and shall pray according to his own mystery, because those mysteries are merciful, and remit sin at every time. Then asked Mary, But if such an one shall depart out of the body before he hath repented, what then shall happen unto him? Then answered the Saviour, Of such an one the judgment shall be worse than of any other, and exceeding great. For even if those souls be new ones, they shall not return unto the changes of the earthly bodies, neither shall they do any work, but they shall be cast out into the uttermost parts of the outer darkness, and shall be consumed, so that they shall not exist for ever and ever. To this declaration Mary refers the saying, Salt is good, but if the salt hath lost its savour, etc. The following extracts from the same high authority will much elucidate the passwords communicated to the dying believer, which form so important a feature of the Gnostic system. Benefits of initiation. I will declare unto you that mystery, which is this: Whosoever shall have received that one word, when he shall depart out of the body of the matter of the rulers, there shall come the contentious receivers to loosen him out of that body, which same receivers loosen every one departing out of the body. And when they shall have loosened the soul that hath received that mystery which I have declared unto you, in that very moment wherein he is set loose, he becometh a great flood of light in the midst of them. And the receivers shall fear the light of that soul, and shall tremble, and shall cease through their fear of the great light which they behold. And that soul shall fly up aloft, and the receivers shall not lay hold upon him, neither shall they discern by what way he is gone, inasmuch as he is become a great ray of light, and flieth up aloft. Neither is there any power that can overtake him, nor ever come nigh unto him at all. But he passes through all the regions of the rulers, and also the regions of the offspring of the light. Neither doth he give in a declaration in any region, nor yet a defense of himself, nor yet the password or symbol. Neither can any power of them all draw near him, but all the regions of the rulers and of the offspring of the light shall sing hymns, each one in his own place, fearing the flood of light that clotheth that soul, until he shall come into the place of the heirs of the mystery that he hath received, and become conjoined with the members of the same. Verily, I say unto you, ire shall be in all the regions in the time that a man can shoot an arrow. Again I say unto you, whosoever shall receive that mystery, and make himself perfect in all the types and figures thereof, that man is in the world, but he is more excellent than the angels, and shall be before them all. He is a man in the world, but he is better than the archangels, and shall be before them all. He is higher than all the tyrants, and all the lords, and all the gods, and all the luminaries, and all the pure ones, and all the triple powers, and all the primal fathers, and all the unseen ones. He is a man in the world, but he is more excellent than the great unseen primal Father, and shall be more exalted than he, and above all those pertaining to the middle space, and above all the emanations of the treasury of light, and above all the confusion, and above every region of the treasure of light. He is a man in the world, but he shall reign with me in my kingdom. He is a man in the world, but he shall be a king in the light. He is a man in the world, but he is not of the world. And verily I say unto you, that man is I, and I am that man. And in the dissolution of the world, when the universe shall be raised up, and all the number of perfect souls shall be raised up, and I am made king over all the offspring of the light, and when I am made king over the 7 Amen, and the 5 trees, and the 3 Amen, and the 9 keepers, and when I am king over the boy of the boy, which be the twin saviors, and over the 12 saviors, and over all the number of perfect souls, which have received the mystery of light, then whosoever shall have received the mystery of the ineffable one, they shall be joint kings with me, and shall sit upon my right hand, and upon my left hand in my kingdom. Verily I say unto you, those men are I, and I am those men. For this cause have I said to you formerly, ye shall sit upon your thrones on my right hand, and on my left in my kingdom, and ye shall reign together with me. Therefore I did not refrain, neither was I abashed to call you my brethren and my fellows, inasmuch as ye shall be joint kings with me in my kingdom. These things therefore I said unto you, knowing that I was about to give unto you the mystery of the ineffable one, because that mystery is I, and I am that mystery. Now therefore, not only ye shall reign with me, but also whatsoever men shall have received that mystery, they shall be joint kings with me in my kingdom, and one am they, and they are I. But my throne shall be more exalted than theirs, and inasmuch as ye shall receive sorrows in this world beyond all other men, whilst ye are preaching the words that I declare unto you, therefore your throne shall be next to my throne in my kingdom. For this cause I said of old time, in the place where I shall be, my 12 ministers shall be also. But Mary Magdalene and John the Virgin shall be the most excellent amongst my disciples. And all men that shall have received the mystery of the ineffable one shall be upon my right hand and upon my left. For I am they, and they are I, and they shall be equal with you in everything. But your thrones shall be more exalted than theirs, and my throne shall be more exalted than yours. And all men that shall find out the word of the ineffable one, verily I say unto you, all the men that shall know that word, the same shall understand also the knowledge of all the words that I have spoken unto you, both in their depth and in their height, in their length and in their breadth. And what things I have not told you, those I will tell you in their place and in their order, in the emanation of the universe. Verily I say unto you, they shall know how the world is established, and after what form those that pertain unto the highest place, be made, and for what end the universe was created. And when the Savior had said these things, Mary Magdalene came forward and said, Lord, be not wroth with me, if I seek out everything with diligence. Whether is the word of the mystery of the ineffable one one thing, and the word of the knowledge of all another? Then the Savior answered and said, The word of the mystery of the ineffable is one thing, and the word of the knowledge of all is another. Then said Mary, Suffer me, Lord, to ask thee yet again one thing. Unless when we are living we understand the knowledge of the whole word of the ineffable one, we shall not inherit the kingdom of light. Then the Savior answered and said, Of a truth, whosoever shall have received the mystery of the kingdom of light, the same shall go to inherit it into that place the mystery whereof he hath received. But he shall not obtain the knowledge of the all, wherefore all things were made, except he shall have known that one word of the ineffable, the which is the knowledge of all. And again, there is no way of knowing that one word of knowledge, except a man shall have first received the mystery of the ineffable one. But every man shall go to inherit that place, the mystery whereof he hath received. For which cause I said to you formerly, He that believeth a prophet shall receive a prophet's reward, and he that believeth a righteous man shall receive a righteous man's reward, which is this, of whatsoever place each hath received the mystery, into that same place shall he go. He that hath received a humble mystery, the same shall inherit a humble place. He that hath received an excellent mystery, the same shall inherit an exalted place. And every one shall abide in his own place in the light of my kingdom, and every one shall have authority over the course that is below him. But over that which is above himself he shall not have authority, but shall abide in his inheritance of the light of my kingdom, dwelling in a great light unto which there is no measure, next to the gods and to the unseen ones. And he shall be in great joy and gladness. Now therefore I will speak with you touching the glory of those also that shall receive the mystery of the first mystery. He that hath received the same, at the time when he shall depart out of this body of matter, the contentious receiver shall come, that they may take his soul out of the body, and that soul shall become a great pay of light, and shall fly aloft through the midst of them, and shall pass through all the regions, and shall not give in any declaration, or defense, or symbol, token, password, but shall pass through all, that he may come and reign over all the places belonging to the first Savior. In the like manner, he that hath received the second mystery, and the third and fourth up to the 12th, that soul likewise shall pass through all the regions without giving in his defense, or token, and shall come and reign over all the places belonging to the 12 Saviors. And in like manner, those receiving the second mystery shall reign over the places of the second Savior amongst the heirs of light. In like manner, those receiving the third and the fourth up to the 12th shall reign over the regions of that Savior, whose mystery each hath received. But they shall not be equal with those that have received the mystery of the ineffable one, but shall abide in the courses of the 12 Saviors. Then Mary answered, saying, Lord, suffer me yet again. How is it that the first mystery hath 12 mysteries, whereas the ineffable hath but one? Jesus answered, Of a truth he hath but one, but that mystery maketh 3 others. The mystery is indeed one, but to each of them there is a different form, and moreover it maketh 5 mysteries. As for the first mystery, when thou hast performed it well, in all the forms thereof, when thou departest out of thy body, thou shalt forthwith become a great ray of light, And it shall traverse all the regions of the rulers and all the regions of light, all being afraid of that light of the soul, until it shall come into its own kingdom. As for the second mystery, he that shall perform the same rightly in all the forms thereof, if he speak it over the head of a man departing out of the body, and into his 2 ears, that man departing out of the body, when he hath received the mystery a second time, and been made partaker of the word of truth, that man's soul shall become, when it leaveth the body, a great flood of light, so as to traverse all the regions until it cometh into the kingdom of that mystery. But, and if that man hath not received that mystery, neither hath been made partaker of the words of truth, if he that hath performed that mystery shall speak the same into the ears of him who is departing out of the body, verily I say unto you, the soul of that man, although he hath not received the mystery of light, nor partaken of the words of truth, shall not be judged in the places of the rulers, neither shall it be punished in any place, neither shall the fire touch it, by reason of the mystery of the ineffable, which goeth along with it. And they shall hasten to deliver that soul one to the other, and shall guide it, course after course, and place after place, until they bring it before the Virgin of Light. For all the regions shall fear the mystery and the mark of the kingdom of the ineffable one that is with it. And when they have brought the soul unto the Virgin of Light, she shall see the mark of the mystery of the kingdom of the ineffable one which is with it. And the Virgin of Light marveleth thereat, and she judgeth that soul, but suffereth him not to be brought unto the light, until he hath accomplished the ministry of the light of that mystery, which be these, the purification of the renouncing of the world, and of all the matter that therein is. And the Virgin of Light sealeth him with a special seal, which is this: in the same month in which he hath departed out of the body, she will cause him to be placed in another body that shall be righteous, and shall obtain the divinity of truth and the high mystery, so that he may inherit the same, and also inherit the light, for ever and ever. This is the grace of the second mystery of the ineffable one. As touching the third mystery, the man that hath performed the same duly in all the forms thereof, and shall name that mystery over the head of one departing out of the body, whether he be living or dead, or abiding in the midst of the torments of the rulers and their different fires, they shall make haste to release that man out of them all, and shall bring him before the Virgin of Light, who shall place him in a righteous body that shall inherit the light. Moreover, in the dissolution of the universe, that is, when the number of perfect souls is made up, and the mystery is accomplished on account of which the universe has been created, then I will spend 1,000 years, according to the years of light, ruling over the offspring of the light, and over the number of the perfect souls which have received all the mysteries. Then Mary said, Lord, how many years in the years of this world is 1 year of light? Jesus answered, 1 day of light is 1,000 years of this world, wherefore 36 myriads and a half of the years of the world make 1 year of light. I shall therefore reign 1,000 years of light, being king in the middle of the last peristates, being king over all the offspring of light, and over all the number of perfect souls that have received the mysteries of light. And ye, my disciples, and each one that hath received the mysteries of the ineffable one shall be upon my right hand and upon my left, being kings together with me in my kingdom. And those likewise that receive the 3 mysteries of the 5 mysteries of the ineffable shall be kings together with you in the kingdom of light. But they shall not be equal with you, and with those receiving the mystery of the ineffable one, for they shall continue kings behind you. And those receiving the 5 mysteries of the ineffable shall remain behind the 3 mysteries, being kings also. Likewise those receiving the 12 mysteries of the first mystery, they too shall abide as kings behind the 5 mysteries of the ineffable one. And they also are kings each one of them according to his course, and all receiving in the mysteries in all the places of the court of the ineffable one, so that they shall be kings also, but come after such as have received the mystery of the first mystery, being sent forth according to the glory of each, so that those receiving high mysteries shall dwell in high places, but those receiving humble mysteries shall abide in humble places. These are the 3 lots of the kingdom of light, and the mysteries of these 3 lots of light are exceeding great. Ye will find them in the great second book of Iev. But I will give unto you and declare unto you the mysteries of each lot, which be more exalted than any other place, and are chief both as to place and as to order, the which also lead all mankind within into lofty places, according to the court belonging to their inheritance, so that ye have no need of any of the lower mysteries, but ye will find them in the second book of Iev, which Enoch wrote when I spoke with hint out of the tree of knowledge and out of the tree of life in the paradise of Adam. Now therefore, after I shall have declared unto you all emanation, I will give, and I will tell unto you the 3 lots of my kingdom, which be the chief of all. Inasmuch as ordeals and meritorious penances held so important a place in the Mithraic ceremonial, it will not be irrelevant here to adduce for comparison a series of the kind as excogitated by the extravagant imagination of the Brahmins. The penances of the demon Taraka, the Tapa Asura, by means whereof he constrained Brahma to grant him whatever he chose to demand, are thus enumerated, each stage being of 1 century's duration. 1. He stood on 1 foot, holding up the other with both hands towards heaven, his eyes fixed immovably upon the sun. 2. He stood on 1 great toe. 3. He took for sustenance nothing but water. 4. He lived similarly upon air. 5. He remained immersed in the water. 6. He was buried in the earth, continuing, as during the last penance, in continued adoration. 7. He performed the same act in the fire. 8. He stood on his head with his feet upwards. 9. He stood resting on 1 hand. 10. He hung by his hands from a tree. 11. He hung on a tree by his feet with his head downwards. The 12th degree Moore has, for some reason, omitted. By means like these, termed the yog, the ascetic yogi is enabled to obtain 9 several gifts that set him above all the laws of nature. For example, he may expand or contract his body to any size he pleases. He may float in the air upon a sunbeam. He may exert all his sense at an infinite distance from the objects of them, with other capabilities of like kind. And with respect to the 6th penance of Taraka, this, incredible as it appears, is still performed. To be buried alive in a small vault covered deep with earth until a crop of grain, sown over him at the time of inhumation, shall be ripe for cutting, is yet esteemed the most efficacious of good works for extorting from heaven the blessing most desired by the patient or his employer, the doctrine of vicarious atonement being most thoroughly Hindu. The English resident at Ranjit Singh's court has minutely described all the preparation made by the royal proxy, whose regular trade it was thus to die for others, and the successful completion of his penance, which occupied the space of 6 weeks. The resident assisted at the closing and the opening of the vault, and was certain that no deception could possibly have been practiced by the yogi. The blessing aimed at was the gift of fecundity for a favorite queen of Ranjit's. The Torobolia, or baptism of blood, during the later ages of the Western Empire, held the foremost place as the means of purification from sin, however atrocious. Prudentius has left a minute description of this horrid rite, in which the person to be regenerated, being stripped of his clothing, descended into a pit, which was covered with planks, pierced full of holes. A bull was slaughtered upon them, whose hot blood, streaming down through these apertures, after the fashion of a shower bath, thoroughly drenched the recipient below. The selection of the particular victim proves this ceremony in connection with the Mithraica, which latter, as Justin says, had a baptism for the remission of sins. And the bull being in that religion the recognized emblem of life, his blood necessarily constituted the most effectual laver of regeneration. No more conclusive evidence of the value then attached to the Torobolia can be adduced than the fact mentioned by Lampridius that the priest-emperor Heliogabalus thought it necessary to submit to its performance, and a pit, constructed for the purpose as late as the 4th century, has lately been discovered within the sacred precincts of the temple at Eleusis, the most holy spot in all Greece. The subject will find its most appropriate conclusion in the list of degrees to be taken in the mysteries, as laid down by M. Lajarre in his elaborate treatise Le Culte de Mithras. These degrees were divided into 4 stages: terrestrial, aerial, igneous, and divine, each consisting of 3. The terrestrial comprised the soldier, the lion, the bull; the aerial, the vulture, the ostrich, the raven; the igneous, the griffin, the horse, the sun; the divine, the eagle, the sparrowhawk, the father of fathers. Lajarre's theory is best elucidated by quoting his way of expounding a very frequent cylinder subject. B finds the admission to the degree of the soldier in the group where a man is seen standing before a hierophant, or priest, who stands on the back of a bull couchant on a platform. The hierophant, wearing a cap tipped by a crescent, holds out to the neophyte a curved sword, symbol of admission into the order. A priestess stands apart, separated from him by the horn, or tree of life, over which soars the emblem of the Assyrian triad. Her cap is tipped by the sun star, but she also wears the crescent to show the hermaphrodite nature of Melita. St. Augustine on Gnosticism. The transition from orthodoxy to Gnosticism in its last and most elaborate phase is well pointed out by the following reminiscences of St. Augustine, describing his own experiences. In his 18th or 19th year, he had begun to study the Scriptures to satisfy himself as to the truth of the religion in which he had been brought up. Consequently, I set to work to study the Holy Scriptures, in order that I might discover what was their true character. And 2, I behold a thing not discovered unto the proud, nor revealed unto babes, but humble in gait, lofty in issue, and veiled in mysteries. And I was not such a one as could enter therein, neither to bow down my neck unto the steps thereof. For I did not think then, as I speak now, when I was studying Scripture, but it seemed to me unworthy to be compared with the sublimity of Cicero's eloquence. Nevertheless, that Scripture was such as should grow up together with babes. But I disdained to be a babe, and being puffed up with pride, I fancied myself a grown-up man. So it came to pass that I fell in with men full of pride, dotards, too carnal, and great talkers, in whose mouth is a snare of the devil, and birdlime made up with a mixture of the syllables of thy name, and of our Lord Jesus Christ, and of the Paracletes, our Comforter, the Holy Ghost. All these names did not proceed out of their mouth except as far as the sound and echo of the tongue go, but their heart was utterly void of truth. And they used to repeat truth, and so did they repeat her name to me. But she was nowhere amongst them, but they spoke false things, not only concerning thee who art the truth in truth, but even concerning the elements of this world of ours, thy creation, concerning which even the philosophers who declared what is true I ought to have slighted for the love of thee, O my Father, the supreme good, the beauty of all things beautiful. O truth, truth! How inwardly did the marrow of my soul sigh after thee even then, whilst they were perpetually dinning thy name into my ears, and after various fashions with the mere voice, and with many and huge books of theirs. And these were the dishes upon which were served up to me, who was hungering after thee, nothing but the sun and the moon, thy fair works indeed, but not thyself, and not even the first amongst thy works. For thy spiritual works are before those corporeal works, however splendid and heavenly they may be. But even for those thy higher works I hungered and thirsted not, but for thee only, O truth, wherein there is no change, neither shadow of turning. And again there were set before me, in those same dishes, splendid phantoms, than which it were even better to love the sun himself, for he was true as far as regards one's eyes, rather than to love those fictions whereby the soul was deceived through the eyes. And yet, because I believed them to be thee, I ate thereof, though not greedily, because thou didst not taste in my mouth as thou really art, for thou wert not those empty fictions, neither was I nourished thereby, but rather weakened. Food in dreams is like to the food of one awake, yet the sleepers are not fed by the same, for they sleep on. But those dishes were not in any wise like unto thee, as thou now hast spoken to me, etc. The worship of Serapis. 1. The figured representations of Serapis. The next great series of monuments to be considered are those emanating from the worship of Serapis, that mysterious deity, who, under his varying forms, had during the 2nd and 3rd centuries of our era completely usurped the sovereignty of his brother Jupiter and reduced him to the rank of a mere planetary genius. Unlike the generality of the deities who figure upon the Gnostic stones, the Alexandrian Serapis does not belong to the primitive mythology of Egypt. His worship may be said to be only coeval with the rise of Alexandria, into which city it was introduced from Sinope by the first Ptolemy, in consequence of the command, and repeated threats, in case of neglect, of a vision which had appeared to him. After 3 years of ineffectual negotiation, Ptolemy at last obtained the god from Scythotherius, king of Sinope. But when the citizens still refused to part with their idol, a report was spread that it had spontaneously found its way from the temple down to the Egyptian ships lying in the harbor. The prevalent opinion amongst the Greeks was that the figure represented Jupiter Dis, Aidoneus, and the one by his side, Proserpine. This latter the envoys were ordered by the same divine messenger to leave in its native shrine. Another story, also mentioned by Tacitus, made the statue to have been brought from Seleucia by Ptolemy III, but this rested on slighter authority. It is, however, a curious confirmation of this last tradition that Serapis is named by Plutarch, Alexander, as the chief deity of Babylon, Seleucia, in later times, at the date of the Macedonian conquest, a proof that he at least regarded that god as identical with Belus. Now, it is a remarkable coincidence that Ana, the first person in the primitive Chaldean triad, is likewise king of the lower world, and that his symbol, the vertical wedge, stands also for the numeral 60, which last is often used to express hieroglyphically the name Ana. It was Timotheus, an Athenian Eumolpid, and, in virtue of his descent, diviner to the king, who indicated Pontus as the residence of the unknown god, whose apparition had so disquieted the monarch by commanding himself to be sent for without declaring whence. The figure seen in the vision was that of a youth, a circumstance that tallies ill with the mature majesty of the great god of Alexandria. But the Helios Dionysos, a veritable Krishna, who graces the reverse of the gold medallion of Pharnaces II, coined at Sinope in the following century, agrees much more exactly with this description of the nocturnal visitor. Speedily did Serapis become the sole lord of his new home, and speculations as to his true nature employed the ingenuity of the philosophers at Alexandria, down to the times when they were superseded by the discussions on the doctrine of the Trinity, waged with equal zeal but infinitely worse temper. Every conflicting religion strove to claim him as the grand representative of their own doctrine. Macrobius has preserved one of the most ingenious of these interpretations, as made by the rationalists, a party so strong amongst the later Greeks. The city of Alexandria pays an almost frantic worship to Serapis and Isis. Nevertheless, they show that all this veneration is merely offered to the sun under that name, both by their placing the corn measure upon his head and by accompanying his statue with the figure of an animal having 3 heads. Of these heads, the middle and the largest one is a lion's. That which rises on the right is a dog's in a peaceable and fawning attitude, whilst the left part of the neck terminates in that of a ravening wolf. All these bestial forms are connected together by the wreathed body of a serpent, which raises its head up towards the god's right hand, on which side the monster is placed. The lion's head typifies the present, because its condition between the past and the future is strong and fervent. The past is signified by the wolf's head, because the memory of all things past is scratched away from us and utterly consumed. The emblem of the fawning dog represents the future, the domain of inconstant and flattering hope. But whom should past, present, and future serve except their authors? His head crowned with the calathus typifies the height of the planet above us, also his all-powerful capaciousness, since unto him all things earthly do return, being drawn up by the heat he emits. Moreover, when Nicocreon, tyrant of Cyprus, consulted Serapis as to which of the gods he ought to be accounted, he received the following response: "A god I am, such as I show to thee, the starry heavens my head, my trunk the sea, earth forms my feet, mine ears the air supplies, the sun's far darting brilliant rays mine eyes." From all this it is evident that the nature of Serapis and the sun is one and indivisible. Again, Isis is universally worshipped as the type of earth or nature in subjection to the sun. For this cause the body of the goddess is covered with continuous rows of udders to declare that the universe is maintained by the perpetual nourishing of the earth or nature. This last curious remark shows that Macrobius regarded the Alexandrian Isis as the same with the Ephesian Diana, for the ancient Isis of Egypt had only the usual complement of breasts. This philosopher had started with the axiom omnes deos referi ad solem, and begins by demonstrating from the various epithets of Apollo that he was the same god with the one styled the sun. He then proceeds to prove the same of Bacchus, Hermes, Aesculapius, and Hercules. His ingenious explanation of the serpent-entwined rod of Hermes and club of Aesculapius will be found applied further on to the elucidation of the remarkable symbol on the reverse of all the Canufus amulets. After this, Macrobius passes in review the attributes and legends of Adonis and Attis, also of Osiris and Horus, and comes to the same conclusion concerning the real nature of all these personages, adding parenthetically a very fanciful exposition of the signs of the zodiac, as being merely so many emblems of the solar influence in the several regions of creation. Nemesis, Paris, Saturn, Jupiter, and finally the Assyrian Adad are all reduced by him to the same signification. This brings us to that most wondrous identification of all, which Hadrian mentions in a letter to his brother-in-law Servianus, preserved by the historian Vopiscus in his life of the tyrant Saturninus. Those who worship Serapis are likewise Christians. Even those who style themselves the bishops of Christ are devoted to Serapis. The very patriarch himself, when he comes to Egypt, is forced by some to adore Serapis, by others to worship Christ. There is but one God for them all. Him do the Christians, him do the Jews, him do the Gentiles, all alike worship. Severus Alexander, too, who daily paid his devotions to Christ and Abraham, did nonetheless expend large sums in decorating the temples of Serapis and Isis with statues, couches, and all things pertaining to their mysteries, whilst he left the other gods of Rome to take care of themselves. And as connected with the same subject, it may be here observed that the conventional portrait of the Savior is in all probability borrowed from the head of Serapis, so full of grave and pensive majesty. Of the first converts, the Jewish foredilections were so powerful that we may be sure that no attempt was made to portray his countenance until many generations after all who had beheld it on earth had passed away. Nevertheless, the importance so long attached to the pretended letter of Lentulus to the emperor, Tiberius, describing Christ's personal appearance, demands a notice in this place. Its monkish Latinity and style betray it, at first sight, for the authorship of some medieval divine. Yet, incredible as it may seem, even a learned man like Grynaeus has been so besotted through his pious longing for the reality of such a record as to persuade himself that Lentulus, a Roman senator and an eminent historian, could have written in the exact phrase of a mendicant friar. There has appeared in our times, and still lives, a man of great virtue, named Christ Jesus, who is called by the Gentiles a prophet of truth, but whom his own disciples called the Son of God, raising the dead and healing diseases. A man indeed of lofty stature, handsome, having a venerable countenance, which the beholders can both love and fear. His hair verily somewhat wavy and curling, somewhat brightish and resplendent in color, flowing down upon his shoulders, having a parting in the middle of the head, after the fashion of the Nazarenes, etc. This forgery reminds one of Pliny's remark, "Pariunt desideria non traditos vultus, sicut in Homero evenit." The wish is father to the image of the venerated object, and the conception is too joyfully accepted by the loving soul for it to trouble itself overmuch in scrutinizing the legitimacy of the same, for, as Martial exclaims with full truth, quis enim damnet sua vota libenter. But to return to the Egypt of the times of Gnosticism, in the very focus of that theosophy, Alexandria, the syncretistic sects, which sprang up so rankly there during the 3 first centuries of the Roman Empire, had good grounds for making out Serapis a prototype of Christ, considered as Lord and Maker of all, and Judge of the quick and the dead. For the response given to Nicocrion, above quoted, evinces that the philosophers at least saw in Serapis nothing more than the emblem of the anima mundi, the spirit of whom nature universal is the body, for they held the doctrine of the one harmonious whole whose body nature is, and God the soul. So that by an easy transition, Serapis came to be worshipped as the embodiment of the One Supreme, whose representative on earth was Christ. The very construction of the grand colossus of Serapis ingeniously set forth these ideas of his character. It was formed out of plates of all the metals, artfully joined together to typify the harmonious union of different elements in the fabric of the universe, the mollis et machina mundi. This statue was placed upon the summit of an artificial hill, whose vast interior was divided into vaulted halls, containing the famous library, ascended by a flight of 100 steps, a style of building totally diverse from the native Egyptian and the Grecian model, but exactly following the Indian usage, as may be seen by the grand pagoda of Siva at Tanjore, and by the topes and dagobas of the Buddhists. The remarkable construction of this colossus may reasonably be supposed to have suggested to the Alexandrian Jew, who completed the Book of Daniel, the notion of the similarly compacted image which figures in Nebuchadnezzar's dream. That his description of the latter was penned long after the coming of Serapis into that city is manifest from the minute details this prophet gives concerning the constant squabbles going on between Antiochus Epiphanes and Ptolemy Philometor, his nephew, together with the final intervention of the Roman Senate. The popular belief of the Alexandrians, Christian as well as pagan, was that the profanation of this statue would be the signal for heaven and earth to collapse at once into pristine chaos, a notion bearing clear testimony to the grand idea embodied by the figure. At last, however, although his worship, thus defended by deep-rooted fear, had been tolerated by the Christian government long after the other gods of Egypt had been swept away, this wonderful colossus was broken down by that perpetual enemy of peace and virtue, the patriarch Theophilus, in the reign of Theodosius, and its mutilated trunk, dragged triumphantly through the streets by the mob of rejoicing fanatics, was ultimately buried in the hippodrome. Like that of Mithras, the worship of Serapis was widely diffused over the West. A very curious exemplification of this is to be found in Ammianus's notice that Metaric, king of the Alemanni, had, when detained as a hostage in Gaul, been taught certain Greek mysteries, and for that reason changed the name of his son Aganarich into Serapion. But Serapis had a natural claim to the adoration of the Gauls, who, as Caesar tells us, actually boasted of descent from Dis Pater. The new corner from Sinope does not seem to have brought his name with him. When Ptolemy consulted his own priesthood upon this important point, Manetho boldly identified the Pontic god with their own osor apis, chiefly on the score of his attribute Cerberus, which he considered the counterpart of the hippopotamus-headed Typhon who attends Osor Apis in his character of sovereign of the lower world. This deity is no other than the bull Apis, who, after death, assumes the figure of Osiris, the regular form of Egyptian apotheosis, and so frequently seen applied to deceased kings. Osor Apis, as he now becomes, is depicted as a man with the head of a bull, and carrying the ensigns by which we usually recognize Osiris. The god of Alexandria therefore differs in form as widely as in origin from the original patron of Thebes, with whom he has no other affinity than in name, and that rests only on the arbitrary interpretation of the Egyptian priests, so successful in persuading the Greeks that the mythology of the whole world was but a plagiarism from their own. Monsieur Marlet, in 1860, excavated the Theban Serapeum, as it was called in Roman times, with its long avenue of sphinxes. He also discovered the catacombs where the Apis bulls were deposited after death, and found there no fewer than 62 of their mummies, yet reposing undisturbed. It is amusing to notice how neatly the Greeks turned the Coptic Osor Apis into the more euphonious O Serapis. Theo, the probable origin of Serapis. The ancient speculations cited in the preceding chapter are all baseless theories due to the ingenious refinements of the Alexandrian literati, and springing out of the system of allegorical interpretation in which the new Platonists so much delighted. It is evident that upon his first introduction into Egypt, Serapis was regarded by the Alexandrians as identical with Idonius, or Dis, the lord of the lower world. Now all his attributes suggest him to have been of Indian origin and no other than Yama, lord of hell, attended by his dog Tsarbara, the spotted, who has the epithet Trisira, three-headed, and by his serpent Tesha, called regent of Hades. In fact, some have discovered in the name Serapis, but the Grecian form of Yama's epithet, Sradadeva, lord of the obsequies, that is, of the funeral sacrifices offered to the Pitris or Manes. Yama also is styled Lord of Souls and Judge of the Dead, another office assimilating him to Serapis in the character under which the latter came to be specially regarded, a point, moreover, which at a later date afforded stronger reasons for identifying him with Christ. A plausible etymology of the name Serapis may be found in another of Yama's epithets, Asrik Pa, the blood drinker. This explanation is confirmed to some extent by the ancient tradition, of which Homer makes such fine use when he describes Ulysses' mode of evoking the ghosts, and their eagerness to lap up the lifeblood of the victim. Seizing the victim sheep, I pierced their throats, flowed the black blood, and filled the hollow trench. Then from the abyss, eager their thirst to slake, came swarming up the spirits of the dead. And connected with the same notion was the practice of strewing roses over the graves of departed friends. Purpureos spargam flores et fungar inani munere. For, as Servius explains it, the red color of the flower represented blood, and thereby served as a substitute for the living victim. This analogy between Yama and Serapis may be further extended by the consideration of certain other points connected with the office of the former deity. For example, unto the souls of the righteous he appears as Dharmaraja, and has a servant Karmala, the Hermes Psychopompos of the Greeks, who brings them into his presence upon a self-moving car. But unto the wicked he is Yama, and has for them another minister, Kashmala, who drags them before him with halters round their necks over rough and stony places. Other titles of Yama are Kritanta and Meritiu. The connection of the latter with Moors is evident enough, making it a fitting appellation for Dis, in which again unmistakably lies the root of our name Death, applied to the same principle of destruction. Yama, as Sradadeva, monarch of Patala, the infernal regions, has for consort Bhavani, who hence takes the title of Patala Devi, as upon earth she is Bhu Devi, in heaven, Swardevi. Her lord owns, besides Charbara, another dog named Tsiyama, the Black One. Now we see wherefore the medieval familiar spirits like Cornelius Agrippa's Black Spaniel and Faustus's Poodle chose that particular figure, whom he employs as the minister of his vengeance. As judge of souls, he displays two faces, the one benign, the other terrific. Another of his titles is Kalantika, Time as the Destroyer. It can hardly be a mere accidental coincidence that such was the exact name given to the headdress worn by the Egyptian priests when officiating, in later times a purple cloth covering the head and falling down upon the neck, surmounted by two plumes. Kali Bhavani, the destructive female principle, is represented in this character with a visage exactly identical with the most ancient type of the Grecian Gorgon, such as we still behold it guarding the Etruscan sepulchres and lowering horrifically upon the sacrilegious intruder, as in that notable example in the tomb of the Volumni at Perugia, where it forms the centerpiece of the ceiling of the grand hall. Formed of a tiger's head in its first conception by the excited fancy of Hindu superstition, the Etruscan demon still exhibits the same protruded tongue, huge tusks, glaring eyes, wings in the hair, and serpents twining about the throat. Of such aspect was doubtless that Gorgon's head, the work of the Cyclops, which was shown to Pausanias as the most notable object in the Argive Acropolis, a proof that the earliest essays of Pelasgic art had been made in realizing this idea. Again, in that most ancient monument of Grecian art, the coffer of Cypselus, made before BC 600, the same traveler states, "Behind Polynices stands a female figure, having tusks as savage as those of a wild beast, and the nails of her fingers like unto talons. The inscription above her, they tell you, means Kyr, fate." This name, therefore, must have been a foreign word, translated to Pausanias by the custodian of the temple. Plutarch, Life of Aratus, supplies another singular illustration of the worship of these terrific idols of the olden time in the most polished ages of Greece. The Artemis of Pellena was of so dreadful an aspect that none dared to look upon her, and when carried in procession, her sight blasted the very tree and crops as she passed. When the Aetolians were actually in possession of and plundering the town, her priestess, by bringing this image out from the shrine, struck them with such terror that they made a precipitate retreat. This Artemis, consequently, must have been a veritable Hecate, a true queen of hell, an idol, moreover, of wood, Xoanon, like her of Ephesus. Otherwise the priestess had not been able to wield it so effectually to scare away the marauders. Again, the recorded dream of Simon, which presaged his death, was that a black bitch bayed at him in a half-human voice, "Come to me, I and my whelps will receive thee gladly." The Hellenic gods now and then show themselves under an aspect strangely at variance with their usual benevolent and jovial character. A true Siva was that Dionysos Omestes, the cannibal, unto whom Themistocles, forced by the diviners, sacrificed the 3 sons of Sandos, own sister to Xerxes, when taken prisoners on the eve of the Battle of Salamis. It must be remembered that tradition made Perseus bring back the Gorgon's head, trophy of his success, from Ethiopia, a synonym at first for the remotest East, it being only in Roman times that Ethiopia was restricted to a single province of Africa. The harp, too, the weapon lent to the hero by Hermes, is from its form no other than the ankusha, elephant hook, which is carried for attribute by so many of the Hindu deities. Sufficient explanation this why Persephone, destroying slayer, was assigned by the earliest Greeks as consort to Adonis, and also why Ulysses, on his visit to her realms, should have been alarmed, lest from deep hell Persephone the dread should send the terror of the Gorgon's head. From the influence of this terror upon the otherwise undaunted wanderer, these same 2 lines came to be considered as endued with a wonderfully strong repellent power, for Marcellus Empiricus prescribes them to be whispered into the ear of anyone choking from a bone or other matter sticking in his throat, or else to write them out on a paper to be tied around his throat, which will be equally effectual. Lucian remarks, Philopatris, that the reason why the ancient warriors bore the Gorgon's head upon their shields was because it served for an amulet against dangers of every sort. On the same account, in all likelihood, was it put for device on many archaic coinages, Populonia, Paros, etc. For what could be more effective for the purpose of scaring away all evil spirits than the visible countenance of the Queen of Hell? Timomachus the painter, contemporary with the first Caesar, made his reputation by such a subject. Precipue tamen ars e favisse, in Gorgon visa est, are the words of Pliny, which masterpiece is supposed the original of the horrific fresco discovered at Pompeii, the finest example of the art that has reached our times. Many centuries after the fall of paganism did this image retain its power. Munter figures, Sinnbilder der Christen, a Gorgon's head surrounded by the phonetic legend, plus vo meleni melainomenao koficilie cekeokl eon vrvhiceikeo karnotskvmitsi, intended for Ios Theu, meleni melanomeni, os office ili isichi, os leon vrichesi, ke os arnos kimesi. Black, blackened one, as a serpent thou coilest thyself quietly, thou shalt roar like a lion, thou shalt go to sleep like a lamb. The same inscription, but so barbarously spelt as to be unintelligible, probably forms the legend upon the famous seal of Saint Servatius, preserved in Maastricht Cathedral. The seal is a large disc of green jasper, engraved on both sides, and is attached to a small slab of porphyry, traditionally passing for the saint's portable altar. Servatius died AD 389, but the workmanship of his seal betokens the 10th or 11th century for its origin. An important evidence of the veneration of the Christian Byzantines for their guardian demon is afforded by the exhumation, spring of 1869, in the Amadan, Constantinople, of the colossal Gorgonian, 6 feet high from chin to brow, carved in almost full relief on each side of an immense marble block, which once formed the keystone of the gateway to the Forum of Constantine. Though the execution betrays the paralysis of the decline, yet the general effect still remains grandiose and awe-inspiring. Having thus traced Bhavani in her progress from archaic Greek to Byzantine times, let us observe the part she plays in the superstitions of imperial Rome. The idea, full of novel horrors, was gladly seized by the extravagant genius of Lucan to animate the exorcisms of his Thessalian sorceress, Erichtho. And chaos, ever seeking to enfold unnumbered worlds in thy confusion old, and earth's dull god, who pining still beneath life's lingering burthen, pinest for tardy death. Tisiphone, and thou her sister fell, Megaera, thus regardless of my spell, why haste ye not with sounding scourge to chase the soul accursed through hell's void formless space? Say, must I call you by the names you're right, and drag the hellhounds forth to the upper light? Midst death I'll dog your steps at every turn, chase from each tomb, and drive from every urn. And thou still wont with visage not thine own to join the gods round the celestial throne, though yet thy pallor doth the truth betray, and hint the horrors of thy gloomy thee, Hecate, in thy true form I'll show, nor let thee change the face thou wearest below. I'll tell what feasts thy lingering steps detain in earth's deep center, and thy will enchain. Tell what the pleasures that thee so delight, and what tie binds thee to the King of Night. And by what union wert thou so defiled, thy very mother would not claim her child. I'll burst thy caves, the world's most evil lord, and pour the sun upon thy realms abhorred, striking thee lifeless by the sudden day, if still reluctant my behests to obey. Or must I call him at whose whispered name earth trembles awestruck through her inmost frame, who views the Gorgon's face without a veil, and with her own scourge makes Erinyes quail, to whom the abyss unseen by you, is given, to which your regions are the upper heaven, who dares the oath that binds all gods to break, and marks the sanction of the Stygian lake. All these personifications are in a spirit quite foreign to that of Grecian mythology, but thoroughly imbued with that of India. Lucan's chaos is the Hindu destroyer, the Negro giant, Mahapralaya, swallowing up the gods themselves in his wide gaping jaws. His rector terrae, pining for the promised annihilation that is so long in coming, finds no parallel in classical religions, and his character remains to me utterly inexplicable. His furies, hunting souls to make them fly, instead of being like the old awful Eumenides, the impartial avengers of guilt, are mere demons or churchyard ghouls. But his Hecate is manifestly Bhavani herself, her fasces Arabi being the Gorgonian aspect which the latter was when reigning in Yamaputri, but which she puts off when presiding on earth or in heaven, whilst the infernal banquets that so enchant her are the human sacrifices regularly offered up by Bhavani's special votaries, the thugs. In the first, or infernal aspect, a true fasces Arabi, she is depicted wearing a necklace of human skulls and grasping in each hand a naked victim ready to be devoured. She probably still shows us in what shape the Artemis of Pallene appeared to scare away the Aetolian plunderers. The title of her lord, Pessimus Mundi Arbiter, is far more applicable to the destroyer Siva than to the inoffensive Pluto of the Greeks. Unless indeed the Neronian poet may have heard something of the demiurgus Ildabaoth, son of darkness or Erebus, existing under a different name in some ancient theogony. The Gnostics did not invent, they merely borrowed and applied. Bhavani, in her character of Kali, is sculptured as a terminal figure, the exact counterpart in outline of the Ephesian Diana. Even the stags, those remarkable adjuncts to the shoulders of the latter, are seen in a similar position springing from Kali's hands. The multiplied breasts of the Ephesian statue were also given to the Alexandrian Isis, who is allowed by Cruiser and the rest to be the Hindu goddess in her character of Parvati. Now this remark applies only to her statue in the Serapeum, not to those belonging to the ancient Pharaonic religion. And Macrobius's expressions show that her real character there was as much a matter of dispute as that of her companion, Serapis. Again, Diana as Hecate or Proserpine belongs to the infernal world over which she rules with the same authority as Bhavani over Yamaputri. The Ephesian image, made of cypress wood, had fallen down from heaven, which only means had come from some very remote and unknown source. 3. Monuments of the Serapis worship. Innumerable are the statues, bas-reliefs, and gems, many of them in the best style of Roman art, emanating from the worship of Serapis, a thing not to be wondered at in the case of a divinity whose idea involved the two strongest principles that actuate the conduct of mankind, the love of riches and the fear of death. For the god of the subterranean world was necessarily lord also of its treasures, a truth expressed by the dedication to Serapis of an altar as Iovi custodi et genio thesaurorum. And similarly, the older Roman Pluto takes the title of Jupiter Stygius, but the comprehensiveness of the idea as expanded by the monotheistic tendency of later times is most fully manifested by the invocation Eic Zeik Karapik, Agion Onoma, Kavao, Fok, Anautlichthon, one Jupiter, Serapis, holy name, Sabaoth, the light, the dayspring, the earth. Talismanic gems very commonly bear the full-length figure, or the bust of Serapis, with the legend Eic Theok Karapik, often abbreviated into ETC. There is but one God, and he is Serapis, Eic Zon Theok, the one living God. Sometimes the purpose of the amulet is distinctly expressed by the inscription, Nikao Karapik ton Fethonon, baffle the evil eye, O Serapis, or in the curious example published by Caelus, where the god stands between Venus and Horus, and the legend Kata Chromaticmon intimates that the gem had been so engraved in consequence of a vision or other divine intimation. Around his bust, on a jasper, proun, appears the invocation, convincing proof of his supposed supremacy, Philaki Dia, protect Jupiter, the ancient king of heaven, being now degraded to the rank of an astral genius and benignant horoscope. Invocations like the above bear the unmistakable stamp of the age when the old, liberal mythology of the West, which had pictured heaven as a well-ordered monarchy peopled by innumerable deities, each one having his own proper and undisputed position therein, was fast giving place to the gloomy superstitions of Syria, which made the tutelary divinity of each nation or sect the sole god of heaven, condemning those of all other races as mere deceivers and evil spirits. There are, however, many gems, fine both as to material and workmanship, which give us, besides Serapis, the primitive Egyptian gods exactly as they appear in the most ancient monuments, but engraved in the unmistakable style of Roman art. Most of these are to be referred to the efforts of Hadrian to resuscitate the forms of that old religion whose life had long before passed away, in this equally with the grander department of sculpture. Under his zealous patronage, the religion of the pharaohs blazed up for a moment with a brilliant but factitious luster, a phenomenon often observed to precede the extinction of a long-established system. To this period belongs a beautiful sard of my own, which represents Serapis enthroned exactly as Macrobius describes him, whilst in front stands Isis, holding in one hand the sistrum, in the other a wheat sheaf, with the legend, E Kyria Isis Achni. Immaculate is Our Lady Isis. This address is couched in the exact words applied later to the personage who succeeded to the form, titles, symbols, and ceremonies of Isis, with even less variation than marked the other interchange alluded to above. The Black Virgins, so highly venerated in certain French cathedrals during the long night of the Middle Ages, proved, when at last examined by antiquarian eyes, to be basalt statues of the Egyptian goddess, which, having merely changed the name, continued to receive more than pristine adoration. Her devotees carried into the new priesthood the ancient badges of their profession, the obligation to celibacy, the tonsure, the bell, and the surplice, omitting unfortunately the frequent and complete ablutions enjoined by the older ritual. The holy image still moves in procession as when Juvenal laughed at it, escorted by the tonsured surplice train. Even her proper title, Domina, exact translation of the Sanskrit Isi, survives with slight change in the modern Madonna, Mater Domina. By a singular permutation of meaning, the flower borne in the hand of each, the lotus, former symbol of perfection, because in leaf, flower, fruit, it gave the figure of the circle, as Jamblichus explains it, and therefore of fecundity, is now interpreted as signifying the opposite to the last, virginity itself. The tinkling sistrum, so well-pleasing to Egyptian ears, has unluckily found a substitute in that most hideous of all noisemakers, the clangorous bell. But this latter instrument came directly from the Buddhistic ritual in which it forms as essential a part of the religion as it did in Celtic Christianity, where the holy bell was the actual object of worship to the new converts. The hell in its present form was unknown to the Greeks and Romans. Its normal shape is Indian, and the first true bell founders were the Buddhist Chinese. Again, relic worship became, after the 3rd century, the chief form of Christianity throughout the world, which finds its parallel in the fact that a fragment of a bone of a Buddha, that is, holy man in whom the deity had dwelt during his life, is actually indispensable for the consecration of a Dagobah, or temple of that religion. Equally as a similar particle of saintliness is a sine qua non for the setting up of a Roman Catholic altar. Very curious and interesting would it be to pursue the subject and trace how much of Egyptian and second-hand Indian symbolism has passed over into the possession of a church that would be beyond measure indignant at any reclamation on the part of the rightful owners. The high cap and hooked staff of the pharaonic god become the mitre and crozier of the bishop. The very term nun is Coptic, and with its present meaning, the erected oval symbol of productive nature, christened into the vesica piscis, becomes the proper framework for pictures of the divinity. The crux ansata, that very expressive emblem of the union of the male and female principles, whence comes all life, and therefore placed as the symbol of life in the hands of gods, now, by simple inversion, chances into the orb and cross, the recognized distinction of sovereignty. But to give a last glance at Serapis and his attributes, his bust on gems is often accompanied by a figure resembling a short truncheon from the top of which spring 3 leaves, or spikes. Can it be some plant sacred to the god, or else some instrument of power? Certain it is that Eva, a Syrian god of thunder, carries in his hand a philmen of somewhat similar form in the Ninivitish. Sculptures, a dwarf column supporting a globe, a corded bale, the letter M, are all frequently to be seen in the same companionship. Another symbol is of such mighty import in the domains of the Lord of Souls that its discussion may fairly claim to itself the space of the following section: the caduceus and its symbolism. Macrobius seems to afford us some clue for solving this enigma by his remarks upon the true universality of the sun worship under different names. That under the form of Mercury, the sun is really worshipped is evident also from the caduceus, which the Egyptians have fashioned in the shape of 2 dragons, asps, male and female joined together, and consecrated to Mercury. These serpents in the middle parts of their volume are tied together in the knot called the knot of Hercules, whilst their upper parts bending backwards in a circle by pressing their mouths together as if kissing complete the circumference of the circle, and their tails are carried back to touch the staff of the caduceus, and adorn the latter with wings springing out of the same part of the staff. The meaning of the caduceus with reference to the nativity of man, technically termed his genesis, or horoscope, is thus explained by the Egyptians. They teach that 4 deities preside and attend at man's birth: the daimon, his genius, fortune, love, and necessity. By the 2 first of these they hold that the sun and the moon are meant, because the sun, as the author of spirit, heat, and light, is the producer and guardian of human life, and therefore is esteemed the daimon, that is the god of the person born. The moon is the fortune, because she is the president over our bodies, which are the sport of a variety of accidents. Love is signified by the kissing of the serpents. Necessity, by the knot in which they are tied. The reason for adding the wings has been fully discussed above. For a symbol of this nature, the convolution of the serpents has been selected in preference to anything else, because of the flexuosity of the course of both these luminaries. From this cause it comes that the serpent is attached to the figures both of Aesculapius and of Hygeia, because these deities are explained as expressing the nature of the sun and the moon. For Aesculapius is the health-giving influence proceeding out of the substance of the sun that benefits the souls and bodies of mortals. Hygeia again is the influence of the nature of the moon, by which the bodies of things animated are holpen, being strengthened by her health-giving sway. For this reason, therefore, the figure of the serpent is attached to the statues of both deities, because they bring it about that our bodies strip off, as it were, the slough of their maladies, and are restored to their pristine vigor, just as serpents renew their youth every year by casting off the slough of old age. And the figure of the serpent is explained as an emblem of the sun himself, for the reason that the sun is perpetually returning out of, as it were, the old age of his lowest setting up to his full meridian height, as if to the vigor of youth. Moreover, that the dragon is one of the chiefest emblems of the sun is manifest from the derivation of the name, it being so called, from derkane, to see. For they teach that this serpent, by his extremely acute and never-sleeping sight, typifies the nature of the luminary, and on this account, the guardianship of temples, shrines, oracles, and treasures is assigned to dragons. That Aesculapius is the same with Apollo is further proved by this fact, not merely that he is reputed the son of the latter, but because he also is invested with the privilege of divination. For Apollodorus, in his treatise on theology, lays down that Aesculapius presides over augury and oracles. And no wonder, seeing that the sciences of medicine and of divination are cognate sciences, for medicine predicts the changes for good or ill about to succeed in the human body. As Hippocrates hath it, the physician should be competent to predicate of his patient both his present, his past, and future condition, which is the same thing as divination, which foreknows, as Homer says, the things that be, that shall be, and that were. It has been already stated how, in the Mithraic worship, the image, surrounded from foot to head by the spiral convolutions of the serpent, had become the established emblem of the deity himself. The incidental remark in the above citation, that the flexuous motion of the reptile represented to the Egyptians the annual course of the sun, affords the sufficient reason why his image should be thus encircled by so significant an attribute. Taking therefore into account the fact that the disputed symbol we are considering was by its nature primarily confined to talismans designed for medical agents, there is at once sufficient reason to suppose it connected with the worship of Aesculapius, and secondly, as it always appears in such cases, in company with the agathodaemon, the undoubted emblem of the solar god, it may be inferred to be either a symbol or a hieroglyphical representation in little of the same type. In other words, the figure signifies nothing more than a serpent-entwined wand, and its sense only contains an allusion to the principal visible manifestation of the nature of the sun. But this point must be left for fuller examination in its connection with the hitherto unexplained sigil, which invariably makes its appearance on the reverse of the Chnufus talismans, and which therefore must have been regarded as an essential element in their potency. Death, as depicted in ancient art. The King of the Shades has formed the subject of the preceding investigation. The natural sequence of ideas requires us to consider by what visible form ancient imagination expressed the direct agency of his power and represented to the eye the unwelcome apparition of the Satel's Orchi. Mingling among the cupids, whether sculptured or glyptic, and easy to be mistaken for one of the sportive group by the casual observer, comes the most popular antique embodiment of what to our notions is the most discordant of all ideas. He can only be distinguished from the god of love by observing his pensive attitude, his action of extinguishing his torch either by striking the blazing end against the ground or by trampling it out with the foot. Otherwise he leans upon it inverted, with folded wings and arms and legs crossed in the attitude of profound repose. At other times he is divested of wings, to typify the end of all movement, and whilst he quenches his torch with one hand, he holds behind him with the other the large hoop, anus, which the Grecian Eniaptos carries before him, to signify that for his victim no more shall the year roll on. To understand how so charming a type came to be appropriated to such a signification, it is necessary to cast off modern associations, and to recollect that, to the ancient mind, arguing merely from the analogy of nature, death presented itself as merely the necessary converse of birth, and consequently carried no terror in the thought, nullic ea tristis imago, as Statius happily words it, for it implied nothing worse than the return to the state of unconsciousness, such as was before being commenced, or, as Pliny clearly puts the case, unto all the state of being after the last day, as the same as it was before the first day of life. Neither is there any more sensation in either body or soul after death than there was before life. On this account, the mere return, as Byron hath it, to be the nothing that I was, ere born to life and living woe, inspired no fears beyond those springing from the natural instinct of self-preservation. Many carried this indifference to the opposite extreme, exemplified in the trite story of the Thracians lamenting on the occasion of a birth and rejoicing on that of a death in the family. Pliny boldly declares that the greatest favor nature has bestowed on man is the shortness of his span of life, whilst the later Platonists, as seen in that curious chapter of Macrobius, on the descent of the soul, termed the being born into this world spiritual death and dying spiritual birth. But after the ancient order of ideas had been totally revolutionized, when the death of the body came to be looked upon as the punishment of original sin and as the infraction, not the fulfillment of a natural law, the notion necessarily assumed a more horrific aspect, which again was exaggerated to the utmost of their power by the new teachers, for it supplied them with the most potent of all engines for the subjugation of the human soul. Aeternus quoniam ponas in morte timendum. The ancient type, therefore, which implied nothing but peace and unbroken repose, was therefore at once discarded as totally inconsistent with the altered view of the reality. Add to this the fact that everything in the shape of Cupid had been forcibly enrolled amongst the cherubim and seraphim, and had thereby received a character yet more foreign to that of the newly created King of Terrors. Hence the Christians were driven to seek in the ancient iconology for a more fitting representation of the offspring and avenger of transgression, something that should be equally ghastly and terror-inspiring, and such a representative they found made to their hand in the former way of picturing a larva, or bad man's ghost. This had always been depicted as a skeleton, and such a figure was recommended by old association to their minds in the times when, as Böttiger phrases it, the Christians creeping forth out of their catacombs substituted for the genius with inverted torch the skulls and moldering bones of their own martyrs, and that the larva was popularly imagined in a skeleton form appears, amongst the rest, from Ovid's line in his Ibis. Insequar atque oculos ossia larva tuos. Where'er thou turnst, my injured shade shall rise, and flit, a fleshless ghost, before thine eyes. Seneca also laughs at the vulgar notion of larva forms, frames of bare bones hanging together, and Trimalchio, at his famous dinner, in order to promote conviviality, throws down upon the table a silver larva, so ingeniously made as to bound about on the board with every limb quivering, whilst the host hiccups out the admonition. Heu heu nos miseros, quam totus homuncio nil est, sic erimus concti, postquam nos auferet orcus ergo vivamus dum licet esse bene. Such a larva sometimes makes his appearance on the gem, introduced there for the same purpose, to remind his wearer of the shortness of life and the wisdom of making the best use of the portion allotted to him, speaking mutely the words of Virgil's Coppus Irisca. Pone merum et talos, pereat qui crastina curat, mors aurem velens, vivite, ait venio. Thus upon one gem we behold him holding forth in his bony hand the lacithus, long pointed vase of oil, that regularly accompanied every Greek interment, whilst he leans with his elbow against a huge amphora of wine, as though recommending the enjoyment of its contents whilst yet in one's power. Another, a more fanciful composition, depicts Cupid casting the light of his torch into the depths of an immense Corinthian crater, out of which a skeleton is throwing himself headlong, as though scared away by the hateful glare, a design whose abstruse meaning may perhaps be interpreted by the foregoing remarks. A skeleton likewise was often painted on the wall of tombs. For example, in that pathetic scene at Pompeii, where a mother is represented laying a mortuary fillet over the bones of her child. In all these cases, the form is merely intended to symbolize the condition of death by placing before the eye the body as deserted by life, reduced to the state most expressive of mortality and decay, and which cannot be mistaken for one of sleep. But it is easy to perceive how ready was the transition from the hieroglyph of mortality regarded as a state, especially when to the popular mind The figure also represented a restless and malignant spiritual being, to the adoption of the same inauspicious shape for the embodiment of the idea of the actual principle of destruction. But to return to antique imagery of the same sense, the idea of death is ingeniously and curiously expressed in a fresco decorating the lately discovered vault of Vincentius and Vibia in the catacombs of Praetextatus, Rome. In the scene labeled Abreptio Vibiae et Descensio, the messenger of fate, Mercurius, appears placing one foot and leading the way into a huge urn laid sideways on the ground. The allusion to Orcus in the name of such a vessel, Orca, is sufficiently obvious, and in fact, both may spring from the same root, Urkos, enclosure, prison. But the most common type, perpetually repeated on sarcophagi and tablets, is the horse, significant of departure, looking in through the window upon a party carousing, life's festive scene. Yet more forcibly is the same notion carried out in an Etruscan sculpture, where the angel of death, Sharon, armed as usual with his ponderous maul, actually leads this horse upon which sits the deceased, with head muffled up, capite obnupto, the established form in sentencing a criminal to execution. The same reason probably made the horse's heel so popular a subject for signet gems. It served there for a memento mori, like the death's heads so much in vogue amongst the jewels of the Cinquecento time, although the antique symbol carried with it a widely different admonition. The same notion may possibly lie at the bottom of that immemorial custom in South Wales of the mummers carrying the skull of a horse in their Christmas merrymakings. Cognate to this is that most ancient representation of the conveyance of the departed soul to the realms of bliss, imagined as some happy island in the far west, upon a fantastic hippocampus, in figure like a winged sea serpent, and who later became the Roman Capricornus, ruler of the Hesperian wave. Thou for thy rule, O Capricorn, hast won all that extends beneath the setting sun. As Manilius defines the authority of that amphibious sign. But the original conception is often engraved upon Phoenician scarabæc, and no doubt can remain as to its intention, since Caelus has published an Etruscan vase where this same monster is painted joyously careering over the sea, whilst on its other side stands the mourner, Preface, chaunting the funeral hymn over the corpse laid out upon its bier of bronze. To continue within the earliest portion of the subject, it must be observed that in the most ancient monument of Greek sculpture, where of any account remains, the coffer of Cypselus, executed earlier than 600 BC, Night was represented carrying in her arms two children, alike in all respects save color, the one white, the other black, having their legs crossed, their names being inscribed over them, Sleep and Death, for their mother was hastening to the aid of the expiring Memnon. Thus it is manifest that from the very dawn of pictorial art, the crossed legs were the accepted emblem of the most profound repose, whilst the sluggard's wish for a little more folding of the hands in slumber bears the same testimony to the import of the crossed arms of the Roman genius who leans on his inverted torch. In that masterpiece of Roman chasing, the Pompeian discus, the death of Cleopatra, the object of the design is indicated with equal truth and pathos by the placing of the beauteous infant genius at the knee of the dying queen, on which he rests his elbow to form a support for his head as though dropping off into a gentle slumber. The traditional attitude retained its significancy, well understood far down into the Middle Ages. Witness so many cross-legged effigies of warriors resting from their toils, who for that sole reason popularly pass for crusaders. But in the whole long catalogue of emblems, not one expressed the abstract idea so definitely as that most frequently employed in such sense, the Gorgon's head. Accepting the explanation already offered, that at its origin this terrific visage was designed for the vera effigies of the Queen of the Dead, it was the most speaking emblem of her office that could possibly be chosen. In the heroic ages, it was universally painted or embossed upon the warrior's shield, and with the progress of art cut in cameo, became the regular decoration of the imperial breastplate, in which post it served, as Lucian remarks, Philopatris, both to terrify enemies and to avert all danger from the wearer, conveying to all beholders the menace of death exactly as now, by an undesigned coincidence, does the death's head and crossbones painted upon the pirate's flag. The Byzantines, in the true spirit of their gloomy superstition, discarded the pre-Italian type, for whose beauty they had lost all feeling, and reverted to the image invented by the horror-loving genius of Pelasgic barbarism. They saw in it the most faithful representation of their Moira, the destroying demon or ghoul, still believed by the Greek peasant to haunt ruins and desolate places. That the figure was received in such a sense into Byzantine symbolism, the examples of amulets already quoted convincingly declare. From Byzantine, the Gorgon passed into Gothic art, which ever reveling in grotesque horror, its inspiring genius being the skeleton which intrudes his ghastliness into every mode of ornamentation, even of a mirror frame. Lucrezia Borgia's, for example, contrived to render the image yet more terrible by converting the face into a fleshless skull, and substituting for the hawk's wings lent by Hermes, which previously impelled its flight, the skinny pinions of her own congenial and much-loved fowl, the sepulchre-haunting bat. But of all these emblems, not one is so full of poetry and truth as the device of the winged foot crushing the butterfly, life. The foot, chosen probably for the same reason as the horse, as conveying most speakingly the notion of departure, was equally accepted as the emblem of death. Horace's simile must occur to every reader. Pallida mors equo pulsat pede pauperum tabernas regumque turres. On this account, the foot became the peculiar attribute of the infernal deities, and the figure of one carved in stone was often dedicated in the temple of Serapis, apparently as an ex voto commemorating the donor's escape from the very threshold of his dark domain. Singularly related to this custom is what Moore notices of the pairs of feet carved in stone commonly seen in the vicinity of Hindu temples, traditionally said to be memorials of satis, marking the spot whence the devoted widow stepped from earth upon the funeral pile, that is, into the gate of heaven. It has long been a question how the Grecian Hades, the invisible one, and the Roman Pluto were depicted in a bodily form as they were originally conceived, for their Egyptian equivalent, Serapis, figures much more frequently in monuments of imperial date than either of his brethren, Jove or Neptune. In the latter style he is regularly sculptured as Plutus, Lord of Riches, seated on a throne, holding a cornucopia, and extending with his right hand a cluster of earth's choicest gifts. But under what form the primitive Greeks had imagined their Aidoneus, god of the shades, before Serapis was introduced into their mythology, is a question that has never been satisfactorily answered. We should have found him on the Scarabaeus of the Etruscans and early Italiots, had not a long-enduring respect for things divine, expressly enjoined by Pythagoras, prevented their placing in their signets, used for everyday purposes, the actual figures of the gods, whose absence they supplied by their well-known attributes. For this reason, a popular Etruscan seal device is Cerberus, represented sometimes as a man with 3 heads of a dog, but more commonly in the shape so familiar to us from later arts. But the Egyptians had contrived to make their guardian of the shades much more formidable in aspect by equipping him with the heads of a lion, crocodile, and hippopotamus. We are also certified in what shape the Etruscans imaged their god of the lower world, Mantis, for he is painted with serpent legs, like Typhon, wielding a huge butcher's cleaver, and attended by Cerberus, enthroned upon the court, placed below the niche of interment, Loculus, in the Campana tomb, Cervetri. The helmet of Hades is named by Homer, which Pallas puts on in order to render herself invisible to Ares, which Helmut the scholiast explains by cloud and invisibility, whence it seems but natural to infer that, as this deity was rendered invisible by his very attribute, no attempt would be made to depict his personal appearance. A figure of a god in long, flowing robes, and wielding a trident, wanting one of its prongs, sometimes painted on the Nolan vases, has been taken for an Adonis, but on no sufficient grounds, there being better reason to consider him a Poseidon in the archaic style. The epithet, renowned for horses, is given to the same god elsewhere by Homer, allusive doubtless to the swiftness of the destroyer, and in the same title may, perchance, lie the motive which made the Greeks adopt the horse, as above noticed, for the commonest symbol of his power. If we could meet with any genuine antique and early representation of the rape of Proserpine, it would at once decide the question by portraying the grim ravisher himself. But the inauspicious nature of the subject, so conspicuously set forth in Suetonius's anecdote of the ring with the story presented by Sporus to Nero for a New Year's gift, has completely excluded it from the artist's repertory, so far as anything now remaining informs us. Stosch's collection, amongst its immense variety of mythological designs, contains nothing of the sort, whilst Raspe gives for its representative only a single antique paste, and that too of very dubious attribution, where a god with quiver on shoulder is carrying off a nymph in a car drawn by two swans, attributes properly bespeaking an Apollo, and if really given here to Pluto, proving the work to belong to those latter times of paganism when Hades, Serapis, Phoebus were equally interpreted as mere titles of the solar god. As for the Roman Pluto, or to give him his native name, Ditis, from the same root as death, there was the best of reasons for excluding him from the province of art, which admitted naught that was hideous or of evil augury. For there can be no doubt that, to the popular imagination, he still continued the Charoon, whom we still behold lording it over the sepulchres of their Etruscan teachers in the arts, a giant of horrid aspect, with pointed ears and frisky grinning jaws, winged buskins on legs, extending with one hand a hissing serpent, with the other wielding a monstrous maul. It was probably the traditional influence of the idea that caused the same instrument, Maza, to be retained at Rome for the execution of peculiarly atrocious criminals down to the recent introduction of the guillotine. That Pluto was really so personified in the shows of the amphitheater as late as the 3rd century may be gathered from the remark of Tertullian that, amongst the other scenic cruelties of the afternoon, the spectators laughed at the sight of Mercury raising the dead with his red-hot wand, applied doubtless to the feet of the slaughtered gladiators, to ascertain if life still lingered within them, whilst the brother of Jupiter, armed with his maul, escorted the dead bodies of the combatant, for the purpose clearly of giving them the coup de grâce. The primitive Etruscan image passed down into the belief of their medieval descendants, for Dante brings on the stage Charon, demonio con occhi di bragia. Charon, a devil with live coals for eyes. It is time now to dismiss the Lord of the Shades and to consider by what emblem ancient art sought to express the shade itself, the disembodied spirit. The Greeks of early times appropriately painted it in the shape of a bird with a human head, as on that beautiful vase, The Death of Procris, British Museum, where such a fowl is conspicuously seen winging its flight from the month of the wounded nymph. The celebrated Orleans, now Russian, Scarabaeus, engraved with the death of Achilles, has its back carved into the same creature, tearing her breast in an agony of despair. This expressive type was not, however, the birth of Grecian genius, but adopted without alteration from the most ancient symbolism of Egypt. In the judgment of the body and soul, regularly painted on the mummy cases, the former, depicted as a mummy, stands before Osiris, Lord of the West, to answer for its actions, whilst the soul, in shape of a hawk, with human head and wings uplifted, is brought before the same god under another form, to give an account of its thoughts. And the same soul, purified and admitted amongst the gods, appears as before, but tranquilly standing with a golden disk, a crown of glory set upon her head. Figures of the last kind in bronze, frequently occurring amongst Egyptian remains, complementary mementos of deceased friends. Again, this same bird is often found painted on the mummy case right over the heart, named in Coptic, the abode of the soul, a plain proof of what it signifies there, although Father Kircher, with his wonted extravagance, chose to explain it as figuring the Inx, the bird so renowned in the magical operations of the Greeks. Again, the same notion is expressed by the simple figure of a bird flying away, as often is done in Etruscan works, where the subject represented is the death of a hero. Latest of all, this somewhat grotesque Egyptian conception was modified by Grecian culture into the graceful girl with butterfly wings, the well-known Psyche, and such a form is seen seated upon the summit of Achilles' tomb, before which the sacrifice of Polyxena is about to be offered. This ancient human-headed bird, by a natural transition of ideas, came ultimately to be applied to express a widely different meaning. Instead of the dead, it was made to stand for the destroyer, and the sirens are always painted in this shape whenever their interview with Ulysses becomes the theme of ancient art, or when they engage in their unlucky contest with the Muses. But here, for the sake of more grace, in the conformation of the monster, the whole of the female bust is adapted to the body of the fowl. Despite their beauty and melodiousness, the sirens were considered as the most malignant and destructive of beings, for which reason the harpies likewise were depicted in precisely the same figure. Although identical at first, the more refining art of Roman times introduced a distinction between them by giving to the sirens the complete bust, to the harpies the head only of the woman. Inasmuch as the name signifies snatcher away, the harpy was understood to embody the abstract idea of death, which acceptation explains why she is often represented armed with a sword, or carrying on her shoulder the funeral lecythus and torch. For the same reason, the harpy holds a conspicuous place in the decorations of many ancient tombs, unless indeed the emblem may have been used there in its Egyptian sense. In what shape death was personified by Euripides in his Alcestis cannot be made out from the insufficiency of data afforded by the lines relating to his appearance on the stage. It is, however, plain that the poet brought forward Thanatos in a bodily form, perhaps considering him the same with Aidoneus, for he styles him king of the dead, and Macrobius, speaking of the same event, uses for his name the Roman equivalent, Orcus. All that can be gathered from the incidental allusions of the other dramatis personae to this apparition is that he was robed in black and carried a sword wherewith to sever a lock from the head of his destined victim, and so devote it to the subterranean gods. It is, however, possible that Euripides brought on this Thanatos in that harpy shape which sometimes is found in antique art, where the bust is that of a grim, aged man in place of the smiling females, and who, as badge of office, carries a naked sword. In such a form, the destroyer must have flitted before the eyes of Statius when about to make prey of the young and beautiful Glaucius. Subitas inimica levavit parca manus, quo diva feros gravis exuis ungues. This last word can apply to nothing but the harpy, of whom claws were the distinctive attribute. Unguibus irreparat numus raptura celeno. Nevertheless, a representation like this had in it nothing grotesque or offensive to the Athenian eye. Far different was the Pelasgic Care, likewise robed in black, according to Homer's normal epithet for her, in the form which the archaic sculptor had given her upon the coffer of Cypselus, having tusks as fierce as those of any wild beast. Such a conception was eagerly embraced by the gloomy genius of the Etruscans, ever delighting in the monstrous and the horrible. She therefore figures on their signets in a form to be described in the very words of Pausanias, having a huge Gorgonian head, grinning jaws, arms wreathed with serpents, impelled by quadruple wings like an Assyrian deity, and her action that of furious haste. So, doubtless, appeared the Furies, brought on the stage by Aeschylus, when the horror of their strange aspect struck the Athenian audience with such deadly fright. For his purpose he must have revived a very ancient and forgotten type of the idea, for the paintings on the vases of his epoch exhibit the Eumenides, who persecute Orestes, under a no more terrific form than as shadowy old women brandishing serpents and torches as they chase their victim from shrine to shrine. Tomb treasures. Serapis, in his double character of god of death and god of riches, has been the subject of preceding chapters. The present one shall be devoted to the consideration of the most striking method by which human superstition sought to turn to account the two ideas. To propitiate the manes by placing his most valuable or beloved effects in the sepulchre of the defunct, dates probably from the very institution of interment. But the account now to be cited is the most interesting of any on record, owing to the circumstances of the time, person, and place. It is literally translated from the description of an eyewitness, the earliest of Italian antiquaries, M.L. Fauno, given in his Antiquità de Roma, part 154, published 1553. In February 1544, in the chapel of the King of France, which is now being built in St. Peter's, after the plan of Julius II, the workmen, in excavating, came upon a marble coffin, which, from the things found therein, was clearly known to be the tomb of Maria, wife of the Emperor Honorius. Of the body, indeed, there was nothing left, except the teeth, the hair, and the two leg bones. From the robes which were interwoven with gold, and from the head tire, which was cloth of silk and gold, there was extracted by smelting more than 40 pounds weight of the purest gold. Suetius says 36, but makes the total of all the gold found to amount to the above weight when they were melted down by order of Paul III, to be applied to the building fund of the cathedral. Within the coffin lay a silver box, 1.5 foot long by 8 inches deep, with many articles inside, the which we shall proceed particularly to describe. There were vases and different things in rock crystal, 30 in all, big and little, amongst which were 2 cups, as it were, not very large, the one round, the other oval-shaped, with most beautiful figures in intaglio of middling depth, mezzo cavo, and a snail shell, nautilus, likewise in crystal, fitted up for a lamp in fine gold, with which in the first place the mouth of the shell is overlaid, there being only left a hole for pouring in the oil, by the side of which hole is fixed a fly of gold upon a pivot, turning backwards and forwards for the purpose of closing the orifice. In the same way is also made a nozzle with beak, pipio, for holding the wick, drawn out long and sharpened with the greatest elegance, and so fastened to the crystal that it appears all one piece naturally. The cover also is equally well made. The shape of the shell is that of a great sea-shell, encompassed all round with its points, which in this vessel are polished and very smooth. So excellently wrought is the crystal. There were also vases and various articles in agate, with certain little animals, 8 in all, and amongst them 2 very beautiful vases, one like the glass ampullae, made big and squat for holding oil and such like liquids, so worked, so beautiful, and thin, that it is a wonder to behold. The other is in the shape of those ladles with long handles used at Rome for bailing water out of cisterns, and is supposed to be a vessel used by the ancients in their sacrifices, a lingula for the purpose of ladling the wine out of the great standing crater. Next came 4 little vessels in gold of different kinds, and another little vessel of gold with a cover set round with jewels, a little gold heart that had been a pendant with jewels set in it, a buckle of gold with 6 gems of different kinds set in it, also 24 other buckles of gold of various patterns with little gems set in them. Furthermore, 48 rings and hoops of gold of different shapes, one of them in red hone, and various gems. A mouse in Chelidonia, a reddish quartz, is also specified by Suetius, which must be the next item. Also 3 little animals in red bone. Also 2 eardrops in emerald or plasma with 2 jacinths. 4 small crosses with red and green stones. A pendant in the form of a bunch of grapes made of purple stones. 8 other little gold pendants of different sorts with gems set in them. The remains of a string of crepundia, the usual decoration of little children. Maria had died at the age of 4, being thus early betrothed to Honorius by his father, the all-powerful Stilicho. 3 little gold crosses set with emeralds, a piece of a small fine necklace with certain green stones strung upon it, another little gold necklace with 24 beads of plasma, another necklace with 12 heads of sapphire cut almond shape, another little necklace of gold wire folded up, raccolto, but broken into 4 pieces, 2 small buttons in gold, 14 little gold wire rings like those of a coat of mail, 3 more crosses with some emeralds, and a round gold plate like an Agnus Dei, with these words upon it, Stilicho Vivat. 2 bracelets, maniche, of gold, set with certain red and green stones. 2 large pins or stiletti for the hair, one in gold, nearly a palm, 9 inches, long, inscribed with these words, Dominus Honorivs, Domina Maria, the other in silver without inscription. There were likewise many fragments of enamels and other stones. Also silver nails, their heads, partly flat, partly in relief, which had fastened down a cover of silver upon a little coffer. Also a small plate of gold with these words written, or rather scratched in Greek, Michael, Gabriel, Raphael, Vril. Laurentius Surius makes out 40 gold rings set with precious stones, besides an emerald set in gold, engraved with a head supposed to be that of Honorius, which was valued at 500 gold ducats. We have particularly described all the above-named objects because Claudian, a poet of those times, declares that to the Empress Maria were sent similar rare presents from her betrothed, which perhaps may have formed the greatest part of these things. The words of the poet are, Gem munera nupte preparat, et pulchros Mariae sed luce minores, elicit ornatus, quidquid venerabilis, olim livia, divorumque nurus gessere superbe. This account enables us to form some notion of the treasures deposited to a greater or less degree in all the tombs of important personages, but more especially in those sumptuous structures raised to the memory of the dead throughout Asia Minor. The same fact sufficiently accounts for the furious onslaught made upon the tombs all over the Roman world, so soon as the change of religion had extinguished the old veneration for the manes, and the things consecrated to them, a profanation and a destruction of works of art, which Gregorius Theologus, inspired by a taste and good feeling very surprising in a Byzantine saint, has attacked in 182 very interesting and often poetical epigrams. The same custom was kept up, although we can hardly suppose with any lingering belief in its ancient efficiency, by the Merovingian and Carlovingian successors to the wealth of the Western Empire. The learned Canon Chifflet has left in his interesting book Anastasis Childerici Regis, a complete history of tomb treasures, serving to illustrate his account of that of Childeric the Frank, accidentally found in the precincts of Tournai Cathedral, May 1654. The deposit, as far it could be recovered from the first finders, consisted of the arms of the king, the trappings of his horse, buried with him, all of gold encrusted with garnets, his gold tablets and writing stylus, abundance of golden bees originally stretched over his mantle, which gave that curious idea to Napoleon I, a bull's head for a pendant, the primitive Frankish badge of sovereignty, and lastly, a viaticum in the shape of 100 Byzantine solidi of contemporary emperors, and as many denarii of several and much earlier Khazars. The canon, by zealous perquisitions, succeeded in recovering all these articles, including the most important of all, the royal signet ring of massy gold, engraved with the image and superscription of Childeric, for his patron, the Archduke Leopold, then governor of the Low Countries. At some subsequent period, the most important of these relics passed into the collection of the Bibliothèque Impériale, where they continued in all due honor until the disastrous robbery of 1808, when it is supposed with too much probability that they were melted down along with the rest of the booty. Gnostic connection with superstitious practices. 1. The evil eye. Serapis. We have seen, in one of his representations lately noticed, specially invoked to defend his votary against the evil eye, under its abstract title of Phthonос. A glance, therefore, at this most ancient superstition, which still flourishes in full vigor in the same countries that gave it birth, will form a fitting prelude to the coming section, which takes for subject talismans and amulets of every class. The belief in the power for mischief of the eye of an envious or malignant person to counteract, which was the principal object of so many of the amulets that have come down to us, was universal amongst all ancient nations. It is needless to bring forward classic writers to support this statement, such as Apollonius Rhodius, where he skillfully avails himself of the notion and makes Medea, by her basilisk glance alone, work the death of Talus, the brazen man, guardian of the Cretan shores. For even St. Paul, Romans 1:29, sets down this action of the soul working through the eye in the list of sins of the deepest dye. But the actual manner of operation upon the sufferer I have nowhere found explained except in the following passage from Heliodorus, and which therefore deserves to be inserted at length in this prelude to the subject. Tell me, my good Callicyrus, what is the malady that has attacked your daughter? You ought not to be surprised, I replied, if, at the time when she was heading the procession, in the sight of so vast an assemblage of people, she had drawn upon herself some envious eye. Whereupon, smiling ironically, "Do you then," asked he, "like the vulgar in general, believe in the reality of such fascination?" "As much as I do in any other fact," I replied, "and the thing is this: the air which surrounds us passing through the eyes, as it were through a strainer, and also through the mouth, the teeth, and the other passages, into the inward parts, whilst its external properties make their way in together with it, whatever be its quality as it flows in, of the same nature is the effect it disseminates in the recipient, so that when anyone looks upon beauty with envy, he fills the circumambient air with a malignant property, and diffuses upon his neighbor the breath issuing from himself, all impregnated with bitterness, and this, being as it is of a most subtile nature, penetrates through into the very bone and marrow. Hence envy has frequently turned itself into a regular disease, and has received the distinctive appellation of fascination, vascania. Consider also, my charities, how many people have been infected with ophthalmia, how many with other pestilential diseases, not from any contact with those so affected, or from sharing the same bed or same table, but merely from breathing the same air. Let also, and above all the rest, the origin of love be a support to my argument, for that owes its first origin to the sight which shoots like arrows the passion into the soul. And for this there is very good reason, for of all the senses and passages of the body, the sight is the most easily excited and the most inflammable, and consequently the most susceptible with regard to external emanation, in consequence of its own natural fiery essence, attracting to itself the visits of love. And if you wish for a proof drawn from natural history, recorded likewise in the sacred books, the bird, the yellowhammer, cures the jaundice, and if a person so affected shall but look at that bird, the latter at once tries to escape and shuts its eyes, not as some think, because it begrudges the benefit to the sick man, but because, if looked upon by men, it is forced by its nature to attract his disease into its own body, like an exhalation, and therefore shuns the glance as much as a blow. And amongst serpents, the basilisk, doth not he, as you may have heard, kill and blast whatever comes in his way by means of his eyes and his breath alone? And if some give the stroke of the evil eye even to those they love and are well disposed towards, you must not be surprised, for people of an envious disposition act not as they wish, but as their nature compels them to do. 2. On a coronia of jade converted into a Gnostic talisman. Few relics of antiquity combine in one so many and so widely differing points of interest with respect to the material, the strangely dissimilar uses to which the same object has been applied in two opposite phases of the history of man, and above all, the curious superstitions engendered by its peculiar form, as does the stone brought under the notice of the Archaeological Institute by General Lefroy, now in the Woolwich Repository. The kindness of that gentleman having afforded me full opportunity for the careful examination of this interesting monument, I proceed to embody, in as succinct a form as their multifarious nature will permit, the observations suggested to me by that examination. The subject, therefore, of this section is a small stone celt of the common pattern, but of very uncommon material in the antique class, being made not of flint, but of dark green jade or nephrite, 2 in, by 1 in length and greatest width, and brought, there is reason to believe, from Egypt many years ago by Colonel Milner, aide-de-camp to Lord J. Bathurst during the English occupation of Sicily in 1812. Each of its two faces is occupied by a Gnostic formula, engraved with much neatness, considering the excessive hardness of the material in the somewhat debased Greek character that was current at Alexandria during the 3rd and 4th centuries of our era. The most important of these two formulae has been ingeniously forced to take the outline of a wreath composed of broad leaves, in number 14, or the Sacred Seven duplicated, and doubtless intended for those of the 5 trees that figure so conspicuously in Gnostic symbolism, the ends being tied together with 4 broad ribbons. This is a design of which no other example has ever come to my knowledge amongst the innumerable and wondrously varied devices excogitated by the prolific fancy of this religion of mysteries. Upon the 4 ties are engraved in very minute letters different combinations of the 7 Greek vowels, whilst each of the leaves is emblazoned with some holy name, of which many can be easily recognized as constantly recurring in charms of this class. Others are disguised by a novel orthography, whilst a few, from the uncertain forms of the lettering, defy all attempts at interpretation. To the first series belong Avraka, Abraxas, properly an epithet of the sun, but designating here the supreme deity, Iau, Jehovah, Avlana, thou art our Father. Gambriel, a curious mode of spelling, Gabriel, that testifies to the difficulty ever felt by the Greeks of expressing the sound of our B actnon vo, which contains the Coptic form of Anubis. Damnamenaic, the sun's name in the famous Ephesian spell, and most interesting of all, Pisantariok, who can be no other than the Ixanta of the Pistis Sophia, one of the great Tradonames, a power from whom is enthroned in the planet Mars. To the uncertain belong Koma, probably for Kaumarta, a name occurring elsewhere, and perhaps cognate to the Hindu Sumitri, Chononichar, which may be intended for Char Chanumik, a common epithet of the Agathodaman serpent, Ioena Anik, Necharoplik, the 2 last spells unexplained but very uncommon, Monarchok, whilst Acharsik and the rest appear here for the first time, if correctly so read. The other face is covered with an inscription, cut in much larger letters and in 8 lines. This number was certainly not the result of chance, but of deep design, for it was mystic in the highest degree, representing, so taught the profoundest doctor of the Gnosis, Marcus, the divine Ogdoad, which was the daughter of the Pythagorean tetrad, the mother of all creation. The lines 2, 4, 5 consist of Greek letters used as numerals, intermixed with siglae, which, from their constant occurrence upon monuments of a like nature, are supposed, with good reason, to be symbols of the planets. The numerals on their part probably denote various deities, for the Alexandrian Gnosis was the true daughter of Magiism, and in the old theology of Chaldea, every god and astral genius had a number of his own, and which often stands instead of his proper name in dedicatory inscriptions. Thus, the number of Hoa, Neptune, was 40, of Anna, Pluto, 60, of Bel, Jupiter, 50, of the Sun, 20, of the Moon, 30, of the Air, 10, of Nergal, Mars, 12. A fragment of the Pistis Sophia supplied the spiritual man with a key to the right interpretation of similar stenography in his own creed. These be the names which I will give unto thee, even from the Infinite One downwards. Write the same with a sign, cipher, so that the sons of God may manifest, understand, them out of this place. This is the name of the Immortal One, Ae-O-U-O, and this is the name of the voice, whereby the perfect man is moved. Third. These likewise be the interpretations of the names of the mysteries. The first is AAA, and the interpretation thereof is FFF. The second, which is MMM, or which is Orao, the interpretation thereof is AAA. The third is Prepras, the interpretation thereof is OOO. The fourth is FFF, the interpretation thereof is NNNN. The fifth, the interpretation thereof is A, the which is above the throne of A. This is the interpretation of the second, or namely, are the same as the interpretation of the whole name. Lines 7-8 are made up of vowels, variously combined, and shrouding from profane eyes the ineffable name IAO, which, as we are informed by many authorities, the most ancient and trustworthy being Diodorus Siculus, was the name of the God of the Jews, meaning thereby their mode of writing Jehovah in Greek characters. Line 3 consists of the 7 vowels placed in their natural order. This was the most potent of all the spells in the Gnostic repertory, and its importance may justify the extensiveness of the following extract from the grand textbook of this theosophy, which sets forth its hidden sense and wondrous efficacy. The primary idea, however, was far from abstruse, if we accept the statement of the writer on interpretations, that the Egyptians expressed the name of the supreme God by the 7 vowels thus arranged, E-I-O-U-A. But this single mystery was soon refined upon and made the basis of other and infinitely deeper mysteries. In an inscription found at Miletus, published by Montfaucon, the holy Iewaiuaiua is besought to protect the city of Miletus and all the inhabitants of the same, a plain proof that this interminable combination only expressed the name of some one divine being. Again, the Pistis Sophia perpetually brings in IEUU, invariably accompanied with the epithet of the primal man, i.e., he after whose image or type man was first created. But in the fullness of time the semi-Pythagorean, Marcus, had it revealed unto him that the 7 heavens in their revelation sounded each one vowel, which all combined together formed a single doxology, the sound whereof being carried down to earth becomes the creator and parent of all things that be on earth. The Greek language has but one word for vowel and voice. When therefore the 7 thunders uttered their voices, the 7 vowels, it is meant, echoed through the vault of heaven, and composed that mystic utterance which the sainted seer was forbidden to reveal unto mortals. Seal up those things which the 7 thunders uttered, and write them not. With the best reason, then, is the formula inscribed on a talisman of the first class, for hear what the Pistis Sophia delivers, touching its potency. After these things his disciples said again unto him, Rabbi, reveal unto us the mysteries of the light of thy Father. Forasmuch as we have heard thee saying that there is another baptism of smoke, and another baptism of the Spirit of holy light, and moreover an unction of the Spirit, all which shall bring our souls into the treasure house of light. Declare therefore unto us the mysteries of these things, so that we also may inherit the kingdom of thy Father. Jesus said unto them, Do ye seek after these mysteries? No mystery is more excellent than they, which shall bring your souls unto the light of lights, unto the place of truth and goodness, unto the place of the Holy of Holies, unto the place where is neither male nor female, neither form in that place but light, everlasting, not to be uttered. Nothing therefore is more excellent than the mysteries which ye seek after, saving only the mystery of the 7 vowels and their 49 powers, and the numbers thereof. And no name is more excellent than all these vowels, a name wherein be contained all names and all lights and all powers. Knowing therefore this name, if a man shall have departed out of this body of matter, no smoke of the bottomless pit, neither any darkness, nor ruler of the sphere of fate, nor angel, nor power, shall be able to hold back the soul that knoweth that name. But, and if, after he shall have departed out of this world, he shall utter that name unto the fire, it shall be quenched, and the darkness shall flee away. And if he shall utter that name unto the devils of the outer darkness, and to the powers thereof, they shall all faint away, and their flame shall blaze up, so that they shall cry aloud, Thou art holy, O Holy One of all holies. And if he shall utter that name unto the takers away for condemnation, and their authorities, and all their powers, nay, even unto Barbello, and the invisible God, and the 3 triple-powered gods, so soon as he shall have uttered that name in those places, they shall all be shaken and thrown one upon the other, so that they shall be ready to melt away and perish, and shall cry aloud, O light of all lights that art in the boundless light, remember us also, and purify us. After such a revelation as this, we need seek no further for the reason of the frequent occurrence of this formula upon talismans intended, when they had done their duty in this world, to accompany their owner into the tomb, continuing to exert there a protective influence of a yet higher order than in life. For the student of the mineralogy of the ancients, this celt has very great interest in point of material, as being the only specimen of true jade, bearing indisputable marks of either Greek or Roman workmanship that, so far as my knowledge extends, has ever yet been brought to light. This ancient neglect of the material is truly difficult to explain, if the statement of a very good authority, Corsi, be indeed correct, that the sort showing the deepest green is found in Egypt. The known predilection of the Romans for gems of that color would, one should naturally expect, have led them in that case to employ the stone largely in ornamentation after the constant fashion of the Chinese, and to value it as a harder species of the smaragdus. The circumstances under which this relic was brought to England render it more than probable that Egypt was the place where it was found, a supposition corroborated by the fine quality of the stone exactly agreeing with what Corsi remarks of the Egyptian kind. That Alexandria was the place where the inscription was added upon its surface can admit of little question, the lettering being precisely that seen upon innumerable other monuments which can with certainty be assigned to the same grand focus of Gnosticism. In addition to this, it is very doubtful whether in the 3rd or 4th centuries a lapidary could have been found elsewhere throughout the whole Roman Empire capable of engraving with such skill as the minute characters within the wreath evince upon a material of this almost insuperable obduracy. From the times of the Ptolemies down to the Arab conquest, and even later, Alexandria was the seat of the manufacture of vases in rock crystal. This trade served to keep alive the expiring glyptic art for the only purpose for which its productions continued to be demanded, the manufacture of talismans, consignments of which must have been regularly shipped, together with the crystal ware, to Rome, and equally to the other important cities of the empire. The primitive Egyptians, like the early Chaldeans, used stone in the place of metal for their cutting instruments, and continued its use for making particular articles down into historic times. Herodotus mentions the regular employment of the Ethiopian stone, sharpened, for a dissecting knife in the process of embalming, and similarly for pointing the arrows carried by the contingent of the same nation in the army of Xerxes. The Alexandrian citizen, half Jew, half Greek, who had the good fortune to pick up this primeval implement, doubtless rejoiced in the belief that he had gotten a stone of virtue, most potent alike from substance, figure, and nature, and therefore proceeded to do his prize due honor by making it the medium of his most accredited spells, nay more, by inventing a new formula of unusual complication and profundity whereby to animate its inherent powers. As regards its substance, the stone probably passed then for a smaragdus of exceptional magnitude, and that gem, as Pliny records, was recommended by the Magi as the proper material for a talisman of prodigious efficacy, which, duly engraved, should baffle witchcraft, give success at court, avert hailstorms, and much more of like nature. The smaragdus of the ancients was little more than a generic designation for all stones of a green color, and the entire Gnostic series strikingly demonstrates that this hue was deemed a primary requisite in a talismanic gem, the almost exclusive material of the class being the green jasper and the plasma. Again, as regards figure, this Celt offered in its triangular outline that most sacred of all emblems, the mystic delta, the form that signified maternity, and was the hieroglyph of the moon. This belief is mentioned by Plutarch, and explains why the triangle so often accompanies the figure of the sacred baboon, Luna's special attribute, on monuments, where also it is sometimes displayed elevated upon a column with that animal standing before it in the attitude of adoration. Lastly, the supposed nature of this gift of fortune was not of earth, inasmuch as it then passed for a holy thing that had fallen down from Jupiter, being in fact nothing less than one of that god's own thunderbolts. A notion this which will doubtless strike the modern mind as so strange, or rather as so preposterous, that it necessitates my giving at full length my reasons for making such an assertion. And in truth the subject is well worth the trouble of investigation, seeing that the same superstition will be found to extend from an early period of antiquity down into the popular belief of our own times throughout a large extent of Europe. It is in accordance with this notion that I have designated this Celt a Saronia, thunderbolt stone, and it therefore remains for me to adduce my reasons for giving it what must appear to most people so unaccountable and highly inappropriate an appellation. Soticus, who is quoted elsewhere by Pliny as one of the most ancient writers on mineralogy, is cited by him as making two other kinds of the Saronia, the black and the red, resembling axe heads in shape. Of these, such as be black and round are sacred things. Towns and fleets can be captured by their instrumentality. The latter are called betili, whilst the oblong sort are the coronia. Some make out another kind, in mighty request, in the practices of the magi, inasmuch as it is only to be found in places that have been struck by lightning. One would have been utterly at a loss to understand what the old Greek had been speaking about in the chapter thus confusedly condensed by the later Roman naturalist, or to discover any resemblance in form between the lightning flash and an axe head, had it not been for the popular superstition that has prevailed in Germany from time immemorial to the present day, and of which full particulars are given by Anselmus Boetius in his invaluable repertory of medieval lore upon all such matters, written at the beginning of the 17th century. Under the popular names of Strahlhammer, Donnerpfeil, Donnerkeil, Strahlpfeil, Strahlkiel, Lightning Hammer, Thunder Arrow or Club, Lightning Arrow, etc., and the Italian Sagitta, he figures stone celts and hammers of 5 different, but all common types, remarking that so firm was the belief in these things being the actual arrow of the lightning, ipsa fulminis sagitta, that should anyone attempt to controvert it, he would be taken for a madman. He, however, confesses with amusing simplicity that the substance of these thunderbolts is exceedingly like the common flint used for striking fire with. Nay, more, he boldly declares he should agree with those few rationalists who, on the strength of their resemblance in shape to the tools in common use, pronounced these objects to be merely ordinary iron implements that had got petrified by long continuance in the earth, had it not been for the testimony of the most respectable witnesses as to the fact of their being discovered in places just seen to be struck with lightning. Besides quoting some fully detailed instances from Gesner, he adds that several persons had assured him of having themselves seen these stones dug up in places where the lightning had fallen. The natural philosophers of the day accounted for the creation of such substances in the atmosphere by supposing the existence of a vapor charged with sulfurous and metallic particles, which rising above a certain height became condensed through the extreme heat of the sun and assumed a wedge-like form in consequence of the escape of their moisture and the gravitation of the heavier particles towards their lower end. Notwithstanding this celestial origin, the virtue of the production was not then esteemed of a proportionally sublime order, extending no further than to the prevention or the cure of ruptures in children, if placed upon their cradles, and also to the procuring of sleep in the case of adults. In our own times, Justinus Kerner mentions the same names for stone celts as universally popular amongst the German boors, but they are now chiefly valued for their efficacy in preserving cattle from the murrain, and consequently the finders can seldom be induced to part with them. It must not, however, be supposed that Satakis picked up this strange notion from the Teutones of his own age, whose very existence was probably unknown to him. His informants were unquestionably those magi cited at the conclusion of Pliny's extract. The Greek mineralogist had lived apud regem, that is, at the court of the king of Persia, very probably in the capacity of royal physician, like his countrymen Democedes and Ctesias. In that region he had ample opportunities of seeing stone celts, for Rawlinson observes that flint axes and other implements, exactly identical with the European in workmanship, are common in all the most ancient mounds of Chaldea, those sites of primeval cities. Such elevations above the dead level of those interminable plains were necessarily the most liable to be lightning-struck, and hence probably arose the idea that these weird-looking stones, all tradition of whose proper destination had long since died out amongst the iron-using Persians, were the actual fiery bolts which had been seen to bury themselves in the clay. And again, to revert to the German belief, it must be remembered that Thor, the northern Jupiter, is pictured as armed with a huge hammer in the place of the classical thunderbolt. The type of the god had been conceived in the far remote ages when the stone hammer was as yet the most effective and formidable of weapons, and was preserved unchanged out of deference to antiquity, after the true meaning of the attribute was entirely forgotten. Nevertheless, his worshippers, accustomed to behold the hammer in the hand of the god of thunder, Uxivremetis Zeus, very naturally concluded that these strange objects of unknown use, found from time to time deep buried in the earth, were the actual missiles which that deity had discharged. It is a remarkable proof of the wide diffusion of the same belief that the late owner of the relic under consideration habitually spoke of it as a thunderstone, a name he could only have learnt from the Arabs from whom it was procured, seeing that no such notion with respect to Celts has ever been current in this country. But everyone whose memory reaches back 40 years or more may recollect that wheresoever in England the fossil belemnite is to be found, it was implicitly received by all, except the few pioneers of geology, a word then almost synonymous with atheism, as the veritable thunderbolt shot from the clouds, and by that appellation was it universally known. I, for one, can recollect stories quite as respectably attested as those Boetius quotes concerning the Cerauniae, told respecting the discovery of new fallen belemnites under precisely the same circumstances, and in truth the same author does in the preceding chapter treat at length of the belemnites, and his cuts show that the name meant then what it does at present. but he assigns to the missile an infernal instead of a celestial source, giving the vulgar title for it as Alpschoss, elfin shot, which he classically renders into dart of the incubus, stating further that it was esteemed, on the good old principle, similia similibus curantur, of mighty efficacy to guard the sleeper from the visits of that much-dreaded nocturnal demon. The Prussian, Saxon, and Spanish physicians employed it, powdered, as equally efficacious with the lapis judaicus, in the treatment of the calculus. It was also believed a specific for the pleurisy in virtue of its pointed figure, which was analogous to the sharp pains of that disease, for so taught the universally accepted doctrine of signatures. The Saronia of Soticus, however, comprised, besides these primitive manufactures of man, other substances. It is hard to say whether meteorites or fossils, the nature of which remains to be discussed. Photius, after quoting the paragraph, "I beheld the Betelous moving through the air, and sometimes wrapped up in vestments, sometimes carried in the hands of the ministers," proceeds to give a summary of the wondrous tale told by the discoverer of the prodigy, one Eusebius of Emesa. He related how that, being seized one night with a sudden and unaccountable desire to visit a very ancient temple of Minerva, situated upon a mountain at some distance from the city, he started off and, arriving at the foot, sat down to rest himself. Suddenly he beheld a globe of fire fall down from heaven, and a monstrous lion standing by the same, but who immediately vanished. Running to pick it up as soon as the fire was extinguished, he found this self-same Betelous. Inquiring of it to what god it belonged, the thing made answer that he came from the Noble One, so was called a figure of a lion standing in the temple at Heliopolis. Eusebius thereupon ran home with his prize, a distance of 210 stadia, 26 miles, without once stopping, being quite unable to control the impetus of the stone. He described it as of a whitish color, a perfect sphere, a span in diameter, but sometimes assuming a purple shade, and also expanding and contracting its dimensions, and having letters painted on it in cinnabar, of which he gave the interpretation. The stone, likewise, if struck against the wall, returned answers to consulters in a low, whistling voice. The grain of truth in this huge heap of lies is obviously enough the fact that Eusebius, having had the good fortune to witness the descent of a meteorite and to get possession of the same, told all these fables about it in order to increase the credit of the oracular stone, which doubtless brought him in many fees, amongst his credulous townsfolk. Damasius, whose life of Isidorus Photius is here being epitomized, adds that this philosopher was of opinion that the stone was the abode of a spirit, though not one of the mischievous or unclean sort, nor yet one of a perfectly immaterial nature. He furthermore states that other batyli were known, dedicated to Saturn, Jupiter, and the Sun, and moreover that Isidorus and himself saw many of such batyli or batilia upon Mount Libanus, near Heliopolis in Syria. As for the derivation of Betelous, the one proposed by the Byzantine Hesychius, who makes it come from bait, the goatskin mantle, wherein Rhea wrapped up the stone she gave old Saturn to swallow instead of the newborn Jove, cannot be considered much more satisfactory than Bockhart's, who, like a sound divine, discovers in it a reminiscence of the stone pillar which Jacob set up at Bethel, and piously endeavors to force Sanconiathon, who speaks of the living stones, the bathylia, to confirm his interpretation by correcting his text into anointed. But this last Betelous is beyond all question the same thing with that described by the pseudo-Orpheus under the names of Siderites and the animated Orites, round, black, ponderous, and surrounded with deeply graven furrows. In the first of these epithets may easily be recognized the ferruginous character common to all meteorites, siderites being also applied to the lodestone, whilst the second, Orites, seems to indicate the locality where they most abounded vis-a-vis Mount Lebanon. Soticus's notice, indeed, of the efficacy of the Betelous in procuring success in sea fights and sieges is copiously illustrated by the succeeding verses of the same mystic poet, who, it must be remembered, can claim a very high antiquity, there being sufficient grounds for identifying him with Onamacritus, a contemporary of Pisistratus in the 6th century before our era. The diviner Helenus, according to him, had received this oracular stone from Apollo, and he describes the rites, with great minuteness, for the guidance of all subsequent possessors of such a treasure, by means of which the Trojan woke up the spirit within the vocal sphere. This was effected by dint of thrice 7 days fasting and continence, by incantations and sacrifices offered to the stone, and by bathing, clothing, and nursing it like an infant. Through its aid, when at length rendered instinct with life, the traitorous seer declared to the Atridae the coming downfall of Troy, the stone uttering its responses in a voice resembling the feeble wail of an infant desiring the breast. It is more than probable that Orpheus, in describing the Orites, had in view the salagrama, or sacred stone of Vishnu, still employed by the Brahmins in all propitiatory rites, especially in those performed at the deathbed. Sonorot describes it as a kind of ammonite, round or oval in shape, black, and very ponderous. The furrows covering its surface were traced by Vishnu's own finger, but when found of a violet color, it is looked upon with horror, as representing a vindictive avatar of the god. The possessor keeps it wrapped up in linen garment like a child, and often bathes and perfumes it, precisely the rites prescribed by our poet for the due consultation of the oracle of the Siderites. From all this it may safely be deduced that the stone of power, whether betulous or oryx, was in most cases nothing more than a fossil, either a ferruginous nodule or an echinus filled with iron pyrites. Their being found in abundance in one particular locality precludes the idea of these at least being meteorites, which latter, besides, never assume any regular form, but look like mere fragments of iron slag. This explanation is strongly supported by the drawings Boetius gives of what was then called the Donnerstein, or Wetterstein, thunder or stormstone, and which he very plausibly identifies with Pliny's Brontias, that got into the head of the tortoise during thunderstorms, and which is described in another place as the eye of the Indian tortoise that conferred the gift of prophecy. His carefully drawn figure of this Donnerstein, which also passed for the Grosser Krotenstein, bigger toadstone, shows it to be only a fossil echinus of a more oblate form than the common sort. The regular toadstone, plentifully to be seen in medieval rings, was, on the other hand, the small hollow hemisphere, the fossil tooth of an extinct fish, found in the green sand formation. In that ago the Donnerstein was held to possess all the many virtues of the toadstone, belemnite, and ovum anguinum, in counteracting poison, giving success in all enterprises, procuring sleep, and protection against danger of lightning. But the old physician, so much in advance of his times, cannot help winding up the list of its virtues with the hint, fides saepa veritate major. The axe-heads and hammer-heads of stone, known to us by the general designation of celts, have, until recent explorations, been regarded as comparatively of rare occurrence amongst ancient relics obtained from eastern lands and from some other continental countries. Our information, however, in regard to objects of this class has become greatly extended. Mr. James Yates published, in the Archaeological Journal, examples of stone celts from Java. An interesting specimen obtained at Sardis is figured, and some others were found by Mr. Laird at Nineveh. The occurrence of any ornament or inscription upon such objects is very rare, but amongst numerous stone implements obtained in Greece, one is noticed by M. de Mortillet, Matériaux pour l'histoire primitive de l'homme, of which he had received from Athens a drawing and an estampage. It is described as une hache en pierre serpentineuse, sur une des faces de laquelle on a gravé 3 personnages et une inscription en caractères grecs. L'ancien outil a évidemment été, beaucoup plus tard, quand on a eu complètement oublié son usage primitif, transformé en talisman ou pierre kabbalistique. At the annual meeting of the Antiquaries of the North on March 21, 1853, under the presidency of the late King of Denmark, several recent acquisitions were exhibited, obtained for his private collection at Frederiksborg. Amongst these there was an axe head of stone, length about 612 inches, perforated with a hole for the handle, and remarkable as bearing on one of its sides 4 runic characters that appear to have been cut upon the stone at some period more recent than the original use of the implement. It has been figured in the Memoirs of the Society, 1850-1860, page 28. See also Antiquarisk Tidskrift, 1852-1854, pages 258-266. I am indebted to a friend well skilled in runes and Scandinavian archaeology, Dr. Charlton, formerly Secretary of the Society of Antiquaries of Newcastle, for the following observations on this interesting relic. The first letter is L, and if we accept the idea that these were runes of victory, it may stand for the initial of Loki. The second is Thief, and may stand for Thor. The third O for Odin. The fourth Belgthor, with a T above it, may refer to Belgthor's friendship and alliance with Thor, and the T stands for Tyr. We may imagine the names of the northern gods to have been cut on this stone axe to give it victory in battle, just as the old Germans and Saxons cut mystic runes on their swords, a practice noticed by Hay in his Conquest of Britain by the Saxons, page 28, plate 1, where he has figured amongst various examples of the Futhorc, or alphabet of runic characters, one inlaid on a sword or knife, found in the Thames, and now in the British Museum. At page 51, Ibid plate 3, figure 20, he has cited also the runic inscription on the silver pommel of a sword found at Gilton, Kent, formerly in the collection of the late Mr. Rolfe of Sandwich, and subsequently in the possession of Mr. Joseph Mayer. This relic is now in the precious museum bestowed by his generous encouragement of archaeological science on the town of Liverpool. The interpretation given in the latter instance is as follows: I eke victory to great deeds. There was another explanation given of the characters on the Danish stone axe. It was read, Luther. O. Luther owns, namely, the weapon thus inscribed. In the ancient sagas, as remarked in Nielsen's Primitive Inhabitants of Scandinavia, mention occurs of amulets designated life stones, victory stones, etc., which warriors carried about with them in battle to secure victory. A curious relation is cited from one of the sagas, that King Nidung, when about to engage in conflict, perceived that he had neglected to bring a precious heirloom, a stone that possessed the virtue of ensuring victory. He offered the hand of his daughter, with a third part of his kingdom, to him who should bring this talisman before the fight commenced, and having received it, he won the battle. In another narrative, the daughter of a Scanian warrior steals during his slumbers the stone that was hung on his neck, and gave it to her lover, who thus became the victor. Nielsen observes that stones are found in museums, for instance, a hammer stone with a loop, that appear to have been worn thus as talismans in war. It is perhaps scarcely necessary to advert to certain axe heads of stone, in their general form, similar to those with which we are familiar as found in Europe. Upon these implements are engraved rude designs, such as the human visage, etc. These objects, of which an example preserved in a museum at Douai has been much cited, may be victory stones of an ancient and primitive people, but they are now recognized as of Carib origin and not European.